cigarettes in my mouth. I'm late. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I'm late. I'm so sorry I'm late. No, 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 no. Jane! Sorry I'm late. I woke up on time. I just moved really slow. You ever have one of those days? Hi, Neil. Do 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 do. You know what? That bitch or not Pam Bondi, Christy Nome, the other one. The other one. Hi, Neil. The other one. She's live this morning. Oh boy. Okay. She's already live. This bitch started. She wasn't supposed to start. I didn't even get to play you her thing. I'm gonna play it at the break. Hold on. Let me find it. 'Cause we gotta jump right into it because bitch, nobody's waiting for us this morning. No. No. Here we go. There we go. Here we go.
He said that the most persistent threat to the homeland is from U.S.-based individuals or small groups radicalized by a variety of ideologies, from white supremacy to ISIS to al-Qaeda. We must certainly continue to focus on people who are radicalized here in the United States with the intent of terrorizing our communities. So my question for you, ma'am, is how do you plan to address this threat of U.S.-based terrorists?
Senator, this is a grave concern for our country, as we all agree that the #1 threat to our homeland security is the southern border. In fact, since Joe Biden has been president, we've seen 382 individuals that have come over that border that are on the terrorist watch list. Behind me have the governor of Louisiana with me, and he and his state and people in this country went through a horrific event on New Year's Day. And one that we never want to see repeated again.
She is so ugly.
But this governor behind me is
She is
concerned
so fucking ugly.
about
I know it is dark
event,
out.
which is the Super Bowl coming shortly, which we need to do all that we can to work together, that he has the reassurance that the federal government, that the Department of Homeland
You're going to
Security
stop
is prepared to help
sports
him
event-based
protect that event
trafficking?
and to keep people safe while they are there.
Really? You're
Those
going to do that?
382 terrorists
Oh, you're
are
talking
known
about the
terrorists
people
that
who
have come
go,
over
not
our
people who
border.
are trafficked. Okay.
We don't know necessarily where they are because of what has been happening under Joe Biden's policies. Now, President Trump,
What are you
obviously
talking
won the
about,
last election with a
you
clear
glass-eyed
mandate, and that
bitch
mandate is
kitten?
for the American people to secure that border. But also, we need to focus on domestic terrorism and homegrown terrorism, which you just
poked myself in the eye this morning.
Homegrown terrorism is on the rise. We see more and more incidents of people that are U.S. citizens that have become radicalized, and knowing when people
Like
are
you?
leaving the country and coming back, and changes to their behaviors and what their actions are is critically important. So the resources that the Department of Homeland Security has needs to be utilized as far as identifying those threats and being proactive to prevent them, but also protecting civil rights and liberties in that process, and making sure that the department is on mission to do what it was called to do, why it was created, and what authorities
Like
that
real
Congress and the
grade
Senate
B.
has given them.
She just
My
looks
hope is that
fake,
Governor
and I don't
Landry
mind
and
fake.
his,
Let me tell you, I
his
love
staff
fake.
and
Are
his
you
people
kidding me?
And the people that attend the Super Bowl
She just is such a
know that
bitch.
the Department of Homeland Security is their partner, is on watch to protect them and to keep that event safe.
I don't know what's going
I
on.
hope all Americans know that leadership has consequences. I hope that we can get through and get your support for this nomination and get confirmed quickly so that we can address the threats that we currently face and make sure we don't have any repeats of the day that we saw just starting this year on New Year's Day.
In the last 2 years, we have seen increasingly aggressive and expansive cyber
Everything's a
attacks
mess today.
against our
Laura
federal
Loomer
agencies. Just
vibes.
last month,
That's a good one, Neil.
Chinese hackers infiltrated the Department of Treasury and stole potentially
She'll shoot
thousands
your
of
dog.
unclassified
She'll shoot
documents.
my dog.
So given these concerning
She
trends
just wants
by
to
the PRC
shoot all
to
the
hold
dogs.
federal networks hostage, do you
Dun,
believe that
dun,
federal
dun,
agencies
dun,
should be
dun,
required to
she's
implement
got Laura
cybersecurity
Loomer
upgrades and maintain
vibes.
the highest cybersecurity standards to protect sensitive
Shit.
or classified data and U.S. citizen information as well?
I don't have these
Senator, the
extensions, and
mission
I'm
of
very
CISA,
mad, Jane,
which is the
okay?
Cybersecurity and
Do you know
Infrastructure
that? Do you know how mad I
Agency,
am
the
about
mission of
that?
it is to hunt and harden. It's to find
Hold
those
on.
bad actors and help work with local and state infrastructure, critical infrastructure entities, so that they can help them be prepared for such cyber attacks and that they can make sure that they're hardening their systems to protect them in the future, recognizing the vulnerabilities that they have. CISA has gotten far off mission. They're using their resources in ways that was never intended. The misinformation and disinformation that they have stuck their toe into and meddled with should be refocused back onto what their job is, and that is to support critical infrastructure and to help our local and small businesses and critical infrastructure at the state level to have the resources and be prepared for those cyber attacks that they will face. You know, Salt Typhoon was a campaign of espionage by the PRC in China against our telecoms, where large amount of data was stolen and taken, and people's private information was taken as well. And we've also seen China and the PRC go after our critical infrastructure with the Volt Typhoon hack. And that was extremely dangerous because there was no reason for them to do that, just to steal people's data and information. The reason for them to go after that was to control our critical infrastructure, for the ability to see if they could shut down a water plant, a utility company, and that was to cripple our country. So these threats are real. CISA
I'm so
needs to be
mad.
much
I
more
hate my
effective,
room. I hate
smaller,
where I
more
live.
nimble,
I want to
really
move.
fulfill
I
their
hate it.
mission,
I
which
hate
is
it.
to
I hate it.
hunt and
Okay,
to
that's
help
it.
harden our nation's critical infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm very warm, so
Senator
I'm going to
Scott.
change my shirt.
Governor Nunn, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
I think you're going to do a great job. I think it's great that you're a governor and you bring that expertise to the table. So I just went through the campaign to get reelected, and it was after
Hi,
the Butler
butterflies.
shooting.
I got to go change my
I asked
sweater
people,
because
I
I'm really
said,
hot. I'm
At
sweating.
all my events, I say, raise your hand
I'm
if you
sweating
think
hard.
the acting director of the Secret Service is going to tell us what happened. Not one person. I said, what about Secretary Mayorkas? You know, he's running HHS. What do you think? Or Homeland Security. What do you think? I said, how about Christopher Wray? You know, head of the FBI? Not one person. Mm-hmm. Can you just talk about the importance of transparency and accountability in government and how you're going to bring that to the table?
Yeah, Senator Scott, thank you for that question, because that's what I have found across the country as well, and I know it's certainly true in my home state of South Dakota, is that people don't trust the federal government. They don't trust our leadership and this current administration that's in the White House right now to tell them the truth about what the threats really are, about our agencies and departments, when there are failures, addressing them and fixing it. The Secret Service is one of those perfect examples. They need leadership that understands why that Secret Service was created and what it needs to do. There's two elements really that the Secret Service is tasked with, and that is protective detail and then also investigations. Yet we see investigators within the Secret Service out there investigating antiquities and other things that are off mission when they should be focused on making sure we're addressing national security events with the protocols that are necessary and protecting the individuals that they're charged with and getting that skill set and training that are necessary. That's been compromised by not having enough people there and being adequately staffed and resourced. But frankly, the leadership hasn't been honest about talking about it. We saw this with the drones over New Jersey as well, the federal government not answering the questions from the public. And when they finally got a straight answer out of President Trump, they felt reassured that somebody recognized that this was something they were questioning and that they deserved answers. My goal and my mission is to build trust. We will undertake a large job and a large duty that we have to fulfill, that the American people expect us to do by securing our border, to make sure that our nation is a nation with borders, or we're no nation at all, and that we are making sure that those criminal actors that are perpetuating violence in our communities and in our cities and towns and states are removed from this country, that there's consequences for breaking the law in our country again. There has to be consequences, because when Americans break the law, there's consequences. And why would we ever allow someone to come in from another country and not allow them and not have consequences, or allow them to continue to go forward and to commit rape and murders and break other laws that endanger our society? So we've had over 13,000 murders that are loose in this country that have come over that border. We've had almost 16,000 rapists and sexual assault perpetuators that are loose in this country right now. 425,000 plus people have criminal convictions that are here illegally in this country that our current administration is doing nothing to round them up and get them out of our country. We will be doing that immediately, and that will be the priority. And that is one of the reasons that today the American people have lost their trust. President Trump will build it back and know that their federal government
lost
is
it?
accountable
Where'd
to
they
them
lose it?
and is working to put America first again.
Where'd they lose it?
So Joe Biden completely opened our southern border and dismantled their entire immigration system.
Oh my God.
As a
Rick
former
Scott, just
governor, I know
rapture.
that
I'm
when
done
federal
with
government
you.
policies are
I want
broken,
them all
failing
gone, off the
Americans, you see
planet.
the
I'm
impacts in
done.
your state, just like I did when I was governor. And you take the steps necessary to protect the families in your state. I know you've done that. One thing you did, as you talked about before, you sent troops, our National Guard, to the southern
You know,
border.
good
Can you talk
people
more
die
about how Biden's
unexpectedly.
open
Why
border
can't
policy has
bad
affected
people
your
die
state and
unexpectedly?
communities, and
Just
the role your
kidding.
state resources placed in helping secure the border?
I
We
I
certainly
hate
have
it.
seen
I'm
the
just, it's
effects
too
in South
small.
Dakota
I'm just,
that many of your states
can't
did.
find
And I would say every
anything. I
state
didn't
has seen the
organize
effects of
it
an open
right,
border
and
the
I'm pissed
policies
off.
that
I'm
have
just
been under
pissed
the
off.
Biden administration.
Just feeling frustrated.
We saw increased crime, but we also saw increased drug activity. We saw cartel and their affiliates moving into our state to proliferate trafficking. And we
Because I
saw
have a
people
wig
being
kind of like
victimized
that.
and a lack of accountability with
Oh,
the federal
cool.
government.
Christopher
So when
Steele.
Texas was
Awesome.
addressing the situation and asked other governors for help,
Good
we
morning,
sent help. I know
gal.
many of the other governors at the time were sending law enforcement, but I made the decision that at that time that it was more appropriate to send the National Guard, that our National Guard could be activated under Title 32 and sent to assist another state from the invasion that was happening, and because the National Guard is trained for just such a mission. Because of this invasion, that it
They're
is
not trained for that
a war
mission.
zone down there with what they're going to
Bullshit.
see, the threats that they would see, and that they are trained specifically to interact with other agencies. The National Guard is used to falling in with other agencies and cooperating with them
What?
and could do that seamlessly.
How do you
and
know?
Their families and their communities are normalized to them being deployed. So we have in South Dakota deployed our National Guard to the southern border 8 different times. 2 of them were federal deployments that the Biden administration sent them down there. One was to send our Lakota helicopters, which were used for surveillance and the drug interdiction that was going on down there. But 6 other times I sent them under state activation to partner with Texas and other states in securing our southern border. They did security operations. They also did building of the wall and partnered with Texas, recognizing the failures of the federal government. The failures of the federal government are significant.
Wow,
and
you're
we've
going to
seen,
be the federal
our
government.
families and communities
What's going to happen
devastated
when
by
you
those effects,
fail?
by the drug epidemic,
I
by the
know,
trafficking
Lee.
that's going
She's
on,
just
the
a
increased
cunt.
crime.
I'm sorry.
And we recognize that
Some
just
women are
because the federal
shitty,
government
and she's a
wasn't
shitty woman.
doing
In
their
fact, there's a
job,
lot of
we
shitty
could
women
not
out
fail
there,
our state.
frankly.
And I
I've met
needed to
quite a
protect
few
the
on
people
these
of South
streets,
Dakota, and the
frankly.
people of South
There's a
Dakota
lot
were
on YouTube.
overwhelmingly supportive of these deployments and very proud of our National Guard.
So frankly,
Well,
she's
Governor of
just
Florida,
as bad
there
as
was
the
a
rest of the
terrorist attack
women I
in
can't stand
Paris,
on YouTube.
by Syrian
Fucking
refugees.
cunts.
So President Obama was president, and I said, I'd like to know.
I'm sorry. I'm in a
if you're
very
gonna send
angry mood this
refugees to my
morning,
state,
so I'm just going to
that
try
you
and
give us
keep
some
my mouth
background
shut.
on. You know, I assume you vetted them and tell us what's going on. You have to tell me, but you ought to tell our state law enforcement and our local law enforcement. All right, that they said, go jump in the lake. They're meaner than that, but they said, go. You know, you have no rights as a governor.
Very
Which
nice.
had made no sense. We had over 7,000 people come
Right.
here
What was I
after-
thinking?
after
Because look at all the
Afghanistan
people who like
on
him,
planes in this
butterflies. Look at all the
country,
people we see
completely
who like
unvetted.
him.
All right? They've never given our governors any
They're
information.
the trashiest
So
humans
would
on
you
the
change
fucking
that?
planet.
Yes, the communication between states and the federal government has been absolutely broken. And that's what I love about this committee is you do have governors sitting on this committee that have been in that role as a commander-in-chief and have the responsibility for being the CEOs of their state. It's a different perspective than serving. I served in Congress too, and both are extremely important, and they're just different in that responsibility that weighs on your shoulder. I often told folks that that is the thing that most times, if something was going to keep me up at night, it was the responsibility that I had being commander-in-chief, recognizing the
Are you
decisions
kidding
that I
me?
made. And I'm sure
Commander-in-chief?
you had this feeling as well, Senator Scott, as governor, that impacted those families, those soldiers.
Oh my God.
and
You
it
don't give a
impacted their
shit about
communities when we
anybody's
pulled them out
families, you
and the
stupid
importance
cunt. You
of that.
slept with,
And
you
when they were bringing
sucked Corey
refugees into the
Lewandowski's
country, I as well
balls. Are you
communicated that to the
kidding me
federal
right
government. They
now?
were bringing
Girlfriend,
refugees, and
you
I
have
asked how they were vetted, how they were
zero
working with their home
credibility with
countries to
me.
find out who they
I
really
wouldn't
were,
fuck
what their
him with
intentions
your
were, and
dick.
why they were coming
Are
to the
you
United
kidding me
States,
right now?
and received no information from
God
this
damn,
administration,
people.
that vetting process was being done, that we knew where they're going. In fact, they kept us in the dark and didn't communicate to us even what states and where those refugees were being placed. So that is something that we need
well, then
to
you should ask
change.
Greg
When we have,
Abbott and Ron
programs
DeSantis, who
that
flew them
fall
all
under
over the
purview of
country in the
Department of
dark of
Homeland
night.
Security, there needs to be communication,
Good morning, Oomph.
especially with the governor, so that we can coordinate to ensure that it's the right thing for that state.
Thank you.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Governor Noem. Really appreciate you being here. Welcome to your family as well.
Thank you.
And families do share in this kind of public service, and we appreciate them very much. As we discussed at our meeting last month, as a former governor, I appreciate the important responsibilities that governors have to ensure the safety and security of their communities, including by managing public safety and emergency agencies. And I will say that in many ways, I agree with some of the things that Senator Scott just said about improving communication between the Department of Homeland Security and governors around who is being sent to states. It's a critical issue and something that I was frustrated by when I was governor. So I look forward to hearing more today about your priorities, if confirmed, about how your experience as governor would help you run the Department of Homeland Security. Let me just start by following up with a question that Senator Peters had also touched on. We have recently in New Hampshire seen a dramatic increase in unauthorized border crossings at the northern border. And when I was at the northern border recently, law enforcement told me about the need for more personnel and resources. We still don't have cell phone coverage.
Pillow guy is out there. He's still rocking around
our northern border.
the Christmas tree.
I've worked with Senator Kramer
Carpet
on
farming.
bipartisan legislation to strengthen our northern
He's doing
border
it.
strategy because it's clear more support is needed. So, Governor, if you're confirmed, would you deploy additional full-time personnel and upgrade equipment along the northern border?
You know, Senator, I enjoyed our meeting that we had and you identifying the northern border issues that are going on, the lack of security and the lack of technologies that you really need to cover some of the landscapes that are there. Very different than the southern border, some just as equally challenging, but all need to be addressed. So I definitely will be working with you to ensure that our northern border is
Yeah, sure. We'll take care of the northern border. Whatever, Maggie.
And we do have to have the resources in order to be successful.
Right.
Oh, really?
That's something I want to work with Congress.
Why didn't
with
they
the
pass
Senate
the
and
bill
House
then
on
to help
ensure
the
that
border
resources
get
are there
stronger?
to meet the challenges that
Why
we have.
didn't you do
We
that?
have
Why
not
didn't you guys
fully
do
utilized
that?
the technologies
Why
that
didn't
are
you do
available
that? I don't know
that are
where
necessary
why
to
this
really
isn't a
secure
question
this
being
country and to
asked. Oh
compete
my
with
God, I
those
hate
bad
life.
actors
I'm
which
sorry.
wish to infiltrate our country. And having the ability to utilize them will make us much more safe. So I'll work
Everything
with you
is
most
stupid.
definitely in ensuring the northern border
Everything
is
is
protected.
stupid.
Well, I appreciate that. And I just note, too, that at the
I need
same
to move
time, there's
away
real
and just
concern in New
stop
Hampshire and all along the
everything.
northern border that we strengthen the border and have the resources we need. We also have a really strong economic relationship with our our friends to the north and a lot of family relationships. So I think it's important that we're smart in the deployment of technology. We don't want to impede that flow of economy and people that's lawful, but we do want to make sure that we have the resources we need. I want to turn to the southern border now. At the southern border, we need significant technological investments to support law enforcement personnel in their efforts to catch fentanyl smugglers, to stop human traffickers, and seize the cash and illegal guns that criminals
Let's just
traffic
listen to Ave
southward
Maria.
to the cartels. And we talked about this a little bit. There's bipartisan support for these investments, and I've worked with colleagues, including Senators Langford and Cornyn, on legislation around these issues. Governor Noem, could you identify specific technological investments that you would make at the southern border, and are you willing to work with me on increasing
I hate
southbound
okay.
inspections?
I changed my mind. I hate hearings.
Yes, certainly, Senator. You've heard President Trump talk about the need to build a wall, and the wall and infrastructure is critically important, but also at our 382 legal ports of entry, we need to have technologies so that flow can happen north and south.
Would you agree that you should have passed the Langford bill, which would have put in machines that actually help detect fentanyl?
Make sure that we're also secure.
Do you know about those?
De minimis shipments are a concern, and the need to look at
Dance
those
party
and
to
how
Ave Maria.
traffickers and fentanyl distributors are using that. I think we also need to use
Ave
scanners,
Maria, the
surveillance,
remix.
Operations. There's new technologies out there to cooperate with satellites in some area where the topography does not necessarily facilitate having actual infrastructure, and then also the ability to make sure that we're utilizing that technology that allows us to know what is going south that might be fueling some of the violence that ends up coming back north, and ensuring that we're stopping that before it has the chance to supply those cartel and bad
good
actors
morning,
that would
good
come in.
evening.
I really appreciate that because the southbound flow, particularly of cash and weapons, fuels the cartels and strengthens them.
Absolutely.
And it's something that we really have to focus on. I also want to follow up on the issue of cybersecurity. Recently, criminals launched a successful cyber attack on Power School, a cloud-based record management system that contains personal information about tens
A lot
of
of
millions
personal information.
of kindergartners through high school
I've run a
seniors,
Power School
including many
database.
students and teachers in New Hampshire.
It has
This
a ton
cyber
of
attack
fucking
on Power
information.
School comes as schools and local governments across the country have seen a surge in cyber
I never heard
attacks on
about
their
Power
systems.
School having
And
a
when
hack.
a small school of maybe a couple of thousand system, maybe 1,000 students or so has to pay $2 million in ransom. I want you to think about what that does to one of our small communities, right? So Governor Noem, if you're confirmed, how will you empower the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency to improve the cybersecurity of state and local governments in the United States?
Well, thank you, Senator. If I am confirmed and have the opportunity to serve as secretary of this department, I'll be following the Constitution and the rule of law, and then getting these departments back on mission to why they were created and why they are existing. What CISA should be doing is helping those small entities, those schools, those local city governments, the state governments, and the small businesses that are critical infrastructure that don't have the resources to stay on top of the critical protections that they need to enact.
Well, let me follow up just quickly on that one point. It's something we
I
discussed
just keep
when we
thinking of
had our
her
meeting. I worked with Senator
giving
Cornyn
Corey
on a
Lewandowski
bipartisan
a
bill
rim
that
job,
became
and
law
that's all I
that
can
created a
focus on right
cybersecurity
now.
grant program for state and local governments. This is in addition to each state getting a cyber coordinator
I'm just like,
to help
can
on the
two
ground. We discussed this
pathetic
program, and I
people
know you as governor had some reservations about the
be
structure
en
of the
flagrant?
program. But if confirmed, will you
Does it make
commit
them
to
any more
working with Congress
interesting?
to adjust
No.
it? I'd love your input about what gave you pause as governor. I think there were only 2 governors who didn't participate in the program. And I hope that as we work on the concerns you
okay,
have,
let's ask
you'd
a
work with me to
question.
adjust and reauthorize
Maggie?
the program.
Yes.
Ask the motherfucking
all
question.
grants within the department will be evaluated when I come in and be looked at to see what we can do to make sure that they're actually fulfilling the
What?
mission to which they were established. What I would say about
What?
the
What does
cybersecurity
that
grants
mean?
in South Dakota, when I came in as governor, one of my main priorities was to bring the next industry into the state. And I determined that that would be technology and cybersecurity. In fact, we have Dakota State University in our state, which is a cybersecurity national leader in training those cyber warriors that we need to protect us and keep us safe. I've since then partnered to grow and double the size of that school. We train a lot of NSA employees.
It was
in
10
South
and now it's
Dakota.
20.
And so understanding
Yeah.
cybersecurity and
That's
my
really
experience
good.
in that, I think, is critically
We
important
really
to the
did it.
department and bringing it to the table to do this.
I did it
We
in
talked about why
between
we didn't take that
blowjobs
cybersecurity grant
for
in South
Corey
Dakota. That's
Lewandowski.
because the requirements of that grant would have caused me to grow my state government. The administration costs of it would have been much more than what it would have been able to facilitate at the local level. And our
Really?
state
So
was
you
already
did a cost-benefit
proactively
analysis?
helping
That's what it
these
sounds like.
individuals
I'd
that
love to see the
needed,
results of
the
that.
resources to
No, I would
secure
love
their
to see the
systems.
results of
Well, I
that. I'm not
appreciate that.
kidding.
I'm way over time. There were very few requirements purposely in that grant program other than to make sure the money was being spent the way we authorized. But let's continue to talk about
will.
that. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, Maggie, nice letting her off the hook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fuck you,
Governor
Maggie
Noem,
Hassan.
Welcome.
Fuck you.
Congratulations on your nomination. I'm delighted to see
Oh
you
my
here.
God, it's Josh
I do
Cotton.
notice the chairman of the Ways and Means
It's
Committee is
Tom
over your
Hawley.
shoulder there. I'd have to question your judgment about who your friends are based on that.
Yeah, Corey
The great
Lewandowski.
chairman
Why'd
from the
you
state of
fuck
Missouri.
him?
It's fantastic to have
Why'd you
you here.
fuck
The
Corey Lewandowski?
Department of
That's what
Homeland
I'd say.
Security is not particularly old.
Why
but
did you let Corey
already
Lewandowski touch your
have
naked
the,
body?
What I hope
Why?
will soon be the distinction
Why?
of succeeding the worst secretary in the history of the Department
Oh
of
my
Homeland
God.
Security.
Give me a
Alejandro
fucking
Mayorkas
break.
has been
Here's
an
who's
absolute
attending. I don't
disgrace to
give a
that
shit
department
about who's
and frankly to
attending.
this country. And I'm delighted to see you willing
So
to step
mad.
up and
No,
serve. Let me
she's
just
not
ask
a
you something. I
Republican. She's a
repeatedly
fucking
asked
Democrat.
your predecessor, when he sat where you're sitting, whether the southern border
Is it
was
true about
secure.
Corey? No.
And he repeatedly told me
they
under oath,
absolutely
it is secure,
fucked.
Senator. And he repeatedly said
Oh, my
under oath, our
God.
policies are working.
He
Senator,
actually
meaning the Biden
groped a
administration policies that,
donor.
of
He
course,
had to
gave
leave
us
the
this
campaign because he
devastating open
groped
border.
a
So let me just
donor.
ask you,
Holy
is the southern
shit.
border secure as we find it today?
Senator, no, the southern
she doesn't
border is
want any more
not secure
Quebecois visiting New
today,
Hampshire.
But in just 3 days, we will have
She
a
doesn't
new
like a good
president in this
Conway
country,
outlet
President
sale.
Donald J. Trump, and
North
he will
Conway.
secure our border.
That is refreshing candor. I'm glad to hear it. Let me ask
Candor?
you about a young man from my state. This is Travis Wolf.
Okay, I need to just shut
He's
my
12 years
fucking
old
trap.
when he was killed just over a year ago by an
You're
illegal
using
migrant
him.
who mowed him down, and I choose my words carefully, mowed him down in a motor vehicle, hit him head on, doing 75 and a 40, killed him. Others were severely injured. Just yesterday, a witness sitting where you are sitting today told this committee that migrant crime is, and I quote, not an actual concern. Not an actual concern.
Oh, that's right. They had
In a
that
before
hearing.
this
We missed
committee
it. I
advising
have
us
a.
to drop
We
the
could
Lake
watch
and Riley
that if
Act
we
and not
have
focus on
time.
migrant crime. You know, in my state, with the death of people like Travis Wolf and Officer David Lee, who was assaulted and killed in St. Louis, and officers in Kansas City who have been assaulted by illegal migrants, and others who have been carjacked and stabbed, would you agree
Does
with
he have
me that
chew in
migrant
his
crime sure as heck
cheek?
is an actual concern and that you intend to
Does
do
he?
something
Does
about
he have
it?
actual chew in his mouth?
Yes, Senator, absolutely. And I am so sorry about Travis and his. My prayers go out to his family. I can't even imagine what that is like.
Can't
And
you?
thank
You shot
for
a
telling his
dog.
story,
What
because
happened when
there's
the
so
dog
many
died?
families in this
What'd
country
that look
have
like?
That same story.
I'm sorry.
And they
I'm in
don't
a really
understand why
bad
the federal
mood.
government
I
is
should put a big
allowing people
warning
to come
sign.
into this country
He's a pig, yeah.
illegally and then perpetuate crimes against their people and then
Gird
give
your
them
loins.
resources
Carla's
and
here.
shelter
Yay,
and food
Carla. Where are
and debit
you?
cards to
Yay.
go take care of their families
I'll
when
use
they
the
go to
same
work every
consideration.
single day to make sure that they're providing for their families
I'll
and
use
are
the
held
same
accountable to
consideration
when
and
they break our
compassion I use for
laws.
my
Let me ask you
puppies.
this. Will you work with President Trump to reinstate the Remain in Mexico program that
What
the
are you
president had
talking
in place
about?
in his first term, which does so much to ensure that those who would seek to abuse our asylum system
Just
are
in.
not allowed
Wait, just
into the
FYI.
country, and those who have legitimate asylum claims,
In
their claims
Canadian
are
committee
processed
hearings,
in due
props and
order
signs
and
are not
due
allowed. I don't think
course,
they're.
but they wait
Oh, I
in
see what you're
Mexico
saying.
until
By
those claims are
people.
fully processed. Will you
By
work to
the
reinstate that program?
ministers
Senator,
or whatever
the
they
President
are.
and I have
Is that what they're
talked
called?
extensively
Ministers?
about this and will 100% partner with him to
It's
reinstate
okay.
the
I'm
Remain
just
in
kidding.
Mexico policy and make sure that it's in place.
Fantastic. I
But
think
yeah,
Travis
no,
might
that's
be
true.
alive today if that
It's true.
policy had been in place. Let me ask you about CBP One, the phone app that I've called concierge service for illegal immigrants. I'm sure you're familiar with it. This was the Biden administration's effort to allow asylum seekers to apply ahead of time using their phones, but not actually to provide any evidence that they needed asylum. There is a newspaper report, a press
Is that on
report
your
that said the
phone
only problem with
traditionally?
the app is it never asks users, are you seeking asylum? They don't ask for any asylum evidence. They simply release these so-called asylum seekers who use the app into the country on parole. Sometimes
Well,
they're
why do
never
you think
given a
people
hearing.
come up
The
here?
Inspector General
What do you
actually
think
did
they're
a
doing?
report, a full
Is
investigation
it just
report
like
on
a,
CBP
oh, let's
One
just
and found that
emigrate? Yeah,
frequently
come on, let's go. It's
users
Sunday.
of this
Let's
app
go.
were claiming the same
Grab your stuff.
addresses in the United States as their intended destination, even though they didn't know each other, they weren't family connections. In other words, it has been completely abused. And the idea that the federal government would pay for this kind of concierge service for illegals, I think, is outrageous. Will you end the use of the CBP One app?
What's wrong
Yes,
with your
Senator,
mouth?
Confirmed, and I have the opportunity to be secretary on day one. CBP One will be shut down. There's data and information in
Okay,
there that we will
wait,
preserve
what?
so that we can ensure we know who's coming into this country and who's
Wait,
already
what?
here. That we
So
need
it's a
to
good
go
thing.
find, but also
Oh,
we make
so
sure
it's a
that
good
there's
thing,
another
but
program,
because
CHNV,
Biden did
which I'm
it,
sure
we don't
you're
want to
very
do it.
familiar with, where our federal government actually paid to fly people into this country directly from other countries without any vetting or knowing who they are. So there's several of these programs that need to be eliminated, and we need to ensure that we're following legal immigration laws.
I'm glad you just mentioned CHNV. This is this is a mass parole program.
I listened to two chuds last night, one American and one Canadian, both stupid as fuck.
Two circumstances, and it requires case-by-case
And the one of
evaluation.
them is like, they're trying to, tell me what the Canadian population is. And the Canadian's like, oh, I think it's like 25 million.
The CHNV program is one of those instances.
25, 30 billion.
To this abuse
These
of our
people,
parole law and our
everybody
asylum
on the
system.
internet,
Yes,
you're all
we will go
stupid.
back to
Fuck off.
case-by-case evaluation of these parole
All you
cases
chuds, all
and
you
ensure that we
fake
have
chuds,
more
all you
resources
fence
if you will partner
riders,
with
you're
us
all
to-
fucking stupid.
To make sure that our legal immigration
God,
system
I
is
just-
fully utilized, that we have
I'm
more
sorry.
judges,
I'm just
more
really
immigration
done with
courts so that we can process people legally
Being
and make sure that they are
ant.
going through that process.
An ant
rather
in the
than
grass.
that, well, like Joe Biden has done, use this as an excuse to allow people to come into our country with no consequences.
Let me ask you about another
With no
low light,
passports?
not a highlight, but a low light of this last administration and DHS. Your predecessor, the current Secretary of DHS, established a disinformation board using taxpayer resources.
Oh, don't
to
you
police
fucking start.
speech on the internet and elsewhere to tag American citizens' viewpoints
Fuck
as
you.
either legitimate or
No,
not legitimate.
don't you say
and use
that.
the power of the state
How
to
dare
censor
you.
them, including having them removed and perhaps
God, this is
penalized.
this is
has
a
got to
level of
be
insulting I
the
never thought
darkest
I'd see.
chapter,
I really
think, in
didn't.
DHS's short
I really
history.
didn't.
He
The
eventually
fucking
withdrew
insulting
the board
idiots
under
took over the
intense
entire
criticism,
goddamn
but has
party.
never fully repudiated it and never promised not to do it
And
again. Will you
if anyone
pledge to us
tells
here
me one
today
more time,
that
oh, both
under
parties are the
your
same,
leadership, there will
shove it up
never
your
be a
motherfucking
disinformation
ass
board or
with a
anything
2x4.
like it at DHS, and you will
Add
be
some
a
nails,
champion
because I
for the
can't
free
stand
speech
you.
and First Amendment
If
rights
you
of all
think these
Americans.
people are the
Senator,
same,
there will not be a board such
you're a
as
bigger
that
idiot
under
than
my
I thought you
leadership at
were.
the Department of Homeland Security.
I'm so done
Fantastic.
with
Let me
them.
ask you in my remaining seconds, just one more thing about the Secret Service. You've mentioned this, and I'm so glad that you did. This committee, and it has been bipartisan, this committee has done bipartisan work on the attempted assassinations, or the assassination attempts, I should perhaps say, of the former president, soon to be the future president, soon to be the president, President Trump. We were stymied at every turn. And I should use the present tense. We are currently being stymied at every turn by the current Secret Service leadership and, frankly, by the leadership of DHS.
No, you're
who
not.
have
He's been
refused
in
to
front
turn
of
over
your
documents,
committee
who
like
refused to
8
make people
fucking million
available for
times.
interviews. We finally had to pass my own law in this committee, which we unanimously adopted, a law, a statute, mind you, which would require DHS and Secret Service to turn over relevant information to us about the assassination attempts. It's unbelievable. When you come to office, to this office, I hope very soon, will you pledge to us that you will open the books on all of the facts
What is wrong with
associated
his
around
mouth?
these assassination attempts, that you will make available to us and to the public, most importantly,
Does he have
all
a
the
pouch
facts,
of tobacco
so that we can
inside
ensure
his
that
cheek?
This never happens again, and that the needed reforms in the Secret Service are put into effect.
Yeah, Senator, if I am the Secretary of
chat is
Homeland
not
Security, I will
catching up.
certainly work with you to build transparency and make sure the facts are shared with you and your committee. I know that you've been very frustrated by the lack of transparency from the department, and I want to thank those of you that have worked on that report that was put
I know,
together
Lee.
on
I
these
wish they had
assassination,
to.
Attempts. I know it was a
I think he
bipartisan
has a
report
fucking
and
little
investigation that this committee
pack of
conducted, and I
tobacco in his
appreciate
cheek.
you focusing on that, and I will work with you to get the
Yeah, what about
information
South
so that
African
you have the
immigrant
truth of really what
technocrats?
happened there and the failures so they can be fixed.
How about that?
Thank you. That's a
Yeah,
great
it's
place
40
to
million
end on a high
people,
note,
and
as I see
but
my
the
friend Senator
Canadian didn't
Blumenthal,
know,
who
and the
did
American was
fantastic work on
equally
this,
as
on this effort.
idiotic.
And it will be an incredible,
Because she, first of all, she referred to people as illegals.
incredible new
The minute
day,
you do
and
that,
incredibly
you're
refreshing to
you're a
have
fucking
DHS
bigot.
Secretary who will
Okay?
tell us the truth,
If you call
who will
people
be honest with
illegals,
us about the facts,
you are
honest
a
with the American
fucking
people, and
bigot.
who will enforce
Sit
our
in your
law. And I know
shit.
you'll do that, Governor Nome. I look forward to supporting your nomination. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Senator Johnson.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome.
I thought
Governor
it was a
Nome,
smaller
and,
percentage too, GP. It's not.
Thank you for being here. Thank
The thing
you
that
for
pisses
visiting
me off,
with
Hegseth not meeting
and
with
thank you
one
to your
Democrat
family
really gets
for
under my skin.
your
Why?
service as
I
well.
know, right?
Let me begin on a high note.
How are
Thank
they
you,
supposed to
Senator Hawley,
lead
for
all of
his
us?
leadership
Oh, I
on
hate
the effort
everything
that I
and everyone.
led with him to
I know, we know nothing
essentially
about
get
the
some
dead,
basic
quote,
facts out of the
assassin.
Secret Service when
Or the
we were
hospital
investigating,
records.
Senator Johnson and I.
There
as
was a time
leaders
when
of
we would
the
know the hospital records of
permit
a
subcommittee on
president or a presidential
investigation,
candidate
helping
getting
lead
shot
it
in the ear.
with, the chairman and ranking
He had a thing with
member here.
Lewandowski,
And
too.
I'm hoping that you've
Ho,
read our report
ho.
and that you will agree to begin implementing
Josh,
its recommendations, which call
Lee.
for major reforms. In my view, a house cleaning top to bottom in the Secret Service and greater transparency with
And the
this
clown
committee
shows
and with
continue,
the
unabated.
American public.
Yes, sir. I will certainly work with you to do that and to work to make sure that we have that transparency, and the committee has the
I can tell
information
Monday's
that
going to
it
be a
needs
hard
to
day
do
for
due
me.
diligence of its
I think
oversight.
it's going to be a hard day for everybody.
Yep.
Senator Johnson and I have
I would lower your
discussed it, and
expectations
we
about
will
my
be
cheeriness on
making
Monday.
more requests to pursue the fact-finding that is so important. I want to ask you about disaster relief. California
It was just Holly. I thought it was an abscess, but it was just
The
Holly.
fires raging there are going to leave destruction and and devastation.
Blame it on the
that is-
alcohol. Blame it on the.
I am really disappointed with some of the statements that President-elect Trump has made.
Are you
For
disappointed?
example,
Good.
saying that, quote, we won't give him, referring to Governor Newsom, money to put out all his fires, and if we don't give him money to put out fires, he's got a problem. The specter is there of potential discrimination based on politics, withholding money from California or other states. It's not an unfounded fear. In the last administration, there were public reports about President Trump withholding money from the state of Washington because of his disagreements with Governor Inslee. Connecticut, like the rest of the nation, suffers from these natural disasters. Most recently, in August, we were hit by major flooding, and these natural disasters are going to become more frequent, as will be the need for the federal government to meet the requests for declarations of natural disaster. I assume you will agree with me that withholding disaster relief by President Trump or any other chief executive of the United States is a violation of his duty and of law.
Well, Senator, leadership has consequences. And looking at the tragedy that's happening in California.
Oh, don't you fucking come for my governor. Don't you fucking come for my governor, you stupid cunt.
The ramification of many decisions over many years. But under my leadership at the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, did we not teach our embers not to fly when we had high winds? Is that what we taught?
Delivered to the American
so if
people.
President Trump were to say to you, we're going to withhold money from Connecticut or Michigan or any of the states, Iowa, because we don't like the governor or we don't like the politics of the state, you would stand up to him and say, Mr. President, we need to allocate that money.
Well, Senator, in 3 days, President Trump will take an oath to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law in this country, and he will do that, and I'll be glad to have him back.
Really?
And I
don't
assume
see
that's
really
hypotheticals,
Bitch.
which is what you're asking me to do. But what I will tell you is that as secretary, I will do the same. I will deliver the programs as the
Well, it's
laws
more than a
dictate.
hypothetical, with all due respect, and I apologize for interrupting you, but my time is
He
limited,
just
as you
fucking
know,
said that.
as a veteran of
He
these
just
years.
fucking said that.
It's more than a hypothetical. It's based on experience with President Trump withholding money
And
from
what he
Washington
just
State
said.
and elsewhere. I need to know from you, will you stand up to the president and say, no, the Constitution and the Impoundment Act requires us, for example, to allocate the $100 billion that we have just appropriated in the last session to states like Connecticut, $3 million, Texas, $10 million, almost every one of the states represented here. Will you say no to the president if he withholds that money?
Sir, I don't know about the scenarios that you're referencing with President Trump, but what I will tell you is that if given the chance to be Secretary of Homeland Security, that I will deliver the programs according to the law and that it will be done with no political bias. And if the programs change or if you decide to change the rule of law, then I will follow that while
So you
adhering to the
pledge
Constitution.
to allocate and distribute that $100 billion.
According to how the program is written, with no political bias. Every American deserves to be there.
Her
and
eyes
have
got a little
disaster
bigger at
relief
that
the
one.
Same as their neighbors.
Basically following the law.
Yes.
Let me ask you, Senator Peters.
Like this
asked
means
about
anything.
homegrown terrorists.
That's what kills me.
The New
I don't mind it on the
Orleans
record.
Tragedy was the result of a homegrown terrorist born in this country, radicalized by ISIS. And it reflects the reason why the intelligence community, the FBI, almost all of our law enforcement has said repeatedly, domestic violent extremism is the most lethal and persistent threat to our security. That terrorist was radicalized by ISIS. The investigation is underway. We don't know all the facts, but we do know that he was a military veteran, and ISIS.
That's exactly right,
was
Neil, by the way.
responsible for
What, you're
radicalizing.
thinking like a MAGA.
Shouldn't we focus on ISIS as a threat.
Good job,
to
Neil.
this country's
Way to go.
security.
Senator, certainly we should be focused on all threats to this nation's security. That's the mission of the Department of Homeland Security. And
I read it.
homegrown terrorism is growing. We have more
Yeah.
and more incidences. The tragedy we saw and the terrorist attack
What
in
will
New
you do
Orleans
to
was
It's
combat
growing?
it? What will you do to stop ISIS and other
Yeah, don't Blumenthal. Come on now.
extremist organization from radicalizing
Go
people
for
in this
it.
country?
Talk about the
Well, certainly,
domestic.
Senator, I'll continue to work with the administration and our partners and the Department of Defense, the intelligence agencies, also within
Crispy
Secretary of
gnome.
State and the other branches and cabinet officials to make sure we're bringing all resources to bear to identify
Yeah, me
and
too.
to stop these types of terrorist activities.
Me
What
too.
I would say
I would too.
is the cybersecurity
Guilty.
and intelligence elements that we have within the Department of Homeland Security have been incredibly siloed. They have not communicated with other intelligence agencies like they should and partnered. INA has some interaction, but not enough. And we also need to have CISA have interaction with the FBI, CIA to make sure they're working together to stop these types of threats and identify when they're growing among our citizens and how they
My time
become
has expired.
radicalized.
This area of
Why don't
question,
you
I think,
ask her
is
about white
supremely
supremacy as a
important.
threat to
I
America?
know there's a lot of focus on the border. We all want more border security. We want to stop migrant crime, but let's not take our eye off the ball. The governor of Louisiana for the Super Bowl ought to be really riveted on the potential for homegrown terrorism as a threat. And I hope that you will help him and other governors to do their duty to protect the people of the United States from that homegrown terrorist threat. Thank you.
I look forward to working.
Doesn't talk about white
Thank you,
supremacy.
Senator
Okay.
Johnson. Governor Nome, thank you so much for being
Oh,
here
really?
today.
By
And I want to thank you
10?
for your continuing service, the service that you had as a member of Congress, the service
10
that
what
you
time?
have displayed as a governor of the great
Yeah,
state
you're right,
of
GP.
South Dakota, our neighbor to the northwest, and for being willing to step up and take on this
And I
immense
thought ISIS was gone.
responsibility.
What happened?
So thank you so very much. We had such a good discussion when you came to my office in the last several weeks, and we talked about the importance of securing our border and fixing our broken immigration system. And I'd like to start today by sharing a story about one of my constituents from Council Bluffs, Iowa. And what we have seen through this broken border is tragedy that strikes so many families across the United States. So very similar to the story that was shared by my colleague from Missouri with his constituent, Mr. Wolf. I have a young woman by the name of Sarah Root who encountered tragedy.
Yes,
on
Neil, they're
January
both ladies of the
31st,
farm.
9 years ago.
They are both
so Sarah Root
ladies.
was struck and killed by an illegal immigrant.
Ladies
who
of
was
the
drunk
animal
driving. He was driving
people
at 3
impactors.
times the legal limit of alcohol.
Ooh, the head of
And
the Bank of
Sarah's killer
Canada.
was
Ooh,
bonded
Jane.
out.
Ooh,
Bonded out before the Roots.
that's good. A
laid
lot of
her
chuds don't
to
like
rest.
Polyev.
He fled
God
the
damn it.
country and has not been
A lot of Canadian
seen
chuds I hear don't
or
really
heard
like him,
from
so that's interesting.
since. The Root family
Oopsie.
has not seen justice.
Oh, that's right. She wore bread bags on her feet. That's
so,
right.
Governor,
Well, good
how
for
do
her.
you plan to prioritize the detention and deportation of illegal immigrants?
Oh,
like
they might. You're
Sarah's
right,
killer?
butterflies.
Well, yes, Senator, thank you for telling Sarah's story. I remember when this happened because it was so close to home and so devastating for her and her family and the entire state of Iowa and our country. President Trump is focused on making sure that these types of situations don't happen again, that we don't continue to lose our children and our family members to illegal immigrants.
No, I'm glad. It's just going to cause a little boop, boop, boo,
and then are
doodly
released
boop,
with no
boo, doodly boop, it
consequences. So the
doo.
number one priority of the president is to secure the border and to deport these criminal actors immediately and as soon as possible. They will be the number one priority to make our communities safer and so that we don't have this kind of situation going forward. In fact, people, I think when they first heard my name being mentioned and nominated for the Department of Homeland Security, maybe thought it was a little bit of a surprise. Like, oh, I didn't think about Christy doing that job. But I tell people the reason that I asked
Oh,
for it
you
is
don't
because I
even
knew
know,
it was the
Christy.
president's
You don't
number
even
one
know the
priority.
amount of jobs we
I
didn't
knew
think
that
you'd
it
be
would
doing.
needed to have someone in a
You have no
position that would
clue.
do what the president promised the American people, would be strong enough to do it, and follow through to make sure that we're
Clump isn't
protecting
even
our
aware of
communities
what day
and
it
America,
is.
but that also came at it from a perspective of how these families feel.
They're going to tell him to
There
get on a
was
plane
wife and a mom
on
and a
Sunday and
grandmother,
go to a
and we'd be able
rally, and
to
then they're going to
stand
tell
up
him to
and
get on
communicate
another
to the American
plane
people what we were
to
doing
go to
and why we
D.C.
were, because it's what they asked us to do. I have 3 grandchildren and 1 more on the way, and when I look at little Miss Addie every day, I just think, what kind of a country is she going to grow up in? What kind of a country will we leave her and her brother and his sister? And I don't want them to think that their grandma sat on the sidelines and didn't do all that she could. So I will enforce the Constitution.
Will they know
and the
about their
law, and I will
grandma
make sure that when people
having an extramarital affair with
enact
Corey
horrific
Lewandowski?
things like this that happened to Sarah and her family, that there will be consequences for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I
as a
think
fellow
I
grandma,
poked myself in the
know
eye
that
this
you
morning.
are
God, my
perfectly
eyes are just in
positioned
trouble.
to enforce this.
Yeah, we used to
I
put
do
bread
wanna
bags
move
before our
on
boots to play in the
another
snow. I know,
topic that
actually,
we
so did
visited
my
about
dad.
in my office. So
They
I'm
put
the founder
bags
and the
on
chair
their
of the
feet.
Doge
It's
Senate
perfect
Caucus. And so
in
we
this
do
in the
need greater
winter,
government efficiency.
and it keeps your feet
And I do
warmer.
believe in
So
order
yeah,
to do that,
no, it's totally
we
true.
need
But she tells that
less of
story
our
like it's
employees
some,
teleworking,
I guess,
and
so,
more
but
of those
well, it was just extra
government
warmth.
workers back in the office working for our constituents. And to that end, it ties together then too.
She's poverty
we
washing
just found
herself.
out that the Treasury
Saying, "Look at
Department had a
me, I was
cyber
poor.
attack on December
Not now, but I
8th
was.
from China.
I was so poor."
And
I know.
no
It's
surprise
actually,
here,
like,
they
very
access
practical.
servers through work
Wait, they had
from
sliced
home
bread?
software. So it
Yeah.
all ties
Will they?
together. We
Thank
need
you,
more
Lee.
people
This is the
back
best
in the
quote of the day.
offices,
Will they know about the
making
rights that their
sure
grandmother
any
kept from
communications
them?
are secured, any work is secured, and to that, I know the Biden administration has put a huge emphasis on the cyber bureaucracy.
I mean, it's
But
practical.
they haven't really done anything about it.
And what are you going to do
they
with old
haven't
bread
given
bags? They're
any,
just going to be thrown away. They might as well have a
authority,
purpose.
to those that are enforcing the standards. So we need to enforce the standards that are set forth to make sure the cybersecurity is truly there. But what can DHS do? One, with telework, how do we get the employees back? And then 2, how
Oh,
do we
man.
make
I
sure
knew that
our
was going to be an
systems
issue.
are secure from
I
these
just knew that was going to
cyber
be an issue.
Well, Senator, thank you for focusing on remote work and the need to get people back in their offices and accountable to the work that they
Damn
do. In fact, I've
Better
heard,
living through
since
chemistry.
being nominated for this position, that many of the agencies within the department are not showing up. They're not doing their jobs. But even FEMA, who is
Yes, Paul J.
responsible for
Yes,
disaster
Paul J.
response, that they have the alternative. Some of these employees
It
do
does,
not even
that
respond
helps.
to a disaster.
See?
Which
So
might
many
explain,
uses.
the horrific results that we saw in North Carolina.
They're
when
bread
they
bags.
had such a terrible disaster
Not
that
just for
impacted
bread
families
anymore.
and communities, and FEMA failed them so miserably. If it's not even
Why do they
a
want to do that,
responsibility of them to show
butterflies?
up
Oh,
when
I
terrible
really want to
things
go to
happen, What
Costco.
other day-to-day activities are not
That
getting
sounds
done
like fun.
because they're working from
The
home or not
PM's
doing their
office
job
has
at
been
all.
detailed
You
about
talked
his
about
trips as he's
cybersecurity
received
and the
death
need
threats and
to
has been
ensure
stalked
that
while
our
on
systems are
vacation.
safe and secure.
Carney announced his
One of the things
candidacy
that
only
disturbs me
yesterday.
the most is
Interesting,
that
Neil.
we don't necessarily even know how some of these espionage attacks that have infiltrated our systems
I hear you,
have
Paul.
happened.
Thank
We don't
goodness,
know how to
right?
stop them yet. We don't have the knowledge, and that our
That's
departments
a big one.
intelligence agencies and cybersecurity agencies have become siloed and aren't working together to stay in front of these bad actors. But many times our most vulnerable area happens at the state and local level. Some of these smaller entities that feed
I recognize the
information into
woman
our
behind
systems is
her in
where
the
they
suit
choose to infiltrate and get our data
with the dark hair,
and
but
to
I don't know
really,
what her name
hold for
is.
ransom
Does anyone
many of these
recognize that
companies
woman?
and then impact our federal systems as
I
well.
feel like
So
I
one of
recognize
the
her, but
first
I
meetings
can't put a
had
name
when
to
I
the
was elected
face.
governor with the former governor during the transition was he said the number one priority you're going to have as governor is to secure our systems. He said our systems are so antiquated, and we've had over 16,000 hacking
don't know.
attempts in just the last month. You need to secure our systems and get it done. So that was a priority for me. And to do
It's
that,
tonight.
And we fully funded
Movies
it and
tonight.
got it done in South
Tonight,
Dakota,
tonight,
and it's being implemented
tonight.
today. I look forward to doing that at the federal level.
Oh,
to
comedy?
Make sure that people's data and
Oh,
information is safe, but also
well,
our country is safe from these bad actors that have a plan to take us out.
Well, thank you. My time has expired, but I
Oh,
do
it
want
sure
to
has.
end
You've
on
been
a
going
note
for like
that,
10 minutes.
Another
My
thing that I
God,
do
what
truly
rules? Where's the rules in this
appreciate
committee?
about you and your
Yes,
nomination
our tonight.
is that as
Yeah.
a governor, you have
You're right.
worked
That's right.
with those local
That's right. Now I know.
constituents.
Oops. Oh, shit. Ah. Sorry.
And I know that
My
this
fault.
will be an incredible strength that will ensure continued success.
I was just
for
going to
you
turn them
within
down
the
a little bit so I'm
department.
not
So
screaming.
Thank you, Governor, very much. Thank you, Mr.
Tonight
Chair.
we were supposed to
Senator
do
Kim.
Escape from
Thank you,
New
Chair.
York
Governor,
and
it's good to
Escape
see
from
you.
LA.
Thanks for coming before our committee. I wanted to just
Escape from
ask
New
you,
York, which
not
are
just about your
kind
work,
of
but how
horror
it's gonna
movies,
fit
I guess,
into the
or
broader
thrillers, or
incoming
guess I
Trump
don't know,
administration. In
futuristic science
particular,
fiction.
I guess I'm uncertain.
Parts of them are funny because they're
about roles
from
and
the 80s.
responsibilities regarding your position and Tom Homan's.
I can be
I
convinced
guess I just wanna
otherwise, but
ask you
that's
just
what my
point
plan
blank,
was.
like,
And
who's
that's
gonna be
starting
in
at
charge of
6
the border?
p.m.
Well,
Pacific.
the president will be in charge of the border. It's a national security
I love
issue,
Costco. I
and,
really
the
do. And I love the
president
Costco
is in
CEO.
charge
I
of
think
this
he's a
country
wonderful person.
and has made a promise to the American people, and we will fulfill his agenda.
Well, that was a good answer. It's the answer I would have given as well. But I guess I got confused. When Trump made the announcement about Tom Homan, he said, quote, I'm pleased to announce that Tom Homan, and said that he's in charge of our nation's borders. So I guess, again, I'd just like to go back to you. How are you going to work with Mr. Homan? What is the division there? I'm trying to get a better sense of who's in charge.
Yeah,
Something was
Tom
funky
Homan
with a
is
copyright
an
on it,
incredible
but
human
I don't
being
know.
who has
I'll
over
go in
30
and
years
see
of
what the
experience.
listing
Incredible
is.
experience.
I'll go in
Yeah,
and see
that
what the
border
listing
and
is.
the insight and wisdom.
Lee, I'll find it. I meant to go back and look at that, but I got some funky messages from YouTube about it, and I couldn't quite understand how to resolve it.
USCIS.
Yes, I
Tom
love
Homan has a
Adrienne
direct line
Barbeau.
to the
Oh my God, I
president.
love
He
her
is
so
an
much.
advisor to the president, the border
Yeah,
czar.
sort of comedy.
I obviously will be, if nominated,
An American
and confirmed,
spirit.
and put into the
Pepper! Hi,
position of being the
darling. Hi,
Department of Homeland
sister.
Security Secretary and responsible for the authorities.
I know they
that we
hate
have
Trudeau
and
like the
actions
MAGAs
that we
hate
take.
Biden. I watched some
I
of
say this
Biden being
because
given an
I
award
actually wanna
yesterday.
make
The
sure
things
that
they were
we're
saying about the president
empowering
and the first
the
lady were
next,
despicable. Yes,
Secretary of
butterflies, it's
Homeland
gross.
Security.
Yes.
You know, in the
They're so
legislation
hypocritical.
that was
They're
codified
so
by
fucking
Congress that moved forward,
hypocritical.
that started this after September 11th, said, quote,
Yeah,
all
no judge
functions
allowed.
of all offices, employees, and organizational units of the department are vested in the secretary. So I guess the reason why I mentioned this is I've just seen some quotes from Mr. Homan where he said, quote, I'll be making decisions on border security and deportation. He was asked in another interview about the stronger role that he'll play, and he said, absolutely, I'll be making decisions on how we do the border. So I just raise that as a concern of mine, because not only is that about the function of our executive branch, but also the capabilities of this committee to be able to properly do our constitutional duties for oversight, the ability for us to be able to have that conversation. We can talk to you, engage with you. That is the direct way. But if he is going to be making decisions, then he should come before this committee as well. And I know that that's something where, as far as I know, his role will be directly at the White House, is not something that will be under the purview directly of this committee. So I just wanted to raise those concerns.
Yeah, Tom and I work very well together and talk and communicate all the time, and we'll be working together on a daily basis when we're in our positions under the new administration. And I would say there's no authorities being planned to be taken away from the department or myself if I'm in the role, and
But
we'll
it sends
continue
some
to
mixed
oversee
signals.
CBP.
You can understand how people in my home state, maybe around the country, when they hear Mr. Homan saying, I'm making the decisions, when they hear President-elect Trump say he's in charge of our border. So, I urge, that we're going to try to do our best to try to make sure we're empowering the department, empowering the next secretary, because that's where, our laws are invested in our decision making.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Senator, and we'll make sure you have all the information that you need. And Tom working directly with the president and I working directly with the president hope to help you get all that you need to reassured that the authorities will stay the same as they currently are, but we will continue to work to secure that border and make sure that we're working together in that way.
I want to just switch gears about you raised the concerns about terrorism, especially foreign terrorist groups. I guess I just want to ask you, what are the major foreign terrorist groups that are, well, first of all, what are the major foreign terrorist groups that are out there that we're tracking? Which are the ones that are concerns to us in terms of potentially trying to inspire or coordinate an attack upon us? And if you can just give me a sense of what their current capabilities are to try to enact that.
Well, I think we face a lot of threats, Senator, and since I'm not in the role today, I shouldn't get into specifics with you, but I think
you can at least get
overseas-
specifics about what
Are you aware of
organizations that
any?
are out
Let's
there.
ask
I
her
just wanted to
that.
get a sense of
Lowball
your
it.
knowledge of the
all the
organizations.
traditional terrorist organizations that have always
Traditional
threatened the
ones?
United
Which ones?
States, but
Such
I would
as?
also say I would say Hamas, ISIS, continuing down that path of those terrorist organizations.
Which one? Which other ones?
We'll continue to also focus, though, not just on those, but also the cartels, their partnership
which
with
cartels?
the Chinese.
Which cartels?
And what they are doing.
Which cartels?
Listen, I've told people for years,
Which cartels?
for over 30 years, I've worked on national policy, on food policy.
Oh, definitely
on
Amazon.
policy,
Damn it, I
and
really
I've
can't
seen
find my other
the Chinese
Amazon
agenda
wig,
to infiltrate our
which I
country,
am going to
control our food
find.
supply chain,
I might
but
wear
also
that on
their
Inauguration
manipulation
Day.
of their currency and
I'll
stealing
wear
our
my
IP.
my
And now I believe that
balayage
this fentanyl
wig
crisis
that I got
they
from
have flooded
Amazon
our country with
for
is
probably
geared, and the purpose
$26.
of it is to kill our next generation of
I'll wear
Americans.
that. No problem. I got
don't
you.
discount the
So when
importance
you
of those.
focus on one or two groups, I think it takes your eye off the ball as to where all the threats could come from. We just spent a significant amount of time talking about homegrown terrorism as well.
Correct. And I'm
about
glad we're having that
Did we
conversation.
spend
But
a
the reason why I
significant
mentioned
amount of
this
time?
I was not trying to quiz you or anything of that nature. It's just that, when the Department of Homeland Security, when
you
their threat
can.
assessment for 2025 lists 3 organizations, lists Al-Qaeda, lists ISIS, in particular ISIS Khorasan, and the IRGC and the threat from Iran. I just want to make sure
Oopsie.
that I get it. You're talking about the importance of the border. We all understand that. We want to work with the incoming administration to try to have an orderly process, one with that. But I just want to make sure that in particular DHS, the primary mission, if we look at the founding legislation, the primary mission, the very first mission is prevent terrorist attacks within the United States and do everything we can to minimize that type of threat. So, yes, I do think it's important for us to focus in on 1, 2, or 3, or just wherever these terrorist groups are at. Yes, I know that part of that effort to try to minimize terrorist attacks is through through the work that we try to do to secure our borders, all of them, air, sea, and land. But the primary mission is about preventing terrorism, not just the border security. That's a tool to be able to accomplish that. So I just raise that with you. I want to make sure that the next Homeland Security Secretary has a very detailed knowledge and understanding about the terrorist groups, their capabilities, and is tracking that.
I think the
on
3%ers are actually a bigger
and that they understand that is their
membership.
top
I
mission.
was doing
With that,
some
I'll
research
yield
on
back to
that
the
a
chair.
while back, and now I
Senator
can't recall. I
Johnson.
let it go.
Governor Nome, welcome, and thank you for your willingness to serve. You'll be taking over a massive federal government agency, 240,000 employees. It's probably too massive. I think had I been there back then, I don't think it would have assembled these 22 different agencies in this massive department, but that's what we've got. It's a department that the previous administration, I think, has completely misused. Instead of using Customs and Border Protection to do that, to protect our border and secure it, they've utilized those resources to incentivize a massive influx of illegal immigration. Instead of using the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency to do that, they instead engaged in mission creep and utilized it to censor Americans with the Misinformation Board. I am concerned about disaster relief, just federal disaster relief in general, creating greater and greater and increasing levels of moral hazard, resulting in higher costs of these disasters. So let's cover each one of those kind of in order. How do you gain control over a massive agency whose resources and personnel have been misused? I mean, how do you root out those individuals who, instead of securing our border, opened it up and facilitated this?
Well, Senator, this has been a big topic of conversation in most of the meetings that I've had with the members of this committee was how do we fix this agency, which the reputation is that it's broken and dysfunctional. I think that was the question I get asked the most is why would you want to head up such a dysfunctional department? And I would say that because the mission of the department is to secure the homeland and our people. It's our biggest vulnerability right now. And we have a president that's not enforcing the law. And I don't believe the law should
That's not true.
Be unequally
That's a
applied.
lie.
Everyone should be subject
You're
to our laws, and a
lying.
nation without
Stupid.
laws and without borders is not a nation at all. So I will work by ensuring one of the things that Senator Ernst talked about, people have to show up for work.
Oh, bye, Neil.
there's
Have a
gonna be
good
a
appointment,
majority of people
darling.
who don't
Oh,
have
hope
their
you, all
primary
right. I
mission
hope
to
you
secure
do
the
join. I'll
homeland,
be watching my
that if they don't
messages
wanna
to
show
hear
up for
from
work,
you.
then maybe they're just not truly passionate
All
about
right,
protecting
yeah,
America.
tell them, Lee.
I think they need to
It's
do
not
that,
what
and they need to
CBP does. The
recognize
fact
what
that
their
they
job
skip the
is.
trade part of their
morale
mission
in
is
DHS
concerning.
is very low. I'm gonna let
Huge.
people do their jobs. I'm gonna remind them
because
what
she's
their
a
jobs
Barbie
are.
doll
Some of
set up
these
in a
Border Patrol agents haven't been
case.
able to do their jobs for a very long time. They've been
And I don't say
processing
that
paperwork
lightly.
and facilitating an invasion when they should be back securing our border, which is why they were recruited and wanted to serve there to begin with. We're going to build partnerships with local law enforcement, with ICE and task forces. So we're communicating again with local sheriffs and mayors and law enforcement to partner together. When you talk about the fact that this is such a broken and agency that needs so much improvement, a lot of it goes back to why we're recreated and are we fulfilling that mission and making sure that these individuals are getting back on task.
So under my chairmanship and under the Trump administration, we did rename
Can
part
anyone
of
just
the
give me a fucking
DHS,
list?
the Cybersecurity Information Security Agency. I in no way, shape, or form ever contemplated
Oh, it's
that
Russian
the
Ron.
sub-agency
Oh,
within
there you
DHS
go.
that was really focused on securing us against the cyber threats and other threats to our infrastructure would ever be used to violate the Constitution the way it was used to violate the Constitution under the Biden administration. This administration has been completely opaque. We do not have the information to know in the communication in terms of what all happened here. So my question relates to how they misused CISA. Will you commit to providing the transparency, providing the information, investigate it yourself, but provide this committee, my subcommittee, the information to expose the truth to the American public, but even more importantly, propose a piece of legislation based on our investigation, based on those results, to fix it so that no administration can ever misuse the language of the law to commit that kind of unconstitutional act and violate people's First Amendment rights.
Yeah, Senator, I look forward to working with you on that. And I think what we saw during the COVID pandemic, the actions of CISA, their misinformation and disinformation campaign, the materials they were putting out was shocking. Shocking at what they were doing to decide what was truth, what wasn't, and how they were trying to manipulate the American people. We saw it in elections and Russia influence as well. And so ensuring that they can't do that in the future under any administration would be a priority, that they stay doing what they're supposed to do, and hardening our systems and working with local officials to do that is a priority. And I'd look forward to working with you on legislation should you wish to rein them in.
So the first step in that process is to expose the truth, to find out who these bad actors were, expose who they were, hold them accountable. I mean, that is crucial that we take that first step. So again, look forward to working with you on that. You know, the tragedy of the California fires, the more we learn, the more we understand that not only was it predictable, it was predicted, which means it was preventable.
Excuse me?
Again, you're not going to be, you can't prevent the initiation of those fires, but you certainly prevent them from raging into the tragedy that they became, the dozens of people who've lost their lives, the hundreds of billions of dollars worth of property damage. It's not just California, though. I mean, again, that was grotesque mismanagement. That could have been prevented. You can't prevent a hurricane. You can't prevent floods. But you certainly can try and start reducing the moral hazard.
The moral hazard?
To explode, quite honestly, by the federal government.
The moral hazard?
Rushing in immediately, no questions asked. Just tell us how big a check you want.
No, he didn't. That's not what he said. He said he would help them recoup the cost of fighting it.
Role to try and start reducing
Are
over
you
time
kidding me?
the moral hazard that we have created in this country with federal disaster relief?
Well, Senator, emergencies and disasters are always locally led. They're led by the local communities and leaders And that's because they're much more responsive and much better informed on how to bring relief and to get those emergency services there to meet the need. Then it's state supported and federally
He's a craven
resourced,
dick.
which means that when we come in, that we're supporting what the mission is, what those emergency operations and plans are that the local city and county and then also the state has implemented and do what we can to fulfill the mission of our programs. One of the things that FEMA's not doing today that I think we should be doing is streamlining communications. We saw this in New Orleans. We saw it in other terrorist attacks in the country. And you just referenced it as well about the American people not getting the truth, senators not getting the truth and the transparency that we need, is that I believe FEMA can always put out a blueprint for what a response would be should something terrible happen. And when we look at the Secret Service, what happened in Butler, we saw that communication
Does she
was
not
an
think
issue.
that's happening?
That the Secret Service wasn't communicating and balls were getting dropped.
Sorry,
with
my
local
microphone's
authorities, local
not
law
working, so
enforcement, and we can
apologies.
put forward a blueprint for how communication can happen and be streamlined between the federal government, the state, and the local entities, so that should something happen, this is how we talk
House
to
of
each
Craven
other,
Dick.
to make sure that the public has the facts, they're not getting misinformation, which happened with the New Orleans terror attack just recently, but also up in Pennsylvania as well. That blueprint is what we do at the state level that FEMA has failed to do, to proactively educate the public on what everybody's roles are, what we do should something happen, whether it be a natural disaster or a terrorist attack or an emergency response is needed.
So are you saying
that
you
we
just
can
let
put out
everybody
those
know what your
blueprints ahead of
plans
time,
are? Because that
educate
sounds a
people,
little like
train
bad
those
OPSEC.
local entities, which they currently do to a certain extent today, but not good enough to really know that not only can the resources be pre-deployed in many of these situations so that they're more readily accessible, but also how are we going to communicate and make sure everybody's on the same page so that we can be much more efficient. I wish that we would have had different leadership and a different governor in California, or we might have a different result there. But in the Department of Homeland Security, we can do all that we can to make sure
This
that
governor, he
that
has
the
his
people that
problems.
live
Don't
in
get me wrong. Let's
California
talk about
know
the
that they're
homeless
going to get a
situation. Let's
response
also
from the
talk
federal
about
government that's appropriate, and we
using
did all that we could to make
incarcerated
sure that they had
individuals
the
as
information
slave
ahead of time
labor.
so they could protect
Let's talk about
themselves
those two
when
things
they do
first,
have a
and then we
failure in
can talk
leadership
about a
like we've
host of
seen.
other things.
Thank you and
But
good
frankly,
luck.
he's a good governor.
Since Senator
Okay?
Johnson brought up
And I like how he
California
fights
fires,
for
I have to
the
interject
right
here.
things.
We talked
So
about burn
shut the fuck
policies,
up,
you
you
know, these are
stupid
local
cunt. We don't
policies, how
want
we try
you.
to
We
not have
pay
so much
your
brush and things like
disability
that. They're
payments,
also
you
next
stupid
to the
cunt.
largest body of water in the world, the Pacific Ocean. So I see these homes all burning on the beach in Malibu, and I'm like, wow, if they just had a generator and a hose, you start sucking the water out of the Pacific Ocean. But you could do more than that. You could pump it and put it in cisterns up in the hills a mile or two in. You know, it doesn't rain very much there, but why don't they take the ocean water, put it in cisterns, and have a bunch of water ready when a wildfire shows up? But it's like, once again, bad local government. Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Governor, for your attendance, and I appreciate us meeting last
Ruben,
week. And,
give
frank
it to her,
conversation.
please.
So in partly following up to our conversation, in recent years, I've been in very close contact with our Arizona border communities, which are unlike other border communities, and about the funding needs to address
Sorry, not sorry.
migrant influxes
Generally,
through the
we
Shelter
like
and
him.
Services Program, or SSP. Without this funding, border communities must bear all the financial burden for national immigration challenges and the broken border in general. So that means police, fire, hospital systems, in general, anything of that. And at the same time, they will also face the potential challenges of street releases. And again, these are very small towns on the border, so having
We call him
thousands of people
Perm
being
Boy,
released,
Pepper.
becomes both
Perm
burdensome
Boy. That's
security
what we call
issues
him.
and just not fair to them. And we get lumped in with places like New York and Chicago about
Magical
how they do their
pumps.
shelter programs. Our shelter programs are not the same as New York and Chicago. We do not permanently put people in apartments or anything of that nature. We are trying to move people away from the border so that way they don't become a burden on these very, very small communities. So I'm very highly concerned, as I told you in our meeting, when the SSP program becomes politicized and to the point where we get lumped in with those programs I don't think are effective and are actually counterproductive, and it ends up depriving our small Arizona borders of these very, very vital funds that they need. So as DHS Secretary, how would you ensure that border communities are not left to respond to and pay for these immigration influxes, the broken border
Max,
system
spot
on their own?
Perm
And
Boy.
you commit to helping really not politicize or just join the SSB program to the point where places that are doing things correctly, like Yuma, Arizona, like Pima County, like Cochise County, aren't lumped in with the people that are doing things incorrectly, like New York State and Chicago.
Well, Senator, thank you for the conversation in your office about the program, FEMA, the southern border and the challenges, and then also the difference between your state and how you utilize funds versus other states. I would say that my hope is that if given the opportunity to serve as secretary, that the federal government would no longer, and I believe as President Trump has promised the American people, facilitate an illegal alien invasion, and that your communities in Arizona would no longer have the issue with having people in your small towns and communities that you need to figure out how to take care of and get them to
Who's
where
the
they want
meat
to go in
bucket
other
behind
places
her
of the
that's
country.
like nodding along like a bobblehead
He will
boy?
secure the border, that we will uphold
Ooh,
our
nice,
nation's laws,
easily. I love it.
and that he will do that to the benefit and be putting America first again. So I know we talked extensively about the SSP program and how you've utilized it, but getting these programs back to what they were intended is important. FEMA is a disaster response agency, and some of the facilities that have been utilizing these types of funds and dollars need to be reevaluated and to make sure that it's truly doing the service that is upholding our nation's laws.
And certainly I understand reevaluating, especially how some of these states have been using it. In an ideal world, we don't have to have a program like that because we don't have this mass of humanity that's coming towards our borders. But even under the first Trump administration, we actually still needed it also. So this is why my concern is to not get rid of this program because, again, these small communities, I'm talking communities of maybe 10,000 people, maybe only 6 or 7 cops are going to end up really bearing the brunt. And we are not a big state. We can't really compensate for those types of losses. These small communities are also largely in, you come from a rural state, counties that are largely rural with a lot of federal land, so they actually don't even have a tax base. So when the broken immigration system sends people to these borders and we end up not having to have enough, these communities don't have enough money to pay for cops, firefighters, overtime for hospital systems, it's that type of program that keeps these small communities afloat. So I just want to make sure, that again, this does not become politicized and that we are kept separate from, I think, the mistakes that other states have taken on. Moving on, in Arizona, we have large parts of the border that run through tribal lands. We have 22 federally recognized tribes. We have great relationships with these tribes. They want to be collaborative partners when it comes to border security. And we have some great programs that have worked in the past. For example, the Shadow Wolves program with the Tohono Nation. It's a really good example, collaborative program of tribal law enforcement that worked with DHS to make sure they stop human smuggling and cartels going through the borders. But as DHS Secretary, what is your plan to consult with our border tribes and work together to balance both national security but also their sovereignty?
Yeah. Well, Senator, I believe that my experience as governor and my relationship with working with our tribes is going to be an incredible, powerful tool for me to bring to bear.
Oh, really? Oh, you think you have a successful relationship with indigenous people in your state? Is that something you think you have? Oh,
when looking at public safety issues that we had in South Dakota and their lack of ability to hire tribal officers on our reservations in South Dakota, I offered to train federal law enforcement officers, BIA officers, but also their tribal police in South Dakota at no cost to our tribes. And it's been an incredible, powerful tool that we've had to build relationships. Those tribal police had the chance to go through academy with the local maybe deputies from the counties and the state highway patrol troopers that were coming on board.
Right,
and
that's how I remember it, right,
have
Max?
built partnerships
Wasn't she
in our
banned
state
from
that we
tribal
didn't have
lands in
before.
her state?
The Shadow Wolf training opportunity is incredible that was down in Arizona that you spoke of too. And in looking into that program, I'd like to continue to build on that and perpetuate in the future so that our tribes have an opportunity to have a secure border, but also have it reflect their values
so happy
and their
he won.
culture.
I really do
and
like
have their
him.
own
I've
people
always
be
liked
a part
him.
of the
He's great.
solution. And then even when it comes
I'm
to the
so happy he
infrastructure of the
won.
wall, that we're respecting that in their landscapes and their land as well. So I look forward to working with you as we move into this next administration to be able to protect our country and then work and respect our tribes as we do so.
Thank you. And the President Trump and some of his other
I can see why she, if that's her husband behind her, I can see why she might have slept around. He looks like just the dumbest piece of meat I've ever seen. Like he would be so stupid.
They have concerns that this approach will
Yeah,
lead
exactly.
to workforce shortages that will further drive up the costs of everything. And something that we have really been working hard to across, I think, a bipartisan manner to bring down the costs of everything. And unfortunately, this would reignite inflation. What is your plan to ensure safe and legal immigration processes for agricultural workers while protecting local agricultural operations, including those both in of our home states?
Well, Senator, the President and President Trump has been very clear that his priority is going to be deporting criminals, those who have broken our laws and perpetuated violence in our communities. That'll be the priority.
Really?
And as I spoke earlier with our statistics, having over 425,000 of those with criminal convictions in our country, that will be a focus that we need to tackle right away, and it'll be a big one. Beyond that, his next priority is going to be those with final removal orders, and focus on those individuals who have long overstayed, and that there is a consequence for ignoring our federal laws. Beyond that, we'll continue conversations. As you know, I'm a farmer and a rancher and come from an agricultural state, and we'll work together to make sure that laws are followed. It is the Senate and the House that puts forward the laws. I, as Secretary, uphold the law. So you determine what that is, and debate and discussion. I'll be transparent and share as much information and
so I'm not going to commit to allowing or helping work with the agricultural industry on migration issues, but I'll just, if they're here illegally, we're going to deport them. Okay, bye.
For this committee and for your service, not just to your state, but to America. 9 years ago today.
Okay, this guy is the guy who's an idiot from that stole Sherrod Brown seat.
Iowa. As you and I were making phone calls and whipping up votes for Republicans in Iowa, my wife Bridget, who's here,
he is like the biggest Trump simp on the fucking planet.
That person's really going to go far. And here we are 9 years later. You've been an amazing governor, amazing congresswoman, and now you're going to make an even better Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. So I think sometimes in D.C. we tend to complicate things. There is a current Secretary of Homeland Security. So why don't we take this opportunity to do a little job review and compare and contrast him to you. So just if you don't mind, I'll ask you some questions and you can give me an answer. Secretary Mayorkas allowed about, you said it, just about 400 people on the terror watch list to come into this country illegally. If you were confirmed as Secretary of Homeland Security, how many people on the terror watch list would you allow into this country?
Well, Senator, we would work every single day until we had that number was zero. And if you look at the previous Trump administration over his entire 4 years, in comparison to Joe Biden's number, President Trump, it was 11 that were then removed from the country and face consequences. When you look at the 382 that Joe Biden has let in, and the policies continue, is shocking and needs to be changed immediately.
Mayorkas let in about 12,000 murderers. How many would you target to let into this country?
My goal every day would be to have no murderers allowed into this country in our communities.
Maybe one.
Mayorkas allowed 16,000 rapists. How many would you target to let in?
Every day I'd work to make sure that there was none let into this country.
He let 600,000, Mayorkas, 600,000 people with criminal convictions. How many would you allow in?
No.
We would work every day to make sure people are safe and that those with criminal convictions are immediately removed.
How many private
I'll do everything,
jets
Bernie.
would you have
I'll
the
do
United
anything
States
for you.
taxpayers have fly into foreign countries to pick up people to bring them here?
Yeah, Senator, we will no
the
Sioux
tribe sent a letter on her behalf.
So not
it's somewhere when
700,000
she's introduced before
individuals
she
on
starts being
private
questioned.
jets
Okay, we missed
over
that.
the last 4 years. You would not have any.
No. I'll be working with President Trump to put in place his
Well, there's
agenda
one.
and adherence to our federal laws.
And how many illegals will you plan to house in luxury hotel rooms in Manhattan at a cost of $6,000 per month?
Sir,
Okay, let me just tell you, I lived in Midtown Manhattan, about 2 blocks away from the Roosevelt Hotel, and I'm going to tell you right now, there's nothing luxurious about that hotel. There never has been, and there never will be. Period. Full stop.
Senator,
It was a
I
flop
believe that
house
the
when I
Department of
lived there.
Homeland Security,
It's a whatever.
Will be reevaluating its mission in this country to not allow that going forward.
Please, give me a fucking break.
And if you had an illegal migrant that was in this country and they committed a crime, would you offer them airfare from one state to another to evade law enforcement?
Sir, I will be following this nation's laws and the Constitution and make sure that all laws are adhered to.
And if you had been the head of the Department of Homeland Security a year or so ago, would you have closed a detention
Wait,
center
what?
in
Is
Georgia
this true? Hold
that
on.
would have allowed the release of somebody charged with a crime?
Sir, I don't have this.
Okay, I'm turning them down so that you can.
Certainly, that would not be.
Did he just?
that
Did he just?
I would want
What?
to have under my watch.
The Equal Rights
So just to be
Amendment
clear,
has
Lake
become
and
part.
Riley would be
Wait.
alive today if you had been the
The
Secretary
American
of
Bar
Homeland Security.
Association has recognized
Senator,
that the
my
equal.
hope is
I'm going to
that
stop
that would
this. Hold on. On January. Okay, so wait. Let me. I'm sorry. I'm a little thrown off because my soundboard equipment just kind of shit the bed, but that's okay. I'm going to be fine. Here we go. Thank you, for sharing this. Hold on. Is this what I think it is? I mean, really, is it what I think it is? Is that true? Oh, you know who we need here? We need, oh, shitballs. Come on. Fuck, man. Oh, why of all days are you fucking up with this day? Okay. All right, wait. We need Corey. Hold on. I gotta just get Corey. Oops. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on here. I have supported the Equal Rights Amendment for more than 50 years and have long been clear that no one should be discriminated against based on their sex. We as a nation must affirm and protect a woman's full equality once and for all. On January 27th, 2020, the Commonwealth of Virginia became the 38th state to ratify the ERA. The American Bar Association has recognized that the Equal Rights Amendment has cleared all necessary hurdles to be formally added to the Constitution as the 28th Amendment. I agree with the ABA and leading legal and constitutional scholars that the Equal Rights Amendment has become part of our Constitution. It is long past time to recognize the will of the American people. In keeping with my oath and duty to the Constitution and country, I affirm what I believe and what 3/4 of states have ratified. The 28th Amendment is the law of the land, guaranteeing all Americans equal rights and protections under the law regardless of their sex. Holy shit. Huh? Unclear. No, that's not. I mean, it's pretty clear. The Constitution doesn't recognize additional steps after ratification by the requisite number. What do you mean doesn't recognize additional steps? Or it doesn't say, like, this is what needs to happen? Wow. Wow. Holy shit. This is kind of big. I mean, that's what I guess. Yeah, it should have been in effect from the time Virginia ratified. Correct. Yeah, thanks, Oomp. I didn't realize that. By operation of law. Is it one of those things that needs intervention? Well, it definitely has implications for fairness in employment and other things. So it has some... it has federal oversight. It kind of provides states with without any ministerial action, not per the Constitution. Wow. Equal pay. Yeah, so it will be an enforcement and a way to hold states accountable to ensure that they're enforcing employment laws and other things that are not discriminatory based on sex. Or whatever you want to, I don't know what the correct term is. Forgive me that. Yeah, their sex. So, wow, that's big. Happy birthday to me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm totally, it's not my birthday. This is so great. Wow. Wow. I don't know. It feels kind of big. Feels big. Thanks for that. Thanks for sharing that, Oomph. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, who aren't Popoc? Yeah. Hold on. I'll try and find something while we're sitting here. So hold on. Let me just get rid of this. Oops, that's not the one I wanted to get rid of. That's the one. Wait, I just need to move Corey. I'm sorry. I want to be very specific about this. Na 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 no no no. Where's Corey? I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, look at my sound came back. Holy poop buckets. All right, hold on. What? My sound just totally came back. Let's see if I can
fix it. All right, are we still there? Are we still there? Yes, we are. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. Oh.
No, we're not. Okay, that's fine. Whoa, this is going to be one of those days. Okay, let me see what I can... Oh, it's going to keep going in and out. All right, bear with us, folks. The sound is going to get really strange here. Okay. All right, what am I doing? I am going to start here.
Be true, yes.
Let's switch to another part of the disgraceful immigration laws that Biden and Mayorkas, who objectively, by the way, has been the worst cabinet member ever in the history of the United States of America. Let's talk about temporary protective status. Temporary being the operative word. Mayorkas and Biden just extended temporary protective status again through 2027. Will you continue to corrupt TPS to allow some sort of open borders agenda? And will you use hot weather of 80 degrees and sunny beaches in El Salvador as a reason why people have to stay in America and not safely return?
Yeah, Senator, this program has been abused and manipulated by the Biden administration, and that will no longer be allowed to allow that. And these extensions going forward the way that they are. The program was intended to be temporary, and this extension of over 600,000 Venezuelans as well is alarming when you look at what we've seen in different states, including Colorado, with gangs doing damage and harming the individuals and the people that live there.
And in terms of our border, like the physical border, I've been there many times, you've been there many times. Who should be in charge? Who should have operational control of our border? The United States government or the Mexican drug cartels?
Well, Senator, the United States needs to control our borders and secure them.
So if this were a job interview in the private sector, and you had somebody like Alejandro Mayorkas in charge, and we had the opportunity to upgrade to you, this would be the greatest upgrade in history of the United States of America. But I'm going to end my time with a startling statistic and actually a challenge to the Democrat Party. When Mayorkas was confirmed, every single Democrat voted to confirm him. And 6 Republicans joined all 50 Democrats in that confirmation. If we get to the vote, and hopefully, Chairman, we can do that Monday, because we cannot wait one single day without you being in charge of that department. We should have 100%, 100 senators vote for your confirmation. This will be the litmus test, in my mind, as to whether we have a Democrat Party that's actually serious about doing bipartisan things like securing this country and protecting our citizens. Any Democrat that voted for Mayorkas that does not vote for you should be in front of their voters and removed from office. Thank you for serving, Brian. Thank you for being here.
So I wonder, does that mean the current archivist could reverse that decision from the 2020 archivist? Is that possible? I don't get it. Okay, Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Thanks for being here, and thanks for our time in my office, Governor. I'm a former CIA officer, joined right after 9/11, and served 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. I'm actually the first CIA officer in the Senate, to me, the most important thing, again, as a Democrat from a state that Trump won.
Because men protect men, Pepper, that's why. Because men protect men, and that's what this is all about. That's what it is all about.
Those are not the issues
all of it. All of it is about bigotry. All of it is about racism and bigotry and power and pussy and paper.
I think, to me,
I'm
it's one
so
thing when
depressed.
There's campaign rhetoric or politicization of things. Everyone does that on both sides of the aisle in this committee and in our line of work. But when it comes to actually protecting the country, you do have to be clear and honest about facts and not conflate things. So it's just important to me that I know, particularly since you do have one of the intelligence agencies within the Department of Homeland Security, that you're going to call a spade, right? The most recent acts of domestic terrorism in New Orleans, horrible incident, in Nevada, had nothing to do with migrants. Correct?
Correct.
They were homegrown American citizens. One of them was actually in a very elite military unit. I mean, it's horrible. It's one of the hardest things to catch, the sort of lone wolf, radicalized American citizen. But I want to protect ourselves. Our most recent examples of domestic terrorism were not what we've spent the majority talking about today, crime from a migrant. And I don't dispute there is crime, but I just want to know, and I want to hear from you as an intelligence officer, that you're going to speak about real threats and not blow something up, politicize something, make something more exciting, because that's maybe what the president wants to hear, but your mission to protect and defend the Constitution means calling honestly what the threats are to the country. Can you just give me a yes or no, please?
Yes, Senator, I will be as transparent and factual every day with you and the American people as possible based on the information that I have. I don't know if the investigations are closed in New Orleans and in Nevada, but what we know so far and needs to be relayed to the American people needs to be the truth and facts.
Yeah, I'd ask that. We've talked a lot about border security. As a CIA officer, I think one of the only people on this committee who's actually worked on protecting the homeland. I'm a Middle East terrorism and militia expert by training, so I believe deeply in it. And every country of the world gets to decide who comes inside its borders. Mm-hmm. That's not a radical concept. Mm-hmm. But I think I've been open with this committee that it is also on us to fix the deeply broken legal immigration system. Mm-hmm. I'm glad to hear that you're going to carry out the laws on the immigration system. Democrats and Republicans are to blame that we haven't fixed this system. But I also believe you can't fully control the border unless you give people that we need for our companies, for our economy, a legal vetted way to come here. Mm-hmm. So do you believe in legal vetted immigration and that we need more of it in the United States?
I do believe we need to follow our legal immigration laws and that it needs to be vetted. We need more resources, I believe, in some of the elements of this to ensure
Do you believe that our economy depends and needs some level, just like your family came from Norway and
yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Carla. Actually, an animated series that'd be fun. I'm not very good at animating, but
laws, which this body has the ability to.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I
can voice stuff.
To put in place.
Again, going back to the fact that you will pledge an oath to the Constitution, not to President Trump, just like every other nominee. President Trump said in November that he is willing to use law enforcement, National Guard, or even active duty military to go after, quote, the threat from within the United States. I don't know exactly what he was talking about. But we have recent examples from your predecessors at DHS where federal law enforcement were sent into a state, in this case Oregon, without coordination with the governor. Those federal law enforcement officers at the time were putting down threats to federal buildings, and they were legitimate threats. I don't dispute there was destruction of property going on during a bunch of protests and riots. So I don't dispute that. But they weren't wearing insignia. We talked about this. They weren't wearing any markings. So people were arrested by folks in fatigues with no names, no idea who they were, like right out of a bad Hollywood movie, okay? If the president asks you to send in federal law enforcement to a state without coordination of that governor, would you support that action?
You know, Senator, my job, if nominated and sworn in as Secretary of Homeland Security, is to uphold the Constitution and to uphold the rules of this country. Yes, that will be the oath and the pledge that I will be making. And my goal also is to work with you to ensure that we have situations that are always appropriate, that we are well defined.
I just need to know, you're a former governor. You can imagine that if Joe Biden sent in 700 federal law enforcement under Secretary Mayorkas without coordinating with you, I think we can agree you'd be a little upset. So I just ask that you give the same respect for coordination and that we are very sensitive. People are worried about politicizing of law enforcement and the uniformed military. That's a bad thing. I hope we can agree. Lastly, I will just say, look forward to looking at the northern border, the Gordie Howe Bridge, your help staffing that. We know you aren't, right now, across many administrations, we haven't met our staffing goals at DHS, and that's a problem, so we really want to make sure that opens on time. But I also want your assurances, you received FEMA assistance from Joe Biden's administration, right? You had historic floods, you asked and requested of the administration, and you were given millions of dollars to help with that. I understand you don't like Gavin Newsom, but can you say in front of the American people that you will open the books to this committee, who does have oversight over FEMA, right? Yep. That you will open the books in a bipartisan way to ensure whether it's North Carolina or California or anywhere in between, that the American people can know that you are not playing politics with disaster assistance?
Yes, Senator, I'll work with you in this committee to make sure I'm following the federal law and ensuring that you have information and transparency from us and from DHS and FEMA.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yield back.
Senator Langford.
Governor, no, great to see you.
Great to see you, too.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for accepting this nod that the president has given you. For Brian, thanks. For both of you, you've walked through a lot. I have had the privilege of knowing you for a very long time since we served together in the House of Representatives. So I have the benefit of knowing your qualifications and how strong you are in all these background issues and how hard you work on these things, because I've seen it firsthand. So I appreciate you stepping into this, because a lot of attention across the country will be focused on this. You know that full well, and you've stepped into it. For Governor Landry, My state and many folks in my state are praying for you and for your state. You've done a great job in leadership at this moment in a very, very tough time for Louisiana. And we don't want to see acts of terrorism anywhere in our country. It's incredibly difficult days for a governor. So thanks for your leadership on that as well.
Wait, what?
I also have to tell you, Christy, I've whined to my wife occasionally about the temperature that's coming on Monday. I'm very excited about Trump's inaugural, but we're all going to be sitting outside in about 12 degrees. And I thought just for fun, I would check South Dakota on Monday. It's 1 for a high. For a high.
Yeah, for a high.
And so I'm going to stop whining about the temperature Monday here in Washington, D.C. on it. I'm going to run through a couple of things here because I know you. Not everybody in Oklahoma knows you. The questions that I get from people, though, in Oklahoma, I want to be able to run past you because they want to be able to know the answer to these things. So I'm just going to blitz through a whole bunch of them. Will you use the legal authority that DHS already has to be able to close our border?
Yes, Senator. I will work with President Trump to ensure that we're securing our border.
Thank you. There's a lot of things that this Congress needs to do, as already been mentioned by Senator Slotkin as well, that we need to do to be able to close loopholes, to be able to give you additional authority. But there's a tremendous amount of authority currently not being used. In Oklahomans are saying, is that about to be used? And they'll be grateful to be able to hear that. No other president has ever created a phone app to be able to facilitate a faster processing of aliens in, called the CBP-1 app. It's been mentioned several times here. Will you use your authority to stop facilitating faster processing of illegal aliens into our country with the CBP-1 app?
Yes, Senator. We will eliminate the CBP-1 app, maintain some of the data that's in it that's critical to knowing who's in our country, but that app will no longer be in use.
Thank you. No other president has ever used the parole authority, just in general, humanitarian parole, to facilitate faster processing of aliens into our country, which leads to the
That's right, Edward. I'm so excited to explore the realities of Republican closed borders with all these MAGA fucks. Hell yeah.
Catch and release. Is that about
ban white men in Congress. Let's start there.
Catch and release.
It can't be any
Folks
worse.
want to know, will you use your authority with the funds that are given to you by Congress to actually build more wall rather than use the funding that's given to you, as the Biden administration did, to do environmental remediation around the border rather than actual border wall and border structure?
Yeah, Senator, President Trump has been clear that he wants to build the wall.
So do we. So will you use your authority to be able to scan more vehicles? And obviously, we've got to get you the funding to be able to do this, to be able to scan more vehicles and individuals that are carrying fentanyl into our country through our ports of entry.
Yes, Senator. We will continue to use technology, but hopefully be able to use more with the resources that we're granted to scan those vehicles and know what's coming in and out of this country.
Last year, FEMA employees during disaster relief were instructed by one of their supervisors that if they see a Trump sign or a Trump flag flying, to skip that house, to not stop by there and tell them what their federal government can do for them.
We had entire hearings on
Will
this.
you allow FEMA employees or any within DHS to politicize their role and to pick and choose who gets help and who doesn't as an American?
Senator, under President Trump's administration, disaster and emergency relief will not be handed out with political bias. Every American will be responded to and treated equally.
That's what folks want to know. Will you review the Secret Service responsibilities to be able to go back through it and to say, are they focused on their primary mission, or is there something that could distract? Secret Service still chases down financial crimes. They're still chasing down child exploitation. Those are serious things for Treasury or for FBI to do, but there's a question is if that's the first priority for Secret Service.
Senator, the Secret Service is in need of dramatic reforms. They do have a protective detail element that is their priority, and also an investigation side. My understanding is that that investigation side is often used to train the protective detailed officers, but clearly they are not focusing on what their true duty is, and it needs to get back onto what they were created for, and that was the protective detail mission in emergency situations that they need to help plan and prepare for and defend.
Thank you. This committee made a request to the Secretary of Homeland Security last year, and by the way, also the head of the FBI, to be able to come before this committee and to do what every Secretary of Homeland Security has done for the last 20 years, every single year, unbroken, until last year. And then the Secretary refused to come before this committee in an open session and talk about national threats. Now, the former chairman protested strongly to the Biden administration and DHS they weren't coming, but they still refused to be able to come.
Yes, he
Will
did,
you come before this committee and talk about the threats openly so the American people can hear them in a public forum?
Excuse me.
Yes, Senator. Senator Peters and I discussed this quite a bit in our meeting as well, and I have committed to come and give that briefing to this committee and to the American people.
Thank you. We need that. Let me tell you another challenge we've had with Homeland Security in the past 4 years. When we ask for data and for information,
puppet theater.
I'll get back to you on
It's puppet theater about all the puppets.
And again and again and again.
The puppets will be played by the puppets.
Now, I can go down the street to the command center where they actually get the data in live and they have it up on big screens and they're tracking exactly what's happening on the southern border.
Sorry. I'm
But
just
if
going
I
to
ask
find
for
a
what
chair
happened
over
last
here.
month, they'll say we're still gathering that data. We're not asking for anything other than what Congress is supposed to get. That's the ability
This
to
is
see data
artistry.
and
I just
have
want
real
you to know
oversight
that.
over DHS.
This is like
And that
18th
has been a
century
failure of this
puppetry
DHS, along with
theater.
multiple other issues
Punch
on
and
that.
Judy level
When we
shit.
request the data for basic things like how many special interest aliens were allowed
excuse
across
me.
the border.
Excuse
If
me.
it was
Whoop,
last year, we
excuse
had to
me.
find out on our own. It was 70,000 people that were targeted by this administration as a potential national security risk. That were not just found at the border, that were
Don't
released
kiss me.
when they were found at the border. 70,000 people just from last year in the country right now that this administration declared
I
at the border.
don't know,
very
Paul
potential
J. That's
national
a great
security
question. I wonder about
Now, I know
that.
you're not going to do that, but when we ask for the data and for the information, when we say, how's the National Vetting Center working, do you have the connection between to be able to screen individuals there? We're just doing our oversight responsibility. You've served in Congress before and did a great job on that and did oversight. We want to still be able to do the same thing. Will you provide data to this committee so that we can cooperate with you?
Hi, everybody over here in
Senator, I
chat.
will follow the law and be transparent with you and allow you to do the due diligence towards oversight that you were tasked with.
I have absolutely no doubt about that, Governor. I have absolutely no doubt. Looking forward to you serving that role. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Governor Nome. You are almost done.
Okay.
We've been through a lot of questions. I think you've handled the questions very well. And there's going to be, I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and I think the ranking member has a few, and I think we'll be done very shortly. I think a lot of Americans, including
I'm
some
sitting on his
conservatives,
shoulder.
misunderstand the First
Here I
Amendment.
am.
They
I'm
think
on
the
your
First Amendment says
shoulder.
that Facebook has to publish my opinion, or the Wall Street Journal has to publish my opinion, or we need to force them to be fair. That's not what the First Amendment's about at all. The First
What
Amendment
are we?
really
Wait, is
doesn't
she in
apply to
charge of
telling
the
private companies what they can or cannot
FCC
say.
now
YouTube
too?
censored
What the
me,
fuck?
and I despise their
Get
policy.
your
They actually took down the speeches I
Don't
made on the
speak,
floor.
don't.
Really, I don't have a legal
I wish I could
recourse.
turn
do not
it at like a
complain about YouTube
degrees.
being
Oh,
unfair and
let me
not
see if I
hosting,
can do
you know,
that.
both
Hold
sides
on,
of an
I'm gonna
issue.
go off mic.
However, with the government, though, there is a rule. The First Amendment specifically says Congress shall pass no law banning or abridging speech. And this is what really got us worried about, you know, what not only the FBI was doing, but the Department of Homeland Security, actually meeting with these companies on a weekly basis. And imagine the chilling effect of this. Imagine that, you know, there are cameras here, that they're going to end their filming of this interview and then decide, well, you know, what she said or what he said really was misinformation and we should edit that out. Can you imagine? You know, it's just hard for me to imagine that the media has not, which once defended the First Amendment, hasn't been in more of an uproar over the government meeting with the media to decide things. Some of this we didn't know, and then Elon Musk bought Twitter. People ask him, they said, well, you paid $44 billion for Twitter. Isn't that too much? And he said, I paid $44 billion to defend free speech. It's been an amazing service. Not only to open up the forum to more viewpoints, but to point out what the government was doing. In this last week, we heard from Mark Zuckerberg, who said that the pushiness, the coerciveness of government meeting with them was unprecedented, that they pushed back. But he also said worse than them just sort of telling him he should restrict speech.
I'm so sorry.
They also threatened him. They threatened to come after him through antitrust law. They threatened to remove parts of, you know, Section 230 of the liability protection. Just to imagine this bully nature of government. And I know you're opposed to that, but if you're confirmed and you're in a position of saying
This
we're
isn't
just no
funny,
longer
but it
sending people to
is.
meet with
Cam,
media. And the way I
Elon
describe
bought
it is
Twitter
to
for
talk about
$44 billion, and
constitutional
all he
protected
got
speech,
was
because
all
some will
three
say,
wings
well,
of the U.S.
what about,
government.
you know, pornography, or what about child trafficking? Those are illegal. Those are not constitutionally protected speech. You have every ability to meet with that. But for constitutionally protected speech, will you tell us in America that you will no longer be sending government agents
Will you
to
tell us
meet with the
that you'll
media?
do something that you have no
Yes,
no
Senator,
power
I'll
over?
work with
Thank
you
you.
to ensure that civil rights and liberties are protected and that we are not in the misinformation and disinformation space like the current DHS is.
The only other thing I would ask on this basis is
Oh, contraire, mon frere.
Previously, sometimes and often, bipartisan requests for information. The Twitter files, Michael Schellenberger, Matt Taibbi, Barry Weiss did a great job of showing what was happening in Twitter and how they were cooperating with government. I think the other
Taibbi's
investigation
probably
that needs to
huddled in
occur
a
is who the
corner
people in government
somewhere
they're talking
trying to
do they
beg
still
for
work at
a
DHS? And can we make
a
sure that
monster
they're not in a
drink.
position of authority?
Okay,
And this
give
is
me
not
a
something I'm
break.
going to tell you to do. It's just a request
Schellenberger's
that you have your own investigation. You
idiot.
have people who work
And
for
there's
DHS
got to be
to
a
say,
tape of
"We're
him
going to look for
beating
people
up
who are
some
bringing their political
kitten
bias to
somewhere.
work and trying to influence speech and restrict speech based on their bias." And help us in rooting that out and making sure that these people never again have that responsibility, because
Would you
think
call him
that,
Max Spot Perm
I don't
Boy?
think there's ever been anything like this as far as the restriction of speech. And I think the election is largely going to
Do
to
the
stop
whole
and tilt things the other
head.
way. But will you help us by looking internally for those who are trying to restrict speech?
Senator, I look forward to working with you on that mission.
Are you going to help us do a witch hunt for people who disagree with the administration? Yes, sir, I will help you with that. Okay, thank you. That's what I heard. I'm just analyzing what I heard.
Fairly brief. We've had opportunity to talk at length about many issues, and again, I appreciate that, Governor. I just want to stress going forward, and we've heard a lot of comments here. I think there's been a fair amount of political theater, not as much as I know exists in other committees, and I've always strived, and I know Ranking Member, or now Chairman Paul, share the notion that we want to be a fact-based committee and try to find tangible solutions to the tough problems that we face, and data is important. We've heard a lot of numbers being thrown around here, and I don't have time to go through and challenge those numbers. Some of them we don't even know where they came from. I don't think that's helpful to the very important mission, if confirmed, that you're going to be dealing with. So I hope in the future that we're actually dealing with facts. You've mentioned many times that you do want to deal with facts and real data. And again, we heard a lot here that's not real data, and we should not operate that way. And if confirmed, when we move forward, I'm going to look forward to working with you based on the facts and understand where the real threats are, how we need to appropriate resources to make sure we're meeting those threats. And let's take this hyper-partisanship out of such an important issue of Homeland Security. We have way too much partisanship in this country, and it's resulted in a polarization of people here. We've got to come together as this country. We've got to lock arms and understand that we're all proud Americans. We all want to do what's best for the American people and solve the issues that are before us. So in that spirit, and certainly you've communicated that spirit to me, but in that spirit, I hope, if confirmed, that is exactly what you will be bringing to this office. And let's move away from this toxic political environment that we have in the country and celebrate what's great about our country and the spirit of bringing the American people together. So I have one question before we turn it over to other members. As a member of this committee, as well as the Armed Services Committee, I've focused a great deal on the safe integration of drones in our airspace. While addressing the growing threats that drones possess. We certainly see what drones are doing in changing the face of warfare, whether it's in Ukraine and other battlefields around the world. We are very concerned about the weaponization of those drones and what it could mean to the security here in the United States. I've proposed comprehensive legislation to extend authorities beyond just the FBI and DOJ and Homeland Security to
butterflies.
Local
We
law
have got to stop making this about, oh, it's both sides that do it. Fuck off. It is not. That's a lie.
That threat exists.
That's another lie.
In fact, one of the biggest supporters of my legislation is the NFL. In fact, we just had a recent playoff game that was delayed because of drones that flew into that playoff game. We are very concerned that you could have a drone with a grenade or an explosive device, which would be absolutely catastrophic. It's absolutely essential that we address this threat. What we're seeing around the world and what we're seeing in daily activities should be a concern. I think this is just a matter of time. It's not if, it's when. And we need to be on the front end of that. And with that in mind, I want to remind folks that Congress just recently extended critical counter-UAS authority, counter-drone authority, only for a short-time basis for the 12th time. We only do these little tiny short-term extensions, and we aren't dealing with the problem comprehensively as we should. And those are going to expire on March 14th, a very short time from now. And so my question for you, Governor, is if confirmed as DH Secretary, will you commit to working with me and my colleagues to pass durable, long-term authorities that will protect this country from what is a real threat and just a matter of time?
Some of the questioning has been very good. Don't get me wrong. I'm very proud of some of the Democrats that have really stepped up and done their homework.
So please address that.
But it's
Senator, I look forward
it's
to
important to
working with
really
you in this
rise to the
committee
occasion in these early
the threats
days.
we may face
you
and
know?
the usage of drones in this country and in relation to our national security interests and our homeland security interests. So
it may not feel like it makes a difference, but it really makes a difference to stand up to the lies full-throatedly. And even if you find yourself repeating yourself,
my first comments,
it's so important because I think that's the only way we could break through for anyone who's willing to be broken through to.
I'm looking forward to
So, I mean, I really think that's the answer, is that you flood the zone with truth, as many facts as you can, or at least attempt to make a good faith effort, right? To focus on
the
facts.
To my background and my history.
And
when I came to Congress, I worked with Republicans and Democrats on both sides
that's
of the aisle.
Messaging. If you want to talk about messaging, that's my messaging. My messaging is I just want to say, no, that's not true. And it's not how we act.
Areas where we could keep the federal government
and I know that
accountable
sounds
and do
kind
due
of
diligence
paternalistic.
by the
I don't
people
mean
that pay
it
their
to.
taxes and get up and go to
But
work
it's
every
not,
single day as
like this whole thing about raising the flags
for every single person
on the day of the inauguration, despite what's
that it didn't matter
Jimmy Carter's passing.
That
that's just wrong,
and
right? That's just fucking wrong
and free. So
And
I
so
look
people
forward
need
to
to say, no,
continuing
that's
the work
wrong.
that I
And it's
always have
okay
to
if
be,
it doesn't change it
coming
in
up
the
with
moment.
solutions,
But that shit
and in a
takes
bipartisan
hold, and you
manner.
got to start
And
somewhere.
hopefully my
And if you
visits to your
don't,
office and
then you're
conversations
basically
reflected
allowing
that
a lot of
and-
the
and my intention
vacuum
on
to
how I
suck
could
up the
conduct the role as the
disinformation. And
Department
here
of
we
Homeland
go
Security
again, you know? Like,
Got a brief follow-up
look,
to
man,
that. So,
let's
data
do this.
Yes.
and facts that we
I'm
can
not
all
going to
agree on to
stop. I
drive
mean,
our
but it's going to get
policy
frustrating.
and
That's the
not
only
political
problem.
theater.
It's going to
So
get
we're-
really exhausting.
Certainly, sir, we need to be addressing facts and information rather than political theater. We also need to speak truth to facts. So I think it's important that we're willing to confront our challenges head on and have those conversations. And you'll see me back at your office door very soon to continue our work together.
Very good. Thank you.
And I want to second basically what Senator Peters has said. Like on records requests, I've told him, and I plan on it, it's going to be administration of my party. But if he wants records and they're
And you know,
legitimate
at
records,
Max,
we're going
those
to sign a
efforts
request
will
together,
still
and we'd
be
like to get the
seeds that
records.
you planted.
It
And I
also
know that
helps,
sounds
though, and
cheesy
I
as
think
fuck,
Senator
but I don't
Langford,
care.
mentioned
That's what
this,
it.
is
That's
that
the
you
best
asked a
metaphor I
question,
have. Is
not
that
you,
you
but to
really
the
did. I don't
administration or
think
any
anything
administration,
that
they're like, "Oh,
you
yeah, we'll get
did
back
to
to
try
you."
and
Many times I've even asked in
you know,
advance, and I would suggest that we
combat
ask
the
in advance
disinformation that
together.
we
ask in
were
advance, if you're
inundated
coming in a
with,
month, we
especially
say, we
around the
want this
convoy
data,
and
be
shit.
prepared to talk about it.
The
And
stuff that
if
you
are, you'll
dropped
have
and
many more
oomph
friends on
and
both
other
sides,
people, the
because
stuff
what
I
usually
tried to
happens,
do, but I
and that's
didn't
why I don't
really,
like springing the question.
whatever.
If it's a technical question that needs data,
You know,
we're
the
gonna
thing
tell
is,
you in advance, at
you
least I
did
will,
do
and
the
we want
work.
you to come
Like
prepared
that
with
work is
And
not
that goes a long way, because really
not
what happens is we get
unvaluable.
stiff
It's
armed. They
not.
say, "We'll
It's
get back to you,"
valuable.
and
It's
then there's
valuable.
no way to force you, really.
I
other
know
than
they
we
want
can
us
cut the money
fatigued,
off,
and we're going to
nobody
have to
does that.
cycle
You
through
have
it, right?
200,000
And
people working for
I
you.
don't know. I feel like
My
that's all I
goodness,
can
send
do.
your
All I
experts
can do
out,
is
scour
cycle
the
through.
records. And it is true. I mean,
That's my
facts
goal.
are difficult, and sometimes
And to end
there's
up
different
above
spins on
water
the same set of
sometimes.
facts. But I think that will help. On the drones, I think we need more facts, you know, so I'm more than willing to work with the ranking member on doing something on drones, but I don't want every sheriff out there shooting up in the sky at stuff.
I mean, it's
you know,
privilege.
we
It's
gotta
it's
figure out-
major
we gotta get the
privilege if
truth
you
about-
don't forge
we
ahead,
really
right?
have
I mean,
drones
like,
everywhere flying all the time.
there's
How
people
many
who
of them are
died for
planes?
the
How
right
many
to
of them are
vote and
drones?
things like that.
And
You
let's
know,
go through this, and then let's figure out. And then
need
let's talk
division
about
of
how we bring
labor for
drones
alleged
down. If we
100
interrupt and
EOs
collect a lot
expected
of
Monday.
cellular signal
Oh,
through that,
well,
are we
isn't
doing
it only a
with
half
warrants?
day? So isn't
What are
like
we gonna do with
50
all the
EOs
Americans'
okay for that?
data
No,
that
I
we've
guess not.
collected to
Okay,
take down
never
drones.
mind.
If we have to take a whole cell
Oh,
tower's worth
some
of
days
data,
I do not feel like
there's a lot
I'm
of
going to
innocent
tell you
people's
right now,
data that's been
butterflies. I
collected in
hear
that. Is
you.
that being gotten rid of? So I think
I
there are
hear
ways we can
you.
get to the right place. Everybody, obviously, nobody wants drones.
Well, they're not.
Here we
Can
go.
they be
The other
that
thing I'd
long?
add
I don't
on
know. Are
drones
they going to
before I
be
turn it over to Senator
like how many
Langford is-
pages are we talking?
Look, I'm all for the NFL being protected, the Super Bowl being protected. They need to pay. They are a very rich organization. They want drones flying over.
Those are
in New
American
Orleans. I'm all
citizens
for it.
that are
The
that
NFL
we are
ought to pay the
protecting.
government if the government's doing it, or we ought to have private contractors doing it, but they shouldn't just get it for free. Senator Langford.
Thank you. Thanks again. As Senator Paul will remember on this, there used to be a public-facing website
Privatizing.
that all Americans.
That's the
could
magic
actually
word,
look at what's happening on the
privatizing.
border, what's actually
Just so you
moving,
know.
And when the numbers got bad,
Heard it again.
that seemed to disappear. And then we
Ooh,
couldn't even
Palmer
get to that
Luckey and
anymore.
his
So, I
drone
look forward to
technology,
actually
is that what we're going to
finding ways be
use
able
for
to
anti-drones or
enhance the
whatever?
ability to be
Is
able
that
to see
what
some of his data
is that
as well
who we
on
should
it.
pay?
There's a reason
Rand?
that the DHS secretary is the very first week of nominations. This is a really important role, and it is a nonpartisan
Jen, you
role.
didn't have to
It is
do
a national
that.
security role.
You're such a
We're
love.
grateful that you stepped into
Hi,
this.
Teresa. How
but it
are
is
you?
important
Well,
that we
we're going
actually
to do a
give you
song.
the
I don't even
task,
care.
to be
Oh,
able
I
to
hope
make
I
sure that's out
can.
there.
My
You mentioned
machine
earlier
may
in your
be
testimony
broken, so hold
that
on.
We do have a morale problem at DHS right now. And
No,
I
I
think, a lot
think
of
it's
that
not
is
doing.
because
Damn, you
people that
can't hear
signed
the
up
song,
to be
can
federal
you?
law enforcement to be able to
I'll sing
protect
it for
the
you.
United States
To
of
make
America
the fun
have felt like
times
they've been
last
sidelined.
at Lolo's
And they've not been able to
Lounge.
do their job that they really signed up
Lolo's
for.
Lounge.
And what I'm hearing hearing from you is
The
you're going to
best
allow
damn
them to do their
friends
job
in the
again.
whole damn
What has
town.
been historically true for a long time, that federal law enforcement is there to actually help protect the country and the citizens in those communities, that you're going to allow them to do that. That's helpful. So I have two quick things that I want to be able to mention on this. One is right now, just in the structure
Rocking
of
around
this,
the
and we can
lounge,
talk about
setting the
this at different
fascists
time,
down.
but CBP facilities that are
Guys, make
along
the
the
fun times
border
last
are
out.
really run
Lolo's
by a
Lounge,
different entity called
Lolo's
GSA.
Lounge, the best damn
And they're not
friends in the
allowed
whole
to be
damn
able to
town.
do updates on their facilities or to design their facilities. Somebody who
Boom,
lives
boom, boom.
3,000 miles away.
Okay, I know you can't
and
hear
who
that,
doesn't
but
actually do
Jen, that
Border
was for
Patrol
you.
work,
Thank you
they
so
actually
much.
design
Very
and
generous.
oversee
You
their
do, you can
facilities.
do that. I love you so
That's
much.
a
And if
problem
ever
that we've got to be able to
need
fix. So
anything, you
we've
let me
worked
know,
to be able to get more
girl.
flexibility to CBP. that
cycling
when they
through.
have
You're so
difficulty and
sweet.
challenges there, they
I
have the
agree. When
ability to be able
Dem
to make those
drew the
changes.
equivocating thing,
But
it feels
I'm not gonna
Trumpy at
ask you
this
to make
point.
a
I know.
commitment
It's just
because
like,
this is
stop
one of
that.
those
I don't
detail
need
areas,
that.
but will you commit in the future to
Let's
working with
just
us
call shit
that this
shit.
committee
And we don't have to
you
be
can work
mean
together
about
to be able
it, and we
figure
don't
out
have
how
to
the
be
folks that are
petty
on the field
bitches.
can actually make decisions
But
about
let's
the
just
facilities they
not
work in.
let's
Senator,
just not
I commit to
acquiesce
working
to
with
the
you on that issue.
language
It's
change.
terrific. And then
That to me
I had
is
a
helping them
constituent in
close
Oklahoma
that Overton
who's a
window
hunter,
or move
like
it or
you are,
whatever the
like I
fuck
am.
that saying is.
He had a bag
So
that
that's
he
that's
had
my
some
2
additional
cents
rounds
as
that were in
somebody
his
who's
bag
probably
that
a
were left
little
over from
too
a hunting
high.
trip months before. He packed his bag, went on a vacation trip overseas.
I mean, I'd rather have
went
people
through
standing
security
up,
with his bag.
even with
When he got
words,
overseas
if
and then
that's what
left
we
and came
have
back
in the
and
moment. You know what I
scanned his bag
mean?
and said, "You have bullets,
Please,
you have
that
rounds in
seems
your
like a
bag.
bare
You
minimum.
have,
I
I
don't
think,
know.
5
That doesn't even
that were
seem
in his
like
bag
we're
that he
asking
didn't
for
even
that
remember
much.
were left over in an outside
And they need to
pocket
do their
from a hunting
homework.
trip before.
There needs to be a
Well,
lot
they
more
properly
collaboration
put him in
between
jail
OSINT
held him
and
there
journalists
detained him.
and the
Now, we worked through all the process to
major
be able to get him
corporate
back.
media, haha,
My question is,
and these congressional
that same
staff.
bag went through TSA security
That's who we
in
need
my
to get
state
to, the congressional
before it
staff.
went through security overseas.
That's
And so
who
one
we
of the
need to
questions
get
that I've asked
to.
is, why were
That's
those
who we
rounds
need
picked
to
up
get to.
there
We need to become our
and
own
not
lobbyists.
here? Now, we don't have the full answer to that yet.
Citizen lobbyists.
But that's just one of those TSA
Hey, that's
questions
kind of an
that we need to
interesting
have.
idea.
Americans right now are on planes all over the country.
I kind of like
and
that
they count on a
idea.
certain level of security when they go through
We
that
need to get to
process.
the
So
congressional
in the
staff.
days
We used to
ahead,
do
will you
that
work
with
with me to be able to
anti-trafficking. We had an
identify
advocacy
what are the challenges that we still
person
face
who was
with the
specifically
screening
spent a certain
process
amount of time
and to be able to
working
correct
with
those
Carolyn
for the security of all
Maloney
Americans.
on
Senator, I will work
anti-trafficking
with you on that.
legislation
I was
Thank you very
surprised TSA didn't come up
and
more
making sure
today,
that,
but
you know, the State
that is
Department
a
got funding
area
for
of
their
need of
programs
reform as
because
well,
that's
and I
what
look
we,
forward to
you know,
working
that
with
was a
you
major
there.
source
Look
of
forward to that.
funding
Thank you.
for
Yield
us
back.
Government
and our
needs
work
a
across in 6
healthy
countries
dose of
to
common
end
sense,
trafficking
bullets in your bag.
and
I had a guy with
slavery.
bullets in the back of his pickup truck coming back from Mexico. We arrested him and took his truck. And only
Anyway,
because the Institute
that's a
of
great
Justice
idea.
fought for him for 3 years.
Why didn't I think of that?
I mean, that's crazy, the things we do. Let's have some common sense, and hopefully someone overseeing it will allow
I mean,
that.
that
Senator Blumenthal, you're going to finish this up.
I got to tell you, the international
Chairman
meetings right
Paul.
now do
I'm
not
the
sound like
last
this garbage.
of your
They
questions,
are
so that
talking
means
like
I
this
get
100%
unlimited
as
amounts of
dangerous as we
time.
fear. Oh, SB?
Not really. Not even close. I want to sort of continue the emphasis on bipartisanship and most especially on immigration reform. What this nation needs is comprehensive.
Well, I mean, what you're really doing is
reform. We know about the need for more H-1B
presenting your
visas
grievances
and
to your
other kinds
Congress
of
people. So it's not really, it doesn't have to be the same kind of energy.
The United States
Doesn't have to be the same
more
energy.
workers that are desperately needed in certain areas.
It could be a
of our
little
country.
different
We know
energy.
that there has to be better border security generally. We know we need to provide some kind of path to earn citizenship for a lot of the undocumented people in this country. And we know it's possible because we did it in 2013. The United States Senate, as you will recall, passed a comprehensive immigration reform measure overwhelmingly.
Where are you hearing that,
It was
SB? That's so
bipartisan.
interesting.
I was proud to be a part of it going through the judiciary.
Do you have
committee,
any
but
like
obviously
particular?
it will
Because
involve
I'm
Homeland
curious.
Security,
Because I think
and
I've.
I hope that we can continue
There was
as
something I was
Senator
watching
Langford was
a
a
couple
part
days
of
ago.
the effort in the last session to expand on those
I don't know if it
efforts
was a
and move
Cutter
forward
thing
on a
or not.
bipartisan basis toward bipartisan, comprehensive immigration reform.
Thank you. I think that would be so cool. I
I
really
want to talk
appreciate
to you
that.
a little bit about domestic terrorism, which we discussed during my previous round, and I know you've discussed it afterward, including not just migrant crime and radicalization by ISIS, which are real and present problems. I also want to ask you about domestic terrorism events unrelated to groups outside our borders. We've seen a rise in anti-Semitism in this country. It has spiked beyond any prediction. And I want to know of your concern with anti-Semitist, racist events, Charlottesville, Buffalo, Pittsburgh. There's a shorthand for these violent terrorist acts against people in the United States.
Yes, Senator, I'm very concerned about what we've seen in this country as far as anti-Semitic violence that has happened. In fact, last year during our legislative session, I brought legislation to more clearly define it so that we could fight it in our home state. And I'm hopeful I can work with you to continue to do what we can to make sure that we are addressing this rising threat and not facilitating it in this country.
And I just want to make sure that when
so
you say
she's just
we're
committing to
protecting
anti-Semitism.
Americans
Okay.
against terrorism,
Okay.
that we're
No
protecting all
follow-up,
Americans,
Dick?
including people in mosques, in churches, in synagogues, people regardless of their worship, their race, their background. We need to protect all Americans from anti-Semitism, racism, Islamophobia. I hope you'll commit to that effort.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Senator, and I look forward to working with you to do that.
In my closing minute and a half, I just want to call your attention to an effort that I've led to help reunite children with their parents, children who were separated as a result of the so-called family separation policy in the last administration. I have introduced a measure called Keep Families Together, not only to limit separation of families at or near ports of entry, but also the Families Belong Together Act for several Congresses to help bring the children, the kids who were victims of this policy and who still are not back with their parents. I hope that you will support that kind of effort.
Senator, the Trump administration never had a family separation policy. They had a zero tolerance policy, which said that our laws would be followed. What I'm alarmed by is the over 300,000 children that went missing during the Biden administration. And when we talk about children and what they're potentially facing as far as victimization in this country and the trafficking that's going on, this administration's lack of desire to find out where those children are or what they may be going through is alarming to me. So I want to stop that.
Because my time is expiring, I'm just going to interrupt again with apologies to say, let's put aside.
Well, I can't put aside 340,000 children.
Labels. Let's put aside what happened in the past. There are still 1,000 children who are separated and waiting to be reunited. I'd like your commitment that you're going to continue the effort to reunite them with their parents.
Senator, keeping families together is critically important to me and to this country. I'm concerned about Laken Riley's family, that they no longer have her. I'm concerned about the fact that we have people in this country that don't know where their children are, or people in other countries who sent their children here and they've been lost by this administration. So, yes, my focus will be to keep families together. We will uphold our law and we'll make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep our children safe from the trafficking and the drug epidemic that's hit this country.
I'm going to end on an optimistic note. And
Thank
say
you
I take
so
that as a
much,
yes.
SB Joint Press Conference following the NATO
Thank
military.
you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The nominee has filed responses to biographical and financial questionnaires, answered pre-hearing questions submitted by the committee, and had their financial statements reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics. Without objection, this information will be part of the hearing record, with the exception of the financial data, which are on file and available for public inspection in the committee offices. The hearing will remain open until 5 p.m. today, Friday, January 17th, for the submission of statements and questions for the record. This hearing is adjourned.
Senator.
Okay, we don't clap. It's not fucking Broadway, okay? So just calm down. All right. Okay. Here we go. He lost by the administrator. It's just all the talking points. It's all the stupidest talking points you've ever heard in your fucking lives. Ugh. You missed Tulsi. Oh, yeah. Did Tulsi Gabbard have her hearing already? Let me see. Hold on. Let me go over here. Hold on to your love. You got to hold on. Hold on to your love. Oh, I can't with the I can't stand this inauguration thing. I'm not even sure I can do that. Zombie lies never die. You're so right. Yesterday. Oh, the Tulsi hearing yesterday. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. Is that some lie that has cycled through? Yes. It's exactly, Lee. That's exactly it. It's like a manipulation of numbers and data over certain periods of time. It's like a whole fucking clusterfuck of disinformation. It's insanity. Insanity. But thank you for sharing this link about who is going to go. Of course. Only former First Ladies Hillary Clinton and Laura Bush will be in attendance. Michelle is not going to come. She's got much better things to do with her time. Let's see. Everybody's going to be there. Kamala, Doug, the whole family. And several Republican members of Congress will also attend, but a sizable number of Democrats are planning to skip the Trump swearing in, including former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Well, I can't blame her. The world's 3 richest people, Manny, Mo, and Jack, no, Elon, Jeff, and Mark, will attend Trump's inauguration and have a prominent spot at the ceremony because they paid for it. I don't know what we're going to do on Inauguration Day. We might do something different. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I will be organizing my office and hanging with the lounge. If it's open, it will be open, 100%. We're going to figure out what to do on it. Yeah, turn on another channel that aren't airing it to give them Trump's ratings. I will definitely do that. It's going to be really cold there. Now, we could watch people freeze, and that would be fun. Yeah, $1 million seats and then some, babes. Okay, so the Manny, Mo, and Jack are going to come, and they're going to sit together with everybody's, everyone. And let's see. I'm sure Musk will have his shoulder pal, his kid on his shoulders, his little adornment, his little adornment. You're at Puppet Theater. Oh, I love Puppet Theater. I didn't get a chance to actually, whatever. Okay. Let's see. Bezos, let's see. Bezos is going to be there. And, the CEO of TikTok, Shuzi Shu, is also going to be there. He's going to sit on the same dais as the other tech. Why wouldn't he? Why is that even notable? So dumb. Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. We could watch or discuss. That's a great idea. Why don't we do something like that? We could watch Vigilantes Inc. again. We could do a lot of things. I'll give that some good thought. We could definitely read. You know what? I would love to read to you guys just for hours. That would be great. We could read Shadow Diplomacy. We could read Lev Parnas's book. We could read something else actually too. I'm sorry. We could do something more somber. I'll still have internet, fortunately or unfortunately, right? So yeah. Oh boy, here we go. Boy, it's going to be a tech bro. Rough Beast. Oh my God, I'll read Rough Beast if Greg's okay with that. That's not a bad idea. That's a great idea. Jason Leopold. Ooh, SB, who's that? I'm so sorry. Yes, there will be regular Wake and Bake on Monday. Absolutely. 100%. Let's see. Other big tech executives who are reported to be in attendance are Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, and Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber. All of those guys, they each recently contributed at least $1 million to the inaugural fund. Foreign diplomats such as ambassadors have typically attended U.S. presidential inaugurations. No foreign head of state has previously made an official visit for the occasion, according to the Associated Press. But that's about to change. Leopold does FOIA reporting. Oh, okay. Ooh, okay. Let's take a look at that. Is she going to make sure that Betsy DeVos doesn't get children ripped from their parents and adopt them out? No, Teresa. She's going to make sure that does happen. Yeah. Yeah, fuck all those guys. Let's see. Here we go. Already, Trump's inauguration guest list includes right-wing populists like Argentina President Javier Milei, whose economic reforms have drawn praise from U.S. President-elect, and Italy Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, a vocal Trump ally and someone who is supposedly boinking Elmo on the down low. So that's the TMZ of it. But anyway, Giorgia Meloni, a vocal Trump ally who is expected to attend if her schedule permits, according to Politico. Among other ideological comrades around the globe who are planning to attend the inauguration are Belgium's Vlaams Belang party chairman Tom van Grieken, Eric Zemmour of France's nationalist Reconquête party. I don't know how to say that. Tino Trupala of the Alternative for Germany party. Oh, good. The Nazis are going to be in attendance. And Spain's Vox party president, Santiago Abascal. And, not hold my beer, Nigel Farage, leader of the populist Reform UK party. It's all the Nazis. Trump also extended an invite to China's President Xi Jinping, and what Trump spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt, otherwise known as Ava Braun No. 2, said is a sign of the president-elect's willingness to have an open dialogue with all foreign nations around this world. That's right. Everybody can have. Everybody's money is good here. Okay? Everybody. Willingness to have an open dialogue, blah, whether they're an adversary, competitor, or ally. In Xi's stead, China is sending Vice President Han Sheng, and the Foreign Ministry said it is ready to work with the new U.S. government. Ecuadorian President Daniel Noboa will also attend the inauguration, according to his office, along with India's External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar and Japan's Foreign Minister Takeshi Iwao. Yes. I don't want to butcher that. Okay, here we go. Here's some personalities. Okay, these are just the generic personalities. You might want to even arch just a few minutes delayed that way and not give him ratings. Oh, yeah, I don't know what that means, but I'm going to think about that. Satan has not submitted his RSVP. Oh, no, but here we go. Oh, it's a bro fest. Here we go. Trump's inauguration is also expected to draw some celebrities. I'm sorry. I know I should probably just have this on the screen. Let me just fix that. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, for sharing this article. I believe you did. Oops, we got to get rid of Corey. Corey, you're done here for today, honey. Okay. Here we go. Trump's inauguration, is, according to TMZ, the list includes Jake and Logan Paul. They come as a set. Theo Vaughn, that's a bro podcaster. Bryce Hall, I don't watch him, and the Nelk Boys, I don't watch them. Trump did interviews with Vaughn and the Nelk Boys during his campaign, appearing on their, but he also did another one, I guess he's not coming. It was Aiden Ross, and I'm never going to stop talking about Aiden Ross because people need to understand that. Who's Danny? What's that? Jane E. Is Danny the traitor still going? Orban, Maduro. I haven't heard those names. Trump did, okay, blah, 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 blah. Appearing on their male-focused podcast in a deliberate attempt to make inroads with young man and pursue the so-called bro vote. Other celebrities set to attend, according to TMZ, include Caitlyn Jenner, Amber Rose, Dana White, and Megyn Kelly. Carrie Underwood will be performing America the Beautiful. America the Beautiful. Amber Freer. Oh, the premier of Alberta. Is that Niemöller? Niemöller? I don't know how to say that. Niemöller. Pastor Martin Niemöller was complicated. An anti-Semitic supporter of Hitler through the Nazi takeover of Germany. He believed that Hitler would make Germany great again and blamed immigrants, Jews, and the weakness of the government on Weimar's problems. Sound familiar? She should go. Yeah? Oh, I don't think she's been invited. I don't think she was not on that list. During the 1920s and early 30s, the Nazi Party under Adolf Hitler became increasingly popular. They blamed the country's difficulties on Jews, foreigners, and the weakness of the Weimar government, and promised they would improve ordinary people's lives. Niemöller was one of the Nazi Party's early supporters. After being ordained in 1929, he remained a strong supporter of Hitler, despite the party's hatred of and discrimination against Jewish people and other groups. Like many Germans at the time, Niemöller believed that the Nazis and Hitler would provide strong leadership to make Germany a powerful and respected nation. Yeah, citizens lobbyists, yes. Again, he also saw the Nazi Party as a way for Germany to return to the Christian morals he thought had been abandoned, even referring to Hitler as an instrument sent by God. Niemöller's eventual split with the Nazi Party came when they started to control the German Protestant Church. They appointed an official leader of the church and changed the text of the Bible to remove what the Nazis saw as, quote, Jewish ideology. But Niemöller had misgivings when the Nazis began to control Christianity. Christianity, what the hell? Christianity. He chose to speak out against Hitler and was sent to Dachau concentration camp, which he survived. After the war, he wrote a famous poem, First They Came For, and traveled the world speaking out loud about the Holocaust and encouraging Germans to take responsibility for it. I had to tell him, Dear brother, fellow man, Jew, before you say anything, I say to you, I acknowledge my guilt and beg you to forgive me and my people for this sin. Martin Niemöller, sermon in Erlangen, Germany, 1946. You want to tune into the protesters? Yeah, that's one way to spend that day. They're there to put on a show, that's for sure. Here is one version of his poem. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. While most people have heard this poem at some point and thought, that would never be me, I would not stay silent, many don't realize it was written by someone who did in fact stay silent for years before having a change of heart. Oh yeah, we're the dinosaur is going to the march tomorrow. I have to put up that thing. Starting Monday, with the installation of Donald Trump and the dark enlightenment of the PayPal mafia into the White House, every American will be Martin Niemöller. We will be a Niemöller nation. When they come for transgender and queer people, will you speak out? When they come for immigrants, will you stay silent? When they come for women, again, will you remain aloof? When they come for black, brown, and native people, again, I would add, will you hide behind your skin? The cold reality is that it happened here. We allowed a regurgitated Nazi party led by a demented rapist felon to latch itself to an out-of-control plutocracy, collude with our foreign enemies, and seize power from within. This wasn't history rhyming, it was plagiarism. It is 1933 in America. Monday at noon, Eastern Time, America will be the Fourth Reich. But America, like Niemöller, is complicated. We will all have Niemöller's choice, individually and collectively. Make it wisely. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jim Stewartson. That was really nice. That's a good reminder. Let's see what else we have here. If I'm missing something on camera, let me know. I didn't have much else other than the Kristi Noem video. What is this? Here we go. Oh, this is today. Okay. Oh, and then I want to read Greg Olear's that podcast. We might listen to some of that. Putin is sending dozens of proxies to the inauguration. Don't bother, they're here. Yeah. Isn't the whole Bible just mythologized? Fuck, man. Mythologized history, genealogy, and laws of the Jews. I don't know. I mean, I think it's all fantasy in my mind. It's all control. I have a very, very poor attitude when it comes to religion. I feel like it's all control. The inaugurations moved indoors? Is that true? Is that really true? It was plagiarism. Yeah, what a great line. It is great. That is a great line. Gal, I think those seeds you planted are going to pay off, but it's too bad it wasn't faster, and starting now is better than later. Insert best time to plant a tree quote. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So true. So true. Maybe one day, yeah. Maybe one day I'll be lucky. Where is this 300,000 kids? You know, that has been a talking point for a while now, and that really latched in, man. That took hold like a motherfucker in people's brains, in chud brains. So that disinformation, I don't know. I guess I'm just like a little bit of a broken record here. Don't mind me. I'm just Lolo, and I'm just talking about disinformation as something we better figure out. We better stop acting like it's a dirty word and we can't say it because somebody will get offended that we said it. Fucking fucks. All right. Anyways. Okay. 59 Dems voting. Really? Is that true? 59 Dems voting for the Lake and Riley bill. Well, thus it begins. Thus it begins. Yeah, who's afraid of the cold? Yeah, who made that call? Here we go. Trump from the New Republic from today. The Trump humiliates Nikki Haley in an epic new rant, but also sends a warning. As Trump puts Republicans on notice against daring to criticize him, a reporter who covers D.C. influence peddling explains how he is already building a new Trump kleptocracy right before our eyes. Crispy Gnome does have dead eyes. She looks like a doll. Not a good one. Like one of those possessed ones, you know, like Annabelle kind of shit. That's what I mean. It's going to be very cold. Oh well. It's January in D.C. There you go. This week, Donald Trump ranted that no one with ties to certain Republicans who have criticized him will get jobs in the new government. No. The inclusion of Nikki Haley among them got attention because after her primary against Trump, she bent the knee and obsequiously endorsed him. It didn't help her much. Her reward is Trump's thorough humiliation of her. We think this is really a warning to future GOP critics. Cross Trump and you risk being on the outs with no way back in. We talked to Casey Michael, a reporter who covers lobbying and influence peddling, and he explains how Trump's rewarding of friends and punishment of enemies are central to a bigger story. His creation of a new Trump kleptocracy that will now dominate us. Here is the transcript. Oh, wait. I need to... How long is it? The transcripts are not really great to read. Because I don't really want to... Yeah. Oh, my God. Okay, everybody. Yeah. Okay, how long is it? Oh, no, that's not it. I'm sorry. Hold on. Sorry. I'm terrible. Hold on. Let me see if I can listen to it.
Today we're chatting about this with Casey Michelle, a reporter who covers lobbying and influence peddling and wrote a good piece for the New Republic on the coming resurgence of kleptocracy in the Trump era. Thanks for coming back on, Casey.
Yeah, Greg, it's great to be back with you.
So in his rant, Trump said this: "It would be helpful if you would not send or recommend to us people who worked with or are endorsed by," and then he listed a number of people, cited Liz Cheney, Mitt Romney, and Mike Pence, of course, and quote-unquote bird brain Nikki Haley, and a bunch of others. He accused them of suffering from Trump derangement syndrome and so forth. Casey, everyone laughed at this, but it actually seems to send a pretty serious message. Criticize Trump, and you might be on the outs forever, no matter how unctuously you suck up to him later and repent, like Nikki Haley now. Is this a warning?
Yeah, Greg, absolutely it is. I mean, I think this is all downstream from the fact that it is absolutely clear that the thing Trump prizes most is loyalty, is fealty, is not even specific policy positions or broader specific strategic recommendations. It is simply loyalty to the man. Whatever he says, whatever he does, whatever he pursues, and of course, whatever benefits him personally, you're either with him or you're against him. And there's no coming back, as Nikki Haley now well knows.
Yes, and this weekend, Trump will have his inauguration where we'll see D.C. absolutely overrun with the most obsequious loyalists you can imagine. We're already learning some pretty awful stuff. The chief executive of TikTok has been invited to sit on the dais, and all these tech oligarchs will have positions of honor. Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, all the parties for inaugural weekend are like a big coming out moment for the tech oligarchy and the Silicon Valley elite. Lots of companies are pouring millions of dollars into Trump's inaugural committee. What do you make of Trump openly giving a place of honor to these elites this way, Casey?
Well, Greg, you and I were talking off mic that one of the key differences emerging in the second Trump administration versus what we saw in the first is clearly this relationship with other deep-pocketed donors who were generally considered to be of at least liberal or potentially even centrist bent, now racing to be the first to visit Trump at Mar-a-Lago and, of course, support him in the inauguration. And I have no doubt continue to support him for months and months to come. And what we see is this emerging class of what is, for lack of a better term, truly an oligarchy emerging in the United States of America. And I don't think it's any surprise that that is really the kind of term of art we have seen bandied about so much since Trump's election victory. And I wasn't even necessarily surprised to see current President Biden in his farewell address warn about the rise of this new oligarchic class, because that is really the key distinction for what we are seeing buttressing Trump this time around.
I want to ask you about that Biden speech for a second. It seems like it actually is a way to say to Democrats on Biden's part, he's saying this, Democrats, you should now start indicting this oligarchy. You now need to talk about what's happening in this country. You're someone who's covered this stuff for a long time. It's pretty opaque to a lot of people. Is there a role for Democrats to start actually defining this oligarchy, saying how it works, why it's such a menace?
Yes, absolutely there is. There's a wide opening that's getting bigger and bigger by the day. And again, much of that is related directly to the actions of the Mark Zuckerbergs and the Jeff Bezoses and, of course, the Elon Musks of the world, leading them wide open to the kind of criticism that is right there for the taking if only Democrats lean in on it. The farewell address that
Oh, thank you, Teresa. Breaking news. SCOTUS upheld the ban of TikTok. When is that supposed to take effect? When's that supposed to take effect? Teresa, do we know? Is that today or tomorrow? Why do I think it's the 18th or something weird like that? I can't remember. Yeah, everyone click that link. Unfortunately, it looks like one of those channels that'll definitely have a code embedded in their fucking videos. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. It's like a weird kind of thing. The ban is Sunday. Okay, the 19th. Who's Billy Long? Oh my God. Billy Long, Billy Long. Melania. Elonia. All right, let's keep going. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt our listen in here. I think Biden said he won't enforce it yesterday. Okay.
that we saw from Biden was right on the money, warning about this emerging class of oligarchs and the kind of threat they pose to democracy in the United States, but frankly around the world at this point as well. This was something that I wish we had seen from President Biden months, if not years before. But I do think this is one of those speeches that folks are going to be talking about for a long, long time, especially as the threat of this oligarchic class only grows more salient, both domestically as well as internationally.
It seems to me that all these elites this weekend with the inauguration and beyond are doing something more than the usual influence peddling. It's almost a celebration of the idea that oligarchy and kleptocracy are set for a particularly big moment now under Trump. Trump ran openly on a vow to govern in a way that will enrich wealthy elites who supported him with campaign donations. He made open quid pro quo demands of big oil executives and wealthy investors. He won. Now, all these people are partying expressly about the fact that they won on those terms, right? How do you understand that aspect of this moment as someone who's tracked this stuff for so long?
You know, it's the culmination of trends that were years, if not decades in the making, the lifting of caps on things like campaign spending, the opacity surrounding so much political money swirling around Washington. I think it's worth highlighting the fact, though, that it's frankly, not just these American oligarchs that are celebrating Trump's return to the White House. This is part of a global cast of characters of generally authoritarian regimes with their kind of oligarchic proxies that are now salivating at the prospect of a new administration. They will not be targeted with sanctions. They will not be prosecuted. They will not be investigated. And frankly, they can use their money as much as these American oligarchs are in terms of influencing and accessing the Trump.
This is the thing, and I had a good conversation with someone the other day that when we talk about, globalists and all of that, it is good to be specific about language. Because language is so coded, right? And that's my interpretation. Language is very coded, and it's important to have that language. And that this is not that in the globalist, using globalist as a slur, using globalist as a term to then imply some kind of anti-Semitic or racist or other kind of bigoted foundation is a manipulative fucking tool. And what I see, rather than, kind of everybody sitting around the table rubbing their hands, what I see is a bunch of fucking rich guys who want to get richer and don't want to be held accountable for doing bad things. That's it. That's what I think I see. And when they do things in concert with each other, it's really just because it's also convenient for them to do that, right? And the fact that Trump is in and his administration really sends the signal to those other guys that at least the United States won't be up our ass, right? Or whatever there is perception-wise. I'm oversimplifying it, but I hope you understand the point, that it is really that definitely there are networks, there are institutes of mass destruction that are refining the arguments, right? The Heritage Foundation has a Heritage Action, which actually drafts the lawsuits that people bring, that actually drafts the legislation and does those types of things very proactively. So there's definitely coordination on those activities. But it is far and away in my mind, and should be, I think, from an assertion that this is a globalist takeover. This is a bunch of fucking rich guys who are corrupt as motherfuckers, and finally now have a cooperative United States government. That's what I think. And not that they weren't cooperative before. Trust me, I think we got here because of a lot of corruption on all the, throughout. So we can have that conversation too. But right now, today, the conversation, it really should be about how do you not have a kleptocracy where the interests of the many will not be will not be considered in lieu of the needs of the few. That's what we're facing, I think. And so to the degree coordination works for them, fantastic. They figured that out. They figured out how to coordinate. Fucking Matt Gaetz is up the ass of Millier all the fucking time. He's in Argentina more than anybody I know. Or wherever. So, like, they don't make it a secret that they are, like at least happy to see each other. I don't know. It doesn't have to be a big, but I think I don't want to minimize what the impact of their desired outcomes are, because that's when it comes to privatization. That's why I'm listening so carefully for certain words that they're using or not using in these hearings. Anyway, I'm sorry. I know I'm speaking to the much smarter choir than me. He gives chuds what they want. I don't mean policy, just rally. I know, just the BS that make them... Here's the thing. Listen. How much do we know that chuds want to be accepted and have incredibly deeply seated guilt for their bigotry? I'm going to call it right now. That comes from a deeply seated, bigoted place that deep down inside there is shame surrounding it. But they, for the first time in their stupid lives, have actual leadership who's saying it's okay to be a bigot. Words are just words. DEI is stupid. You know, look at all the stupid women who run shit in LA. That they've said that over and over and over and over and over again. Every time I see them comment about fires in LA, it's about the stupid DEI hires. So this is just like, it gave permission for shit that's always been there, right? We know that. And that's why everything that they do is okay, by the way. That's why it doesn't matter if he's a rapist or a felon or a traitor or any of those things. Or that any of his picks are deeply unqualified and unserious about the jobs that they're being put up for. I'm literally listening to the Federalist Papers every night. I know that's stupid. I just have never read them. And I'm really finding very, very, the second time in there or more, but it's like, whoa, it's on overdrive. The acceptance by the establishment is on overdrive. Notice the entire Republican Congress has been wiped out of moderates. Wiped the fuck out. They did it, you guys. From the MAGA watering hole, DEI is bad, but Hegspeth DUI is good. Yeah, DUI over DEI, right? That's what they like. I'm telling you, they are. Oh my God, I wake up. I need to now re-listen, of course. But Federalist Paper 2 was like fucking me up last night. And number 7, it was fucking me up. I gotta do a show. We should do a show on that. It would just be fun. Oh yeah, he's at the Capital One Arena. I used to see, I went and saw WWE there. What a chud wants, what a chud needs. Ooh, make him happy in bigotry. And ooh, thank you, President Blump, for giving him. Oh God. Wah, wah. I watched the Woodbridge, New Jersey high school board meeting last night, don't ask. But the meeting was a group of people pretending to be from there, reading DEI buzzwords. Who pays these traveling lobbyists? And Vox Day is good, I guess. The voice of God, is that it? Or voice of gods? What is that? How appropriate. Oh, stop. Capital One. I like that area so much. Who pays those lobbyists? Well, Moms for Lick My Ass, for one. And the Koch brothers through different and various sundry groups. You know, all that stuff. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm going to continue this. I might even just take the dog out. So hold on. Here we go.
White House. This is really what it portends, a kind of opening to any deep-pocketed individual, whether American or not, to the White House, to the highest rungs of American power.
In your piece for the New Republic, you point out that foreign agents are rising higher in Trump's orbit than before. Susie Wiles, who will be his chief of staff, and Pam Bondi, who will almost certainly be his attorney general, were both registered foreign lobbying agents.
GP has a new
Jared
video?
Kushner and the Trump Organization are doing all these deals in the Mideast, as we discussed before. There are now these new, very clear and wide open channels to channeling bribes to the president. What is this new Trump kleptocracy that's emerging here? I mean, it's a new kind of beast, isn't it? It's both more public, more explicit, more self-celebratory in ways I don't think we've seen before, have we?
No, Greg, and I think that's a key point. We have never seen something like this before. Of course, the common refrain is that, yes, we have seen these kind of plutocratic elements and things like the Gilded Age with robber barons in American history, but we have never seen such a singular cohort of so many deep-pocketed individuals with direct access to the White House. And beyond that, we have certainly never seen a president like Donald Trump who completely blurs the lines, completely dissolves the lines between private interest and public policy. This is not a surprise to you or to listeners that so much of Trump's policy, whether domestic or increasingly foreign, is predicated on what benefits him, his inner circle, his family, and of course the Trump organization itself. And I do think it's worth highlighting that the Trump organization has come forth and said that they do have an ethics pledge. And all they say is they won't do any deals with foreign officials or foreign governments. But that leaves the door wide open to doing deals with foreign individuals, foreign companies, or any other proxies for these regimes. And of course, these regimes can do this.
I mean, there's a bunch of ways to get money to them. You know, that's the whole point.
Nominally independent
of all
that
these
the Trump
little
organization
things,
can
these little
then
organizations.
work with. That is little more than a cutout for ex-dictatorship or
Lindell's famous for
autocracy
him.
or whatever the interests may be.
Yeah, and I want to try to go back and go big picture in another way. In 2016, Donald Trump kind of ran as the guy who knows that elites are corrupt. He ran as the guy who was a member of the corrupt elite. He had seen corruption from the inside. He
and the
understood how
coded
double
word
dealing
butterflies
worked.
for me
He would
is
put
when they
his
say
knowledge of
the code for me is when they say we're going to review that, and we're going to review that, and we're going to uphold the law. When that means that depending on if you change the law with an EO or something like that, that doesn't mean anything. That's not an answer. We have to demand better answers. And there's definitely rich fuckers we don't know because they don't need to be known. You know, we just know who we know. So it's all very good point.
inside corruption to work on behalf of the American people. It kind of occurs to me that we're not even hearing him even say that now. At this point, what he's basically saying is, we're just going to have a big party and loot the place blind from top to bottom. There's not any kind of explicit declaration of why all this kind of dealing with elites, all this deal making in public, why it will help the American people or the country. Is there?
No, certainly not that I've seen. And of course, Trump is also coming in with, frankly, more confidence than he's ever had. Of course, he has both houses of Congress. He has an entire political party completely at his feet, at his beck and call. I don't even know why it would necessarily be in his interest to pay any lip service to any of those similar talking points that we saw in the first term. And of course, we did see in the first term that knowledge of these illicit financial channels, of these open areas of access to foreign influence, of course, that did benefit someone, but it certainly wasn't the American public. It was the then and now future president, Donald Trump, his family, and the Trump organization.
It's funny, when we see the inauguration this weekend and we see Zuckerberg and Musk and Bezos up there on the dais, all of those three people have explicitly and obsequiously paid tribute to Trump. Musk spent $250 million or something like that to help him get elected. Zuckerberg recently just canceled fact-checking at Meta in keeping with what Trump wants, using Trumpian language about fact-checking. And Bezos canceled the editorial endorsing Kamala Harris and defended it with complete bullshit. They're all kind of just celebrating the fact that they've got their MAGA king and they're going to pay tribute to him in public, and it's all good. Everybody wins.
Yeah, look, they're going all in on Trump. They think it is in their interest. They think it is in their business interest. And maybe in the very short term it is. But again, to get back to earlier in the conversation, Greg, they're leaving the doors wide open for Democrats to go all in on highlighting all of the threats and all of the impact, the devastating, damaging impact, both on American democracy as well as plenty of other interests domestically and internationally that these new oligarchs are posing. And I won't be surprised if we begin seeing that kind of blowback not long after the inauguration. Look, things are plenty rosy for Trump right now, but it's one thing to run, and of course, it's another thing to govern. And we'll see where we are in a few months' time.
There are some exciting changes underway at the DSR network, and we're so happy to share them all with you. In response to requests from our listeners, we're making it easier to find the podcasts you want, where words matter and above average intelligence, and to get exclusive benefits like becoming a member. .com/buy.
There's a history here. We've said this on the show before, but in 2004, George W. Bush looked invincible. He kind of looked a little like Trump does now. Republican Party was in lockstep behind him. Bush seemed to have total control over the information environment with the Iraq War. But then after 2004, things started to unravel through a combination of incompetence and, importantly, corruption. A big part of the story of the 2006 midterm gains by Democrats was that they campaigned hard against corruption on the part of Republicans. And I don't think Trump can actually tame the press here in the United States. He can do them some damage. He can kill an editorial here. He can get, a suck-up profile of Melania there. But we're going to see some aggressive reporting on the emerging corruption, and I think that could start to really damage them.
The beauty and the curse of another Trump presidency is the fact that he brings corruption and kleptocracy front and center. Right, there is no distinguishing him as a president or as a businessman from these kind of corrupt networks. And I have no doubt that details are going to continue to emerge. Investigations will shine a light on all of these different dark money networks that are swirling into the Trump White House, taking full advantage. We won't know everything. We won't learn about every single network, but it is going to be front and center for years to come.
I want to talk a little more about what you said earlier about how Democrats can really kind of go hard at this. I think there's basically a kind of skepticism or, cynicism on the part of a lot of people who sort of say, okay, everybody's corrupt in Washington. Trump is just, he's just doing exactly what's been done there for years and decades and so forth. And I think there's probably some reason to worry that the public tunes out a lot of it. But at the same time, the public hates corruption in Washington, and it turns on the party in power. It is going to require Democrats to keep up the heat and make the case, though, right? To keep the spotlight shined on this stuff. How would you advise Democrats to tell people that kleptocracy and oligarchy is bad, that it matters?
Well, absolutely. It's going to come down to using those terms, which fortunately or otherwise, Americans across the country are becoming increasingly familiar with themselves. Again, it was wonderful to see President Biden do this, but these are the kind of terms that Democrats are going to need to keep highlighting and hammering, as well as highlighting other examples of other countries elsewhere where the oligarchs, especially in places like Russia, really sank their teeth into a country and effectively devastated the democracy that was there in the 1990s. It's also about Congress, and we saw some of this actually in Trump's first term, as well as in the aftermath. It's about congressional investigations, highlighting the role and realities of what the Trump administration is doing to benefit Donald Trump himself, whether it is investigations into the Trump organization or to some of the shell companies that are operating, or whatever the actual manifestation of that is. I was, I suppose, always pleasantly surprised by whether it was the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations or the Senate Finance, whatever it might be, congressional investigators really took the reins in guiding the American public to the corruption of the first Trump administration. They have to do that the second time around.
Well, what has to happen again is Democrats have to take the House back in 2026. I think the public is going to want a check on the madness that's going on, and that's really where it could come, right?
Absolutely. I mean, of course, it is highlighting the relationship between oligarchy, wealth inequality, and day-to-day living expenses, things getting tougher, things getting more expensive, being unable to find childcare, being unable to find elder care. This is all part and parcel of a broader messaging that has to focus on just how unfair this economy now is for those Americans on the ground, with those benefiting at the top surrounding Donald Trump.
Right. They have to make a case, Democrats do, that Trump and his cast of misfit oligarchs and kleptocrats are looting the place from top to bottom.
Yeah. Yes, 100%. And of course, there are other elements, national security concerns, intelligence concerns, so on and so forth. But it really comes down to the kind of bread and butter issues that we know move so many American voters.
I want to link this back to the rant about Nikki Haley and Republicans. Trump is going very far in saying explicitly and openly that people who criticize him could face punishment from state power in his hands. Throughout the campaign, he said media organizations that displeased him should lose broadcasting rights. Now, remember, Trump threatened to jail Zuckerberg, and then when he got the cancellation of fact-checking at Meta, Trump was asked if his threats had produced that outcome, and he said, "You're damn right they did." So the larger context here is that in every possible way, Trump is letting everyone know that it's time to fall in line, and that for those who are loyal all the way down, the spoils will be rich and great.
Yes. Look, I think it is worth folks reading up on the history of organized crime, both in the United States as well as elsewhere, and the kind of internal governance structures and governance modes that we have seen in these kinds of mafiosi organized groups. I think that is an absolute indication of the kind of leadership style and governance structure we are set to see here in the United States of America, and frankly, across many authoritarian regimes around the world.
You want to explain to listeners what the mafia state is?
Well, the mafia state is basically exactly as it sounds. It is effectively state capture, the seizure of the levers of state power by those who either are or certainly appear to be members of organized crime groups. It is basically statewide racketeering, all for the benefit of the rulers in power. And again, this gets back to the root of kleptocracy, which literally means rule of thieves. It is those in power that are the ones benefiting, while those on the ground, those voters around the country, are the ones that are suffering day in and day out without any kind of way to actually get that government out of power.
So what does a mafia state look like under Trump, presuming he can put one in place? It's not exactly organized crime. It's a bunch of organized interests that are a little different from, mafiosi, but maybe not all that different. What does it really look like in the real world here?
I'm not comfortable saying the United States is imminently headed for mafia state status, but certainly in the longer run, if this is a kind of governance style we are set to see for years, maybe decades to come, then I think folks are generally familiar with things in Putin's Russia currently look like: a one-party state, a dictator in power for years and years, benefiting him and the oligarchic class underneath him. I think in the more short term, that a model that folks are going to recognize is what we saw take place in Hungary under Viktor Orban, where Orban may not necessarily be a dictator, but it is increasingly difficult year in, year out to dislodge him and his cronies. He has friends running the media. He has friends running security services. He has friends running the main export sectors, so on and so forth. All of them engaged in practices that benefit the ruling elite and Viktor Orban himself. That is the concern. That is the model that I can see perfectly plausibly moving forward in the United States.
And so just to bring it back one more time to Nikki Haley and Republicans and Trump's weird rant, he's basically telling people that this is going to be a government for friends that punishes enemies, right? I mean, the warning is part of what you're talking about.
Now.
It's part of this evolution towards this kind of not mafia state, but Orban-esque kind of government, right?
And there's power in the humiliation, right? This is what Trump is doing with figures like Nikki Haley, who of course was outspoken against him in the primary, but then ended up sucking up and kissing the ring. And now he is publicly blasting her. And there's nothing she can do about it. There's no way that she can recover from this. It is humiliation all the way through. And again, it is, as you said, Greg, it is a warning and further indication that there is nothing Trump prizes more than loyalty and fealty, not to any policies, but to Trump the man, Trump the president, and Trump himself. The humiliation, that really is the warning itself. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter even how much you criticize, but then kiss the ring. You are still opening yourself up for public national humiliation at the end of the day itself. And this is something that everyone across the board is going to realize and recognize. I know there's only one way to avoid that, and that is to stay in Trump's good graces. You can't criticize, you can't investigate, you can't reveal, and you certainly can't oppose the president. That is the kind of model of governance we are seeing implemented under the new Trump administration.
Well, this is going to be a real learning experience for all of us.
Okay. That was really good. I actually really enjoyed that. Again, I just want to reiterate, I think one of the points that was brought up in a conversation I had a couple days ago was, language does matter in this context, just so that we have some shared definitions. And I'm not saying I have those definitions, obviously, but it is, I think it is a good, it has given me pause, let me put it this way, over the last few days, and thinking about what, might be coming out of my mouth. Not that I do a very good job of managing that, but you know what I mean. Anyway, okay, so let's see what we've got. Some other stuff. You're not going anywhere, don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing, mama, 'cause I'll be standing on the side. When you're checking out. Sorry, I don't know the words, and I'm not singing all that well these days. Let's see. Do we have? Let me just see. Here's 3 takeaways from our discussion. How long is is Greg's podcast? No, we never did listen to the porn case. I was all excited. There's so many things that we didn't do, SB. Oh my God. It was just like, it was an embarrassment of riches. Literally embarrassing. No. Hold on. Let me see if I hold on. Okay. How long is this? An hour and 15. I think I want to listen to some of this. This is Greg's interview. That's a great song. That's a great song. It might be. God, that was fucking weird. Anyway, I think I was right. It was that good. Well, who is that? Is that Sarah Vaughan? No. No, it's the girl with the Amazon hair. It's the girl with the Amazon hair. Everything is wheezy in the post-fire area. That's true. Maybe that's what it is. I haven't even thought about that. Jesus Christ on a cracker. Let me just make sure, because I know I had some other things and I want to make sure I didn't. That's the thing about him. Okay. All right, we did that. We did that. We did that. No, we did that. We did that. We still have Doug Burgum, too. Jesus criminy. What a pain. Ay, ay, ay. Yay, yay, yay. So this is Greg Olear, our beautiful friend. We love Greg so much. And he did, I'll just read this little opening that he has here. Kimmel's monologue was great last night. Oh, I heard about, I saw some people post it, but I didn't actually stop to look at it. I got to do that. I got to look at that. He will definitely strike me. Oh my God. Those bitches, man, they don't even like you playing their clips. Crazy. Yeah. Christopher Steele began his 22-year career as an intelligence professional and Russia expert within the British government in 1987, soon after graduating from Cambridge University. He was posted to Moscow, where he served through the fall of the Soviet Union, and Paris before returning to London to become one of the government's senior intelligence experts and advisors on Russia. In 2009, he founded the private intelligence company Orbis Business Intelligence. His series of intelligence reports, collectively known as the Steele Dossier, helped expose Donald Trump's ties to the Kremlin. Greg Olear talks to Steele about the dossier, the Compromat tape, Dmitry Sims, Prague, Rosneft, Ukraine, the FBI, political cowardice, lawfare, Putin, Trump, Xi, Keir Starmer, the political situation in Canada and Western Europe, Elon Musk, and Steele's excellent new book, Unredacted, Russia, Trump, and the Fight for Democracy. All right. And I will make sure you got the link to this podcast too, so that you can follow some of the links that he gives here. But here we go. Let's listen to Greg and Christopher Steele.
SW Media.
The man's a gangster and a thug.
Prevail. C'est щотижнева програма про політику.
L'histoire, la sécurité nationale.
Crimen organizado, dinero sucio. Глобальну корупцію та боротьбу за демократію. Y ahora, a tepер.
Et maintenant,
con ustedes, su anfitrión, Greg Olear.
Longtime British intelligence professional, formerly of MI6, posted to Moscow, who back in 2016 tried to warn his allies here in the United States about the disturbing ties between Trump and Russia. James Comey screwed it all up, and the media only reported on the one salacious detail in the dossier, which was never intended for public consumption, as we shall see. And here we are. On Monday, Trump is back in office. His choice to run the FBI is Kash Patel, who maintains a list of enemies that he presumably will use his considerable powers as FBI director to go after. Occupying one of the top spots on the Kash Patel enemies list, Christopher Steele. Speaking of which, the risks of telling the truth about Trump and his associates have become much greater, especially for independent reporters like me. So if you like what I'm doing on the show, please subscribe to the Prevail Substack. There's 5 full years worth of work in the archives on Trump, Russia, Putin, Leonard Leo, the Supreme Court, and much, much more. Every piece of Prevail is free to read and always will be. No paywalls ever.
So it
Your
doesn't
generous
really matter.
support keeps it that way. Subscriptions are just $6.99 a month, $65 a year. Visit gregoliar.substack.com to learn more. Christopher Steele began his 22-year career as an intelligence professional and Russia expert within the British government in 1987. Soon after graduating from Cambridge University, he was posted to Moscow, where he served through the fall of the Soviet Union, and Paris, before returning to London to become one of the government's senior intelligence experts and advisors on Russia. In 2009, he founded the private intelligence company Orbis Business Intelligence. His series of intelligence reports in 2016, collectively known as the Steele Dossier, helped expose Donald Trump's ties to the Kremlin. His new book, as I just said, is called Unredacted: Russia, Trump, and the Fight for Democracy. I've written about the book before. I cannot recommend it highly enough. It is a wonderful supplement to the record, the historical record of what happened. And I just thought it was, for me personally reading it, a bracing burst of truth. It's like turning on the spotlight and the gaslighting goes away. It was both infuriating to read it, and it made me feel better at the same time. I can't recommend it highly enough. Please go buy it. Go read it. You won't regret it. We talk about a lot of things over the hour that he was kind enough to spend with me. We talk about the format of the dossier. We talk about Dmitry Simes. We talk about the policy in Ukraine. We talk about the Michael Cohen Prague piece of the dossier. We talk about the FSB and organized crime and what really happened in 2016. We talk about political cowardice. We talk about lawfare. We talk about the relationship between Xi and Putin and China and Russia, and much, much more. I'm excited to bring that to you. In fact, I was not planning on coming back so soon, and I am still going to take a couple more weeks off, but I had the opportunity to talk to Chris, and I could not wait, So I think it's a very appropriate podcast to run the Friday before Trump comes back into office. I don't know what's going to happen on Monday. I have a bad feeling about it. I think that we're all kind of sleepwalking to some degree, and people don't really realize the extent of it. I'm recording this on Thursday morning at 6:30 a.m. President Biden last night gave his farewell address. He did not, unfortunately, just sit there and read off all of the files that the FBI and the CIA have on Trump, exposing him as a criminal and a puppet for the Kremlin. He did not do that. Instead, he warned about, hey, oligarchs are taking over, and I think there's a lot of misinformation going around. That might be a problem. I don't know. These things have been going on for a long time. I don't know why he's suddenly decided to talk about them like 3 days before he's leaving, but whatever. Better late than never, I suppose. One of the things about Trump that's so awful, there are many, many things that are awful, and I write about this in Rough Beast in the first chapter, is that he lies all the time, which is, of course, that's a Kremlin thing, just lie, 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 lie. If you recall, I've said this before, the first thing that the press secretary, Sean Spicer, did the first day of the Trump administration, the first day, like January 20th, 4 years ago, right? He came in and insisted that the crowd size at inauguration was the largest ever and bigger than Obama's or whatever. And we all knew it was a lie. Sean Spicer knew it was a lie. The press knew it was a lie. Nobody knew what to make of it. This is when Kellyanne Conway coined the term alternative facts. It was because of that, right at the beginning. And this is going to go into overdrive now. The lies are going to be off the charts, which is bad enough in normal times when he's talking about Greenland or Panama or whatever. But when there are catastrophes, when there's fires going on, when the second largest city in the United States is burning, it really is helpful to have a president who doesn't lie all the time. And I think that's going to be a big problem going forward. His lies are going to make it so that we cannot believe the federal government. And the reason I know this is because it happened before with the pandemic, when he lied about it and politicized the response, and over 1 million people died, and half of those 1 million people died needlessly as a direct result of his negligence in handling the pandemic. So I don't know what's going to happen this time. It's probably going to be worse. How is it going to be worse than killing, 500,000 people? I shudder to think. It's scary stuff. I'm not going to lie. It's scary stuff. That's why I needed a couple of weeks off from the podcast. I needed time to just kind of gather my strength. I'm going to keep doing the podcast. I'm going to take a couple more weeks off. I have some travels going on now for work, and I will be back doing this. We will bring you great guests, as we always have, unless they all shut us down, which is a possibility. I don't know what's going to happen. I have no idea what's going to happen. Literally no range of outcomes would surprise me after Monday. I wouldn't be surprised if they're so incompetent that nothing happens. I wouldn't be surprised if he declares martial law right away and sends the military out right away, and we're all just suddenly under the jackboots of this dictatorship. I wouldn't be surprised if the aliens came down from outer space and got off the drones in New Jersey and saved us all or killed us all. I don't know. Nothing would surprise me at this point.
Oh, I like auto shows.
Every day I read the headlines and my head shakes, and I'm like, I can't believe we are in this timeline. On Monday, we're going to give the government to Nazis. That's what's happening on Monday. We're going to willingly give the government to Nazis, and without a fight, capitulating the whole time, making it seem like everything is fine, everything is normal. Joe Biden's like, hey, Donald, come sit with me by the fire, and we'll pretend this is a normal transition. Even the appointments at these confirmation hearings in the Senate, they act like it's just a normal thing. Hegseth, he's a rapist and a drunk and completely unqualified to run the Department of Defense. The whole thing is a joke. And, Tim Kaine, the senator, is trying to nail him on, oh, you were unfaithful to your wife. Nobody gives a shit about that. He is not qualified for the job. It's a joke. Not only that, he's a white Christian nationalist who believes in the crusade. And you're talking about like he cheated on his wife? Nobody cares about that. Nobody even cares that he's a drunk. Ulysses Grant was a drunk. He was the best general in the history of the United States. These things are easy to, slap down. But you need to look at him as unserious. He's a fucking Fox News host. That's all that he is. He has zero experience or capability to do this job. And, we kind of need a good person in charge of the Department of Defense with the world on fire.
That must
but that's
be really
just me. Talking about this with my friend LB, Stephanie Koff. She's like, after watching these idiots founder about in front of the Senate, when Tulsi gets there and knows how to speak to these people, she's going to look like Einstein.
Nice,
and they're going to just let her in, and that's going to be the end of it. We talk about that, Chris Steele and I talk about that also in the pod, how dangerous the Tulsi Gabbard pick is. It's just, the whole thing is insane to me.
You should probably watch
I knew he would pick bad people. I knew they would be awful. It's almost a troll how awful the picks are, honestly. It's almost a troll. So
yes, that.
What's good is that Severance is coming back on Friday. Today, as you're listening to this.
I haven't watched that series.
I'm a huge fan of that show. My wife has seen it at least 12 times, top to bottom, and she can't wait. So that's going to be exciting. So it's not all doom and gloom. The other funny thing, I don't even know how funny this is. Originally, when I wrote about Steele's book, which again is called Unredacted Russia, Trump, and the Fight for Democracy, I like how he puts Russia before Trump. I say Trump, Russia. He says Russia, Trump, because, it's an order of importance. It's a power thing. You don't say Robin and Batman, do you? And anyway, the first time I was doing this and I was going on the 5-8 talking about the book and how good it was, I think Christopher Wray, the FBI director, had just done something, and I kept flubbing it and saying Christopher Wray when I meant to say Christopher Steele. And compounding matters is that we had just watched the Yacht Rock documentary, which involves Christopher Cross. So it was like this sort of juggling act of people named Christopher with one-syllable last names. I should also say that this is completely useless information. as I sit here, I'm drinking my coffee, and the mug that I use every day I bought in Pittsburgh. And I realized as I was editing this yesterday that my mug says Steel City. Doesn't have the E at the end, but I think also quite appropriate. Anyway, I wish all of you listening to this, I wish you safety. I wish you security. I wish you sanity in the days and weeks and months to come. I do believe that we will get through this, as LB says at the end of every 5-8. We will get through this. The American people are resilient. That's one thing I like that Biden said. I love America, and so do you. And who doesn't love America are these MAGA people. They want to change it and make it like Russia. And I think that once they start doing this shit, once people realize what they actually voted for, they are not going to like it. And there's a lot of people in this country, and MAGA, like hardcore MAGA, is a very small percentage of the people in this country. And even the hardcore MAGA aren't going to like a lot of the stuff they're going to see. That's what I think is going to happen. But, you know, what do I know? I don't know. I'm just praying at this point. So enough of my prattle. Too much talking up front. I apologize. Had a lot to say because I haven't been doing this for a while. I will return in a couple weeks. But in the meantime, we'll be right back with Christopher Steele.
So long, farewell, it's been a solid run. I can't believe that Orange Hitler won. So long, goodbye, the ship alas has sailed. Unlike in Sound of Music, the Nazis have prevailed. So long, farewell, by Kamala, by Joe. What happens now, we do not want to know. So long, farewell, democracy's in doubt. We fucked around, and now we will find out. Goodbye, goodbye.
Christopher Steele, welcome to Prevail.
Hello, Greg. Very pleased to be with you.
It's an honor to have you here on the show. And I want to say up front, on behalf of the American people who still care about democracy and rule of law and that kind of thing, thank you for what you did. You know, no one did more to warn us than you did, and you paid a big price for it. And I want you to know that we are a grateful nation to you specifically. So that's the first thing I want to get that out of the way.
That's very very welcome, because of course often it doesn't feel quite like that, particularly with the various sort of anonymous bots and others on Twitter or what have you. But anyway, it's good to hear.
Yeah, no, you should know that there's a very healthy section of the population here that very much appreciates what you did, and if they understood it better, would appreciate it even more. So that's the first thing. Now, you've written this book, Unredacted, okay. Russia, Trump, and the Fight for Democracy, which I read as soon as I didn't know it was out. I heard you on Arthur Snell's podcast, which is an excellent podcast, and you guys talked about the book, and I was like, I can't. There's a book,
Teresa,
what the, you know? And I bought it as soon as I got home, and I read it, and I wrote about it, and we're going to talk about it in a minute. I think that anybody listening to this is a super well-written, important book, Teresa, and I'll discuss why in a second. Sorry. But before we get to that, I want to talk about you specifically, because one of the nice parts, one of the pleasures of the book was reading about your life, because I think, you know, reading about you in the newspapers and seeing you, you know, the one picture that they had for a long time and all this, one develops an idea of you as this, you're sort of fully formed as who you are. And of course you're not. So it was nice to get to know you through the book as somebody who isn't just on the pages of a Le Carré novel. So talk a little bit about your background and how you came into this line of work.
Yeah, I mean, I've been working in the worlds of diplomacy and intelligence since I was 22, and arguably even before that, because my father was attached to the armed forces and did several foreign postings, including in some fairly unstable places like Yemen, as it now is, where I was born in 1964, and subsequently in places like Cyprus, which, as you know, went through its own kind of civil war in the 1970s. And we arrived there shortly afterwards, and I lived there for 3 years as I went to school. So I had a rather sort of, I don't know quite what the word would be. I moved around a lot. I had to adapt a lot to living in foreign climates and foreign cultures. And so in a sense, it was quite a natural move, I think, to become a government employee working on foreign affairs and intelligence straight out of university. And that's what I did.
Do you regret it? No, I'm just kidding. So I want to talk about, I'm going to read something that I wrote, which I don't usually do, but I think it's important because it's a review here. So, the 2024 is like crazy gaslighting year. I mean, there's so much stuff that's happened with Trump's, the convictions and the indictments and the fraud rulings and the rapes. And he's so obviously playing footsie with Putin and all this stuff. And it's just, there's a crazy amount of gaslighting going on. And then that's the thing I like the most about your book, really, is that it comes out and it provides an account of the dossier, which we're going to get to in a minute. It's a needed supplement to the historical record, but it's like the house lights coming on full blast, overwhelming the gaslighting. And I think that's, to me, me personally reading the book, I've been covering this and writing about it since late 2016, early 2017. And coming into this, I'm just a novelist. I don't know anything. So I'm reading all this stuff. And now everybody in the media here has just sort of forgotten things that happened and stuff like that. And I read your book, and it was like a jolt. It was like a necessary jolt of truth, a bracing bunch of truth. Like, I'm not crazy. So one question that I have, because I felt great sympathy for you, because people they listen to this podcast and they watch the show that I do with my friend. And I think the reason people do that is to make it, to get through the gaslighting and to listen to somebody who knows what's going on and tries to get to the heart of things. So how do you do that? Because who can you talk to when you feel like the gaslighting is going too much? What do you do? Do you have any? Because I think people in the United States are going to need to have some plans here going forward for the next 4 years on how we're going to do this. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a sort of public face, if you like, of a community of people who are high quality professionals who have worked in this field for generations, actually. And my ex-colleagues on both sides of the Atlantic are the people that are still in the system. So when I sort of talk about the issues and when I lay out the truth of them, a lot of that obviously is based on my own work and my own experience, but it's also a collective effort. And I think that's also what goes unnoticed, that, even the work we've done in the last couple of years, some of which appears obviously in the book towards the end, the China-Russia relationship, for example. These are major operational efforts that involve numerous people of high skill and expertise, and it's not just me. So I'm not alone. I'm not sort of a lone wolf. I'm not a lone voice. It's just that is how it comes across often, because it's very unusual for somebody with my background, particularly in the UK, to be able to go into the media, into the public square, become a public figure, although that wasn't something that happened by choice. It's something that we need to use and I need to use to get these messages across. They're very hard messages. They're messages that people like me never thought we would have to convey, never thought there would be a breakdown in the consensus on national security, the rule of law, and so on in the West, particularly in America, and are now facing on a daily, hourly, even more regular basis every single tweet that comes out or post from Musk or whatever needs to be looked at in the context in which it's happening.
Yeah, one of the things that was interesting in the book that I learned is that, because I've written about you, not a lot, but I've mentioned you in the stuff that I've done, certainly because of the dossier and all that. And I'm always like, I'm trying to, Christopher Steele, and then how to describe you. And sometimes I've had difficulty with it. And it turns out that there's a reason for that, which is what you're not really allowed to say what it is that you do. So what do you tell people now? What's the official language? Is it what's on the jacket of the book here? An intelligence professional and Russia expert? Is that how you describe yourself?
Yeah, I have to be quite careful how I do describe myself, although others, of course, can describe me in any way that they like. But in terms of what I do, I mean, I'm a professional intelligence officer. That's what I do. I run an intelligence company. And when I was back in government, I worked in government for 22 years. It's very clear that I was involved in both diplomacy and intelligence work. But I'm not allowed to sort of go into a lot of detail about that. And I hope that is something that's missing from the book, of course. It would make the book a lot more interesting. Not that it isn't interesting already, but it's something that is just not possible or right to convey. You know, we have rules of the game, we have ethics, we have commitments that we make for life, and I'm determined, unlike many of the people in the US around Trump, that I'm going to keep to that.
Yeah. Again, you know, we appreciate that because you're also a model of how to do this. And I think it's important what you said before, that you did not choose to be in the spotlight at all, quite the opposite. And now you are. And the way you're handling it, I think is, commendable. So, and it's instructive because I'm learning a lot from listening to you talk on podcasts, reading your book, which is very interesting, even without all of that stuff. And, you know, maybe someday in some distant future, you'll be able to write about it in some way. I want to talk about the dossier a little bit, I know you're probably sick to death of talking about it or calling it that even. But I want to make sure that, you know, just in case people are listening to this have forgotten or they're unclear or, you know, whatever, I want to make sure that we get all the facts straight. So it's really a series of intelligence reports that you wrote in your job at Orbis Business Intelligence. You were, sort of subcontracted to do that work by Fusion GPS, which is an American company run by Glenn Simpson. That's all right so far, right?
Yeah, you're right so far, yeah.
Okay. Then this dossier, which is intended for a private audience of very few people, suddenly is, you know, out there in the open.
There's an NBC Washington story about
so
it,
that everybody's able to read it under
I hesitate
not
to
the
share
most
it,
wonderful
so
circumstances,
I'm
and not certainly something that you intended. So, but the first question is,
if you want to see
what
it,
Trump and those guys
out.
want to say is that the dossier is the pretext for the Russia investigation in the United States, and it is not. So that is correct, yes, that it is not the pretext for that.
No, the pretext for Crossfire Hurricane, which was the original FBI investigation, was the report from Alexander Downer, who was the Australian High Commissioner, I think, in London, or had been, for things that had been said to him by George Papadopoulos, who you remember was a Trump foreign policy team member before Trump became president, and had said that they'd had a conversation with this mysterious chap, Joseph Mifsud, who was, I think, technically Maltese, or I'm not sure what else he was, that the Russians had compromat on Hillary Clinton, and were prepared to share that with the Trump team. So that's where it started. And in fact, if you read the book, you'll have noticed some quite strange things which you could put in conspiratorial terms, or you could put in cock-up terms. I probably would go for the latter, in which when the dossier, as it's called, the initial reports were passed the FBI through our contacts there I think initially in July 2016. They sat in a cupboard in the New York office of the FBI for about 6 weeks over the summer before they even came to the attention of Crossfire Hurricane. So any idea that this was some kind of attempt by the Clinton campaign to use me as a front to get the FBI to investigate Trump is nonsense, and it has to be called out as such.
Yes, good. Thank you. So we're calling it out. It's nonsense. But the other piece of that is like, okay, but even if it was, he was meeting with the Russians. Like, I knew he was meeting with the Russians, and I'm a novelist. Like, he was doing the things that he had a meeting in Trump Tower with Putin's guys. Like, you're not supposed to do that. So, like, even if it was, so what? That's what the FBI is supposed to be doing. So that's the other piece that that really just drives me crazy. It's like, even if your thing was the first thing that they saw, and great, open the investigation. We want to make sure that the president of the United States isn't some Putin puppet guy. And here we are.
But that's what I mean when I say that, 5 years or maybe 10 years ago, it would have been surprising to think that we could even have a debate about this. an issue of that seriousness in terms of national security would have been a consensus one across the board that it needed reporting in and investigating. And none of us really questioned that at all in 2016. And as I say, going back to what I said to you earlier, these decisions were not just taken by me, but they were taken by me and my colleagues, several of whom were also experienced former government diplomats and intelligence officers. So it's quite surprising that anyone would think that actually anyone who genuinely came across that information
did the calculus
wouldn't have an obligation to report it in, as particularly to a close ally.
All of this
These
is
are the sort of things that are deeply
no
shocking to us looking back on it.
There's no reason.
And reading the book drove it home again. Like it
makes their lives easier.
I remembered it more, and your book made me feel better and infuriated me at the same time.
Max, what a great
it's
question.
Hard to,
McGonagall
it's a
put
strange
the dossier
balance,
on the cupboard
but
shelf.
it really did.
Good.
So as a writer, I also have great sympathy for this thing being out in the wild without you knowing or preparing that it's out in the wild.
What you and I talked
feel
about,
like it's like some email I write to somebody that isn't going to, I don't think anyone's going to see. And suddenly that's how the entire body of my work is going to be known for the rest of my life.
I can't recall exactly.
So
Jimmy
I guess from a writer's standpoint, my one question that I have is is there anything in there that you wish you took back or you would have written in a slightly different way? I know something you can't talk about a lot of this stuff, but you know what I'm getting at. Is there anything you see now you're like, I wish I had, changed that word to something else, that kind of thing?
There are two things. One, I think, is that the format obviously was unusual, even for us, in the sense that this was real-time reporting, which was meant to be briefed orally, in fact, to the ultimate clients through Fusion. And it didn't take the normal format of having analytical material attached to it or having caveats attached to it and so on. For that very reason, it was also real-time reporting, which is very unusual. So that's one thing I would say, that there's a confusion in many ways. Maybe we shouldn't have retained written copies of it in that sense. The second thing, obviously, there was a pretty big debate that went on amongst me and my colleagues and even my wife at the time as to whether we should put in the sexual compromise element to it. But I'd always felt this wasn't a unique debate that we had in the intelligence world going back years, because we often got reporting which was inconvenient or embarrassing or difficult or whatever. And the question was, do you kind of leave it out? Do you round off the rough edges or whatever? Or do you leave it in and report it for what it's worth if you think it's come from a credible or multiple sources? And so my view was that we should do that. My business partner, Chris Burrows, took a different view, as my wife, quite rightly, as it turns out, said that the whole thing will, if it ever becomes known, that's the only thing anybody will ever look at or talk about, even though there's so much else in there. So I took that decision. I don't regret that decision. They probably still believe what they did at the time, which is it should have been left out.
I think you made the right choice. And I also think that I can see members of the media reading that, because it's very early on in the document too. It's like on the first or second page, and then not reading the entire rest of it and just being like, oh my God, I can see, I don't know what's faster, the media writing about that after reading a paragraph, or George Papadopoulos falling into the arms of a foreign spy.
I knew the national hotel rooms
which was faster. I think he broke the record for fastest American official turned by a foreign. I mean, it was like he was named that, and then an hour later he's at the bar with this dude. It's kind of funny.
On that point, because it is important, and it's something that's emerged since, of course, is the indictment in the US of Dimitri Simes, who you'll have heard of, who was also involved in the formulation of Trump's Russia policy in the run-up to the 2016 and around the 2016 election. And I think a lot of these things that have happened have just been ignored either by the media or their commentariat, who have been, bombarded with disinformation about me and my sources and our work and everything else. Although I do think it's quite difficult for these people to discredit me because of my professional pedigree, frankly. And I think that has been a real obstacle to them. I think they've found it easier to discredit other people than they have me, because clearly I'm a foreign national. I have no particular interest in, the internal affairs of the US. What I do have an interest in is the collective security of the West and of my country and our allies. And that's where we were coming from.
No, the whole thing is, it's terrifying. I can't. Every day, there's a moment in every day when I wake up and I look around. I'm like, I can't believe we're in this timeline. I can't believe this is happening. It's all so scary and terrible. But yeah, Dimitri Simes is an important person in the whole thing, because he was in there with Nixon, so he was in the United States for a long time. He's the one that knew Kissinger, got Jared Kushner involved with it. And that's how everything sort of came together at the Mayflower Hotel in whatever it was, April or May of 2016. Simes helped make that happen. I know you know this, but for people listening.
Okay. So thank you, Paul.
I forgot it. That's the other thing. So many things have happened. I forget key details. I forgot that Dimitri Simes was indicted, even though
I have the memory of an elephant, so I never forget anything. But one of the reasons I quite like doing these interviews is that I do know that I have a repository of more information than anyone else on this subject. So hopefully I can share some of that with people who, for very good reasons, haven't absorbed it all in the way that I've had to. Not least because I've had to defend myself in court.
No. Please don't
multiple
worry about
occasions.
That. No,
is there anything else people should know about him, about Dimitri Simes? I mean, other than he went back to Russia after meeting with the FBI and hosted some game show that was something like that?
No, just that actually, the threat from Russia as it's now posed isn't as it was traditionally. It is not a matter of, the Russians recruiting people that they take, microfiche, microfilm on from under a bush somewhere in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. There is much threat now from their influence and their ability to shape debate and shape issues and bend policy in the way that they did. And of course, one of the things that again hasn't been focused on a lot is, and it's very relevant right now, is the draft peace plan, is it so-called, for Ukraine, which was presented by members of the Trump team, I think Manafort, possibly Flynn, in the transitional period in 2016-17, which was entirely in Russia's interests in terms of the terms and conditions that it set. And of course, we're now facing down another situation where the same sort of team with the same sort of attitudes are going to be presenting another peace plan for Ukraine, which could well result in letting Putin off the hook. I mean, I've got some figures today, which, whether they're accurate or not, are quite astonishing. That the Russians lost 429,660 killed and injured in the conflict last year, which was double the previous year. And that in December alone, they lost more than before. And on the 19th of December, lost possibly as many as 2,200 killed and wounded in a single day in Ukraine. So to put that into perspective, that's 10 times the casualty figures that they had in the first 2 months of the war. So we are talking about a very, very serious conflict. It is at the moment on the sort of level of the First World War, but Russia is bleeding out essentially. And anything that allows Putin off the hook at this point would be catastrophic for Western collective security going forward.
Yeah. It's baffling to me that people don't see it or don't seem to be able to respond to it. Because it's, like you said, his whole army is mired in Ukraine. He's at a very weak point right now, and to, give him anything that he wants is just madness. I don't know.
I have to say the indications from what I'm seeing and hearing are that Trump's desire to bring this to a close and to gain credit from it is such that we do risk a situation where Ukraine is forced to settle for something which is untenable and will not hold, and which will allow Putin to gain political momentum and regroup. And of course, the threat isn't so much, I don't believe for 1 minute, that Putin is about to invade the Baltic states or Poland or wherever because of the exhaustion of the army that I've just outlined. But if he's allowed to go back home, regroup for 5 years, he'll be back.
I don't know how
this
things
the
go.
echoes of the 1930s in this regard in Germany are very stark.
Yeah, there's a picture of Hindenburg shaking Hitler's hand. And there's a picture of Yeltsin shaking Putin's hand, and it's almost the same, size comparison, the same pose. It couldn't be more, obvious in two photos what's going on there.
Russia is in a vortex of decline now, which is really quite dark. It's in a very dark place. And I mean, quite apart from anything else, the amount of crime and violence that's going to result from PTSD soldiers coming back from the front lines and everything else is going to tear Russia apart, I believe. I believe Russia has a very bleak future at the moment as it's going under Putin.
I agree. We have to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Christopher Steele and maybe other parts of the dossier. So now we know, even I know, that Moscow puts out disinformation, they put out misinformation, they're trying to run counterintelligence things to see who knows what, blah, blah, blah. So there's always going to be things in these reports that are true. Now, one of the, it's August 2016, and the person on the Russian side that Cohen is supposed to have met with is this guy, Konstantin Kosashev, who, Rand Paul knows him very well. He's somebody that factors into Americans with, pro-Russia tendencies. So I guess my question is, just hypothetically, from an intelligence standpoint, is it possible that all of this happened with a representative from Trump's camp, but that it wasn't him, that it was somebody else?
Anything's possible. I think, in intelligence, we're looking at probabilities, and we're looking at, the credibility of sources. We're looking about the number of sources. We're looking at the ability to corroborate information from different types of sources. And of course, the Prague thing opens itself up, without saying too much about this, to technical checking of things that appeared in human intelligence from human sources. And, I can tell you that my overall view of this remains the same as it was then, that my belief is that this is likely to have happened. I cannot go into the full details because of sources and methods. But I would not make an assertion unless I had a reasonably high degree of confidence in it. Of course, anything is possible in terms of disinformation. But I think you've got to remember that disinformation has a motive. The Russians don't do it because they enjoy the art of disinformation. I mean, some of them may do, but ultimately disinformation has a purpose. And the Russia's aim in 2016 was to damage the reputation of Hillary Clinton and to promote Donald Trump. And there's no way that this sort of information would have been leaked as misleading, because it's damaging to Trump, particularly before the election. I just don't see the logic of that. The logic would have been that any disinformation that they leaked, and of course you see this to some extent in the Trump Tower conversation, would have been hostile to Hillary Clinton. So you've got to go back to basics on the one hand, and on the other hand, you've got to rely upon source material and different forms of reporting. There is a reference in there to McClatchy having had a source saying that the Cohen phone pinged on various towers in Prague. I quote that in the book because it's already out there. But I have to be so careful on these areas. It's frustrating, but it's necessary.
Yeah. I actually, right after I read your book on our live show, I read that paragraph about Cohen and the Prague pinging on the show, because I wanted people to know exactly what you said about it. So it also makes logical sense, like that part of the flow, like he was supposed to be there to clean up the mess that Manafort and Page made, and they did make a mess, and Cohen was good at doing stuff like that. So the other question that I have is about the Rosneft sale, which is something also that gets sort of swept under, because it says in the report, it's going to sell. It's 19% of the sale is this. And people interpreted that online as that Trump was going to get 19% of Rosneft, which is ridiculous. They don't know what the word brokerage is in there very clearly. And I did some math, and the brokerage is of that kind of sale of that size is still a lot of money. Is there, and again, I'm talking in hypotheticals, is there any possibility that rather than, them writing a check to somebody for 270 million euro, that some sort of debt was just forgiven or something like that? Because that was always my theory with him, is that he had debts going on with certain people, and that being in debt to someone is a lot more powerful, I think, than someone just paying you to do something. So that's my question. Hypothetically, is that possible?
Oh, yeah, of course, because Russians trade value in a different way that we trade. I mean, everything from actual barter, which still goes on, to trading information for money. I mean, it is a different sort of mentality and a different sort of economy. If you go back with Trump, you've got to go back to the sale of his house in Summer Isles, I think, Florida, back in, I think, I'm not sure which year it was, actually. It was double. I think it sold for double its rated price into a Russian.
Unredacted.
And there was some comment afterwards. I think actually a comment came from Michael Cohen, ironically, who was involved, I think, in it, and said that Trump regards himself as indebted to Putin as a result of that trade. I'm pretty sure that's what Cohen said, as reported to have said. So I don't see that these things are. You have to look at them through a conventional telescope. You have to look at them through the way Russia works, and the way Russia works is not conventional in terms of its economy or its finance. And as you say, it's the involvement of organized crime with the state and with the intelligence services is very profound and a real problem. It is not something that people in the West are familiar with, because that sort of thing just doesn't go on here. The FSB essentially is a very large organized crime business. That's what it is fundamentally, and it's a way of people making money.
Yep. The mansion in Florida that sold, I think that was why Jeffrey Epstein and Trump stopped being friends, because Epstein wanted to buy it.
Who did he? For the market price, not for twice.
Yeah, he screwed up the market, and that was that. That's why it ended their bromance. So, okay, the most infuriating part in the book, in your book, which again is called Unredacted: Russia, Trump, and the Fight for Democracy, people should go immediately and buy it and read it. Not just buy it, read it.
I just did, and we're gonna.
As an American reading this book, the treatment of you by the FBI is just mind-boggling and so infuriating. So you're basically used by them. First, like you said before, you go to great lengths to get them this information that they need. They just throw it in a vault in New York, which is, maybe run by that McGonigal guy for all we know. Yeah. And Kallstrom, who has a lot of influence before that, who's been cultivated by Trump since the 70s. So that's the first problem. And then, you're used by them to get the information, you're ghosted and then hung out to dry. And sources were put at risk considerably. So this is in the book, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but tell people what happened to you, because I think it's important that people understand this, especially with Trump coming back, the risk that this is going to, create for people trying to be whistleblowers.
Well, we had a very good professional relationship with the FBI, both from when we were in government, Chris and I, and afterwards, when we were running Orbis, and the FBI had become effectively a client of Orbis's from 2013 to 2016, and we'd done quite a lot of work with them, and we respected and liked the people that we dealt with, and particularly Mike Gator, who was our main contact there. But of course, when you turn up intelligence of the sort that we did in 2016, it becomes extremely difficult to handle, and clearly, it's the sort of intelligence which is risky for people's careers. It's risky for people's reputations. It's just risky. It's physically risky, frankly, to be investigating this kind of stuff. So it's a hot potato, basically. And I think one of the problems with the FBI is the FBI is not a foreign intelligence service. And in a sense, it would have been more productive if we had been working with CIA. But we didn't really want to work for CIA because the FBI was a regulatory body. It was a law enforcement body. It was a more natural client to have as a private investigative intelligence company than CIA would have been. But the downside of that, I think, was that they just didn't have the expertise and the competence to run things properly. Because that's not what they do, really. They don't run foreign intelligence sources in places like China and Russia to any degree, certainly not at the political level. And I think that's where a lot of the problems stemmed from. But I think ultimately what happened was they took fright, and Trump was elected. They didn't know what to do. And I think a lot of the book actually thereafter, as far as it involves them, is about political cowardice, actually. And it's about not doing the key things that you should do as an intelligence officer, security service officer, which is protect your sources. I'm not claiming that everything we did was right, and they criticized me for speaking to Mother Jones, which was probably a mistake. I've said and made that in public before the election. But ultimately, what provoked that was the behavior of the conduct of James Comey in making a statement about the reopening of the Hillary Clinton investigation, laptop investigation, within 10 days of the election, which was completely contradicting what they told us about the Hatch Act, I think it's called, where they couldn't go public even on Russian interference because of the Hatch Act, but they could go public about reopening the investigation into Hillary Clinton. So that was essentially what created that crisis. And I think we were faced with a choice between crying wolf, as it were, or not saying anything in that situation. And I think we probably made the right decision, but I do think the interview with Mother Jones was probably a mistake.
I'm glad personally that you did, because then we found out about it and we're able to,
Karen,
I think it was helpful.
Saying that. I'm going to tell you right now.
I think
there's such great
political
people
cowardice
that
is
come and
probably
gravitate to this, so I'm just lucky. I
watchword
feel like
of the day here in the United States.
And we found a lot of us found each
we'll
other
talk
on
about this
Twitter, but I'm
in a
just
little
glad
bit.
that
It's what the book is about, so he's full of it.
Yes, I have a paragraph I want to read here from your book, because this is it's about the FBI stuff and it speaks to what you're talking about. On his last full day in office, January 19th, 2021, Trump ordered the declassification of a binder of documents that had been part of the FBI's investigation. And I've written about this binder of documents, by the way. Among those documents was a transcript of our September 2017 interviews with the 2 FBI agents that you interviewed with. And in that transcript was unredacted information about our sources. Soon after that, 2 of our sources in Russia, who were named in the transcript, went silent. We have not heard from them since, nor have we received any information about them. So that's terrifying. That's like the worst thing that you can possibly do. And for a law agency to do that is just blows my mind. Just blows my mind.
They, of course, to be fair to them, they didn't actually do that. I mean, one of the real revelations throughout this process for us was something that had never been made clear to us in government, that the US president had the power to declassify any document. And of course, up until that point, that had never become an issue because it was unthinkable that a top secret document involving allies and Russian sources and all the rest of it would ever have been made public or even discussed in front of a Senate committee. But that will change. And this is the new world we're living in. And one of the reasons that it changed was, I believe, a deliberate attempt to chill others from coming forward and testifying. And effectively, if you were a potential Russian source or you were actually an actual Russian source at that point, you saw what had happened.
This show
and indeed,
would be
in terms of the prosecution
and
subsequently of
unmasking
prosecution of Igor Danchenko,
and I know it, and
you would
know
not agree
Everyone knows
to work for certainly
it.
Americans and possibly any Western intelligence service. And you'd be quite right not to in those circumstances. So I think there's more that meets the eye to that. It's not purely revenge against me and Chris and others and our sources. It's actually setting down the gauntlet and saying, if you're a Russian source and you work for the US, there are no security guarantees.
I cannot stop eating this.
I mean, that's the terrifying part. And you're absolutely right. It's the point is to stop dissent and to stop anything like that from happening. And it's going to be effective. Nobody's going to look at what happened to you and be like, I'm going to go there.
Have a good
it's not worth it. It was worth it when you did it because you needed to do it. There was no template. But now that Trump is in charge, forget it. This is never going to happen.
To get where I was coming from. I mean, I come from without blowing my own trumpet, a pretty powerful background in this sense, both especially and politically, and have had and still have a lot of political support, particularly in this country. So you can imagine how it's felt to me, but even worse, of course, for someone like Igor Danchenko, who at the time didn't even have a green card, and was looking down the barrel of being deported back to Russia. I mean,
it doesn't look that
horrendous,
good, but it's like a caramelized pretzel.
Yeah, no, that's a death sentence is what it is.
Eating them.
So you talked about the chilling effect, and one of the things that's going to happen here is there's going to be, and it's already happening. Trump has been suing media companies. ABC settled with him.
Yep.
The idea here with the so-called lawfare is to make it so that people don't want to write about it because they're going to be afraid that they're going to get sued.
The Apprentice film, I think, was another example of that, which had a lot of trouble getting out and getting broadcast. It was very good, of course. So there's lots of examples of this.
Have you seen it? It's really good. I have
seen it. Yeah, I mean, I actually think Jeremy Strong is the strongest performance. But yes, it's an excellent film.
For some reason, it came out it was out for a day, and I happened to look at it that day, and I got to go see it in the theater. I was the only person there. So to your point, now Kash Patel, who is one of the people that Trump designated as his representative to go find that binder of documents that we talked about, has now been appointed to be FBI director, and he's another one who has talked repeatedly about how they're going to go after people civilly, which I take to mean, lawsuits. So talk a little bit. I know this is a sore subject for you because you've been through the ringer here about what lawfare is and what happens when it happens.
Lawfare has two purposes. One is to take revenge on people who are a threat to rich and powerful individuals. Obviously, it started out really with Russian oligarchs here in the UK, but it's now spread more widely than that. So that's one of the things that it is. It's an attempt to, as I say, punish people for doing investigative work of one sort or another. But I think it's also setting down a precedent. It sets a deterrence against other people joining in. And of course, when the bar is low, when the threshold is low, as it is particularly actually sadly in this country, in civil law, and more so than in America where you have First Amendment rights, it becomes an absolute burden. And for us, we've been in a permanent state of litigation for the last 8 years. We've been involved either as defendants or as coerced witnesses in maybe 10 cases, both here in the US. We've won almost all those cases. Only one, arguably, we didn't win, and that was more like a score draw, but all the others we've won at every stage. We're currently fighting a case against Trump that he brought here under our data protection law, which was clearly beyond the statute of limitations, was baseless, essentially, and was thrown out by the judge, struck out at an early stage. But that case, because there was a carve-out in our insurance policy on that particular issue, has cost this company today £800,000. And Trump has had an initial order set against him for $300,000 of those costs to be paid back. That order has been in default by Trump for 9 months now. So when Trump talks about his love of the UK and the royal family and our system and everything else, I refer people to his effectively contempt of His Majesty's High Court at the moment for the last 9 months.
Yeah. Well, Elon Musk wants to disband Parliament and just have Charles go old school there. So I don't think that's likely to happen.
We're back a few hundred years. That would be, I think.
Oh, girl.
So time of the red capes.
We all have to deal with this shit.
It worked out okay for us at that time.
So sorry.
Okay, let's take another quick break. We'll be right back with Christopher Steele. You've been right the whole time. So if you say it's going to be like, even in the book, which came out in October and which was probably sent to the publisher a few months before that, you were talking about the rise of fascism, perhaps in France, which is, happening, and all that kind of stuff. You talk about a new world disorder. That's what you call it. And when the book came out, Trump was not yet elected, and you sort of left the book in this, we have to stop this before it happens. And of course, he got elected, and I can't wrap my brain around it, but it happened. So what should nations do going forward? Because you have a part in the book where you talk about, Great Britain should do this, et cetera. What things become the most important now that Trump is there?
Well, I think we've got to realize that a lot of the things that we've taken for granted our whole lives, and in fact for longer than that in the West, democracy, the rule of law, tolerance, strong civil society, secure national security policies, alliances, and so on, collective security, are now in question, and in a way that they've never been since 1945. And I think that's the stark reality of this, that as I said earlier, I don't come at this as somebody who had a sort of an academic or a naive background. I came in as an intelligence professional who'd seen all sorts of things in life and lived in different societies which are not democratic and worked there. So I think that's the fundamental point. What can we do about it? Well, we have to be very vocal in we have to be brave. We have to be together. In Britain, we have to reach out more to our Western European in particular, allies to get them to stand up to the plate and realize that we're living in a new era. We're not living in the post-war world anymore. We're living, some people have said it's a pre-war world. I'm not sure it's quite that bleak. But certainly we're living in an environment where we should be spending in Europe 4 to 5% of our GDP on defense. And we should, like Finland, train up a reserve army of however many it is, 800,000, I think, in their case, which is a huge number, percentage of their population.
Yeah.
We have to ready ourselves. We have to reestablish deterrence against the likes of Russia in particular, but also China and to some extent places like Iran, which are now got their tails up, which believe that they can get away with rogue state behavior. If you'd said to me even 3 years ago that you would have North Korean troops fighting a war with Ukrainian troops on Russian soil, I would have said, go and see your doctor. But that's actually where we are. And this is my point, that I made this point actually when I was giving evidence to the British Parliament's Intelligence and Security Committee in 2018, I think it was. And I was saying that there have been these paradigm shifts in the way Russia operates, things it's done which were unimaginable before. And I said each time that was worse than the previous one. And I wouldn't have even predicted what each one has been before it happened. And so, here I am, the great Russia hawk, saying it's far worse than even I had imagined. And it will continue to be like that until we have the resolution and the unity to stand up and play to our strengths, which we have many of. We are far wealthier, we're far more creative, we're far more trusting and unified even now than Russia could ever be with any of its allies. And we have to make the most of this.
You have a great passage in the book where you talk about Putin and all the horrible things Putin did. You mentioned testifying. I think this was another testimony that you did when Georgia was invaded the first time in 08, whatever, 09, whatever year that was. And there's this long, long paragraph of all this horrible thing that he's done. And even at that point, we shouldn't have trusted him or done anything with him. I mean, it was pretty clear. So, to your point, every time we let the guy get away with something worse happens. And, we're paying the price now for the cowardice and for not wanting to defend ourselves. Frankly.
And it's lack of understanding of what the sort of person you're dealing with here, because, he dresses up in a smart suit and speaks good German or passable English, is able to carry himself off as a politician, as a sort of, or was, as a sort of half respectable politician. The man's a gangster and a thug. And, when he was when he was the head of foreign relations in St. Petersburg, he was known as the mayor of the night. His boss, Sobchak, was the mayor of the daytime, and he was the mayor of the night. And I think that sums him up. He is the president of darkness. And everything he's done in Russia, really, certainly in the last 10 years, I would argue, has been to push Russia from being a sort of messy, semi-democratic, semi-tolerant, semi-rule of law state into an authoritarian one, and now moving towards more of a dictatorship, like exists in Understanding.
Thank you for that. That president of dark, I got chills when you talked about president of darkness, because that's what he is. It's terrifying. And it's terrifying that sort of thing might, have the seed might be planted here in the United States, frankly. You write in the book about the Putin-Xi relationship, and I think that's pretty interesting because me personally, I've always found it difficult to kind of assess where China is in things, because there's so much, unlike with Russia and the United States, we do so much business and trade with China that it doesn't totally make sense for them to go to war with us or even want us to fail in some horrifying way. I feel like when the economies are that intertwined, there shouldn't be any kind of warfare. And that's exactly what people said before World War I started. So what's your take on the Putin-Xi dynamic, and has it changed any now that Trump is going to be president again?
I don't think it's changed particularly because of Trump being re-elected. I think it's an unequal relationship, and it's one which is, if you look at it traditionally, historically, and culturally, as I do. I was reading a book recently about called The Great Game. I don't know if you've heard it, by Hopkirk. It's a very good book about, in fact, Anglo-Russian rivalry in Central Asia in the 19th century. But one of the things it brings out is the way in which Russia humiliated China in the 19th century by taking lots of land off it, by suppressing it as a trading power and what have you. And of course, Xi and other Chinese leaders talk about the century of humiliation, and of course, usually that's attributed to Britain and to America and Germany and others, the Opium Wars or whatever. But actually, Russia was up to it in the northern part of China, and the Chinese haven't forgotten that. They're fully aware of that. So I don't think it's an easy relationship at all. Xi clearly doesn't want Putin to be Russia to be defeated in this war, because Russia might then collapse and that China may then have to face off against the West on its own. Russia's a good sort of foil, if you like, a good distractor, a good deflector for China, as China goes about its business in a more subtle, more evolutionary, more economic way than Russia does, in increasing its influence and its power in the world. And
I think this is
one of the maps that I show to people now, and you should dig it out, is a map that shows the pattern of world trade.
Maybe this is it.
In 2000, as opposed to the pattern of world trade in 2020. Each country in the world, whether they trade more with the US or with China. And it's quite a revelation, because even now in Latin America, for example, South America, I think there are only 2 countries now left in South America that trade more with the US than they do with China. And there's almost no country in Africa that does. So what's happened here is a stealthy, evolutionary, quite subtle change of power relationships based on economic power. And what China has done is it's hidden behind Russia behaving as this sort of spoiled child, throwing its toys around the world stage, vetoing things in the UN and what have you. But meanwhile, China's steadily been building up its power and influence. There's no trust between China and Russia fundamentally. There never has been.
And they're huge.
And there never will be. But there are cynical interests that China has in Russia not failing or being defeated. Having said that, on the positive side, there's also evidence from what I'm seeing and reading that China has put certain stipulations on Russia about the war. You mustn't use nuclear weapons. You must escalate to try to take out Kiev and all the rest of it. So in a way, the grain issue was another one where China wanted the grain exports to go ahead and the grain deal to go ahead. And that's happened as well. So I think it's less unipolar than people think. It's not an unlimited alliance at the expense of everybody else. It's a limited alliance which has certain uses for China, but which China also quite helpfully, I believe, put certain limits on.
Okay, good. Thank you for clearing that up. And that's also a very good part in the book, which again, I'm going to keep saying people should go buy and read.
We're going to read
called
it.
Unredacted. I have a few more quick questions and then I'll let you go. You have a new prime minister, relatively speaking, in the UK. How's he doing? Is it better than what was there before? What's the trend there? What are you seeing?
Yeah, we've got a government which is more technocratic, I think, and obviously has a more stable majority than its predecessor. And the problem with his predecessor was they'd been in power a long time and they were grappling with a failing economy, which is a pretty disastrous combination. I think that it's been quite a difficult start for Keir Starmer and the others.
Are great.
I think not least because the economy is stubbornly not doing well. It's not doing as well as the American economy has been, for example. And indeed, productivity in our economy has not really improved very much since the financial crash of 08-09. So that's the backdrop. That's what makes it so difficult. I think the government made some stupid mistakes, but on fundamental issues like the Ukraine war, like free trade, like trying to get a better relationship with its European partners, which its predecessors seemed to deliberately antagonize for some political gain. It's on the right tracks, but I think it's quite a bumpy start.
Okay. The right tracks is good because I did not have, I'm going to be honest, I did not have much faith in Boris Johnson. I don't know. He seemed very Trumpy to me. I'm glad that he's not there.
Already seen the book I talk about. I've known him for a lot longer than I'd care to, like.
Okay, Canada.
Juicy.
Trudeau has supposedly said that he's stepping down. I'm worried that even if he didn't step down, that he's just been there for so long that it's past the point where, no matter what, it's just going to be hard for him to do anything, which means that Poilievre I'd be very surprised if he didn't wind up taking over in Canada. What do you see happening there?
Well, I don't see it becoming the 51st state. I mean, there's some pretty wild stuff going on at the moment. I think Trump Jr. has just landed in Greenland, hoping to sort of buy it or something. And then you've got Trump talking about Canada, which is the second largest country in the world and a G7 country in its own right, becoming the 51st state. I mean, I don't know what thinking's going on. It seems to be entirely mad to me. Some of these people seem to be insane. But yes, I mean, they will have trouble in Canada because the overwhelming wave in world politics in the last 18 months has been anti-incumbency. And there's a reason for that. It's just the economic problems that we've got, the fate of globalization, and the results of it, the rewards of it to be equitably distributed, particularly in developed countries, which is, I think, what's happened in America. And so, yeah, I would expect Canada to change in the near future. I think far less likely will it be that either France or Germany change in that way to the hard right, but we just don't know.
I hope that Germany going hard right would be very, very bad. I can't think of anything worse, not least because I'm going there at the end of the month. So last question. You end the book, again with this with a warning about what might happen if Trump gets elected. And part of the end of the book seems to be written with that in mind, as once again, just please don't elect this guy. And we stupidly went ahead and put him in there anyway, I guess because the egg prices are too high or something. So you say he's more dangerous than Putin or Xi. Do you still think that now that it's a certainty that he's going to get in?
I think when you look at some of his nominees, particularly people like Gabbard and Patel, I think I would stick with my prediction. I think we're in for a very rough time. The early signs, even before he's been elected, if you look at this spat that's going on between Elon Musk, who after all has been nominated to be a senior government official, and the UK, I think that's a sign of things to come. So I do believe that we are in a critically unstable situation for the next few years. I'm not at all sure that American democracy will hold up. I think the rule of law in America will be the biggest stumbling block for these people as it was before. I think it takes a lot to remove the sort of entrenched rule of law that you have. But I don't really have any faith in the executive or the legislature to do anything to really limit Trump's activities. I think Trump's pretty competent. I think he's not very sort of policy capable. He gets bored with things pretty quickly, and he will probably become more reactive than proactive, as is the case in most Western democracies these days. So the jury's out, in his case, literally. But I do fear very significantly profoundly for the US and its future.
Yeah, there no range of possibilities would surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised if everything was just kind of okay and they're just so incompetent and nothing happens. I wouldn't be surprised if there was martial law.
No, it's more
I wouldn't
about
be surprised
the team
if the
around
aliens came down from the drones in New Jersey and saved us all. I don't know. I wouldn't. Nothing would shock me at this point. I know I said that was the last question, but real quickly, what's the deal with Elon Musk? What's your take on him? He to me is the most emblematic of the craziness period that we're living through now. Like, is he? Why do we deal with him? With the defense? Why does he have Defense Department contracts? Why does he have so much power? I don't know.
he's very good at certain things, but he's also very dangerous and very bad at other things.
He's also well connected.
I've said before, that he obviously is somebody of significant achievements in technology and what have you. But that doesn't translate to being wise or good at politics or policy making. And the problem is that he seems to have got the bug. I think that because he's been hugely successful and innovative as a technologist, as an entrepreneur, that he's going to be good in government or good at politics. And I just don't believe that's the case. I think we're seeing that roll out on a daily basis at the moment. I mean, if you want to influence things, you need to work behind the scenes as much as you need to work in the open. And he just seems to work in the open. I can't understand who's advising him that this is actually a good way to try and influence policy and to influence foreign countries and allies. Ultimately, it will backfire on him. There's no way that Elon Musk is going to be in a position to dictate who the Prime Minister of the UK is, or indeed what UK government policy is. And the more he makes these noises, the less likely it is to follow in his footsteps.
Good. That thank you. I'm glad I asked, because that's a very heartening answer. So once again, your book is called Unredacted: Russia, Trump, and the Fight for Democracy. Christopher Steele, thanks again so much for joining us and for every.
Thank you, Greg and Christopher Steele, for an amazing podcast. I want to listen to that again. He did, Badger. He issued an order about the ERA. There's just some debate about the timing, because back in 2020, it was already like the clock had expired on making it a constitutional amendment. But there's a big fight. It's dumb. But anyway, I want to talk about Elon Musk a little more. Okay, so here's the thing. I again, I understand that Trump is part of the conversation, but as we all know, and this isn't, anybody exclusive of anyone else. Certainly Chris and Greg know. It is the team around Elon, like Russell Vought, right, who literally told us in a couple days ago in his hearing his confirmation hearing that he had spent the last 4 years refining how he would do the job the next time. He literally fucking said that. Right? Like, that's what he fucking said. So they realize what the guardrails were. They've spent the first term, some of these people, and I don't mean like collectively all of them, but Russ Vought, Miller, a lot of these folks. They spent the last 4 years really, really refining, aka Project 2025, what the fuck they were going to focus on. Right? The executive orders are probably written. This is not a surprise. So it's not Trump. He's a flesh bag. He's a flesh bag and a shiny object that helps deter from the real fucking monsters, or the additional monsters, I guess, is a better way of putting it, that are actually going to implement all these motherfucking policies, okay? Every nominee this week that we watched ad nauseum said that on key certain benefits like Social Security, like a means test for veterans to receive their benefits, a means test, all of those things, they would review them. No, they're not going to commit to, they're going to follow the law, whatever the law is. And maybe that's an EO that was drafted in order to get rid of some kind of protection or coverage for people. So there's no mysteries now. It is a kleptocracy in terms of what the overall outcomes and desires are, which are to evade accountability, evade taxation as much as possible, privatize services so that you have an on-demand audience, right? Fucking Russ Vought said yesterday, oh my God, they say these things out loud. Russ Vought said yesterday one of the things he thinks that can improve Social Security and Medicare is privatizing it. Do you know what that means? That means they're going to hedge fund the motherfuck out of our fucking Social Security funds. That's what that means. One of the fucking senators the other day sat on the dais and said something to the effect of that maybe it's good that we privatize some of the border or whatever enforcement, issue they were discussing. Maybe it's good if we, don't leave it to the government to do some of those things, but outsource of those things and utilize a public-private partnership. You know what that means? That's fucking Eric Prince, who already has contracts with the U.S. government to do basically mercenary level work, and other governments, by the way, which is weird. And then there's Palmer Luckey, who, guess what, was the guy who invented Oculus, the stupid ass fucking VR thing that scrapes everybody's data, and iPrint or whatever else is nonsense in science fiction. God knows. Who now has drone contracts with, guess what? The U.S. military. Oh, and if that name sounds familiar to you, Palmer Luckey, that's because that's the fucking bro-cell brother of fucking Ginger Luckey, a.k.a. Ginger Gates. I'm not making this shit up.
Too many dicks. Too many dicks on the dance floor. Too many dicks. Going to the party, sipping on Bacardi. Wanna meet a hottie, but there's Adam, Steve, and Marty. There's Billy, Todd, and Tommy. They're on the from the army. The only boobs I see tonight will be made of origami. Tell the fellas, make it understood. It ain't no good if there's too much wood. Make sure you know before you go. The dance floor rojo ratio 5-to-1 is a rodeo. Tell Steve and Mike it's time to go. Wait outside all night to fly. 20 dudes in a conga line. Too many dicks on the dance floor. Easy to fix. Too many dicks on the dance floor. Spread out the dicks. Too many dudes with too many dicks. Too close to my shit. Too hard to meet chicks. I need better odds, more broads, less rods. I came to do battle. Skedaddle with the counter from.
Palmer Luckey is ramping up what in Ohio? Jesus Christ. He's another bro-cell. He was on Theo Von, too. I saw him on Theo Von. Another name to look for is Aiden Ross. He's another bro-cell, and he is a really bad one. He's basically... he's like a gutter Theo Von, if that even makes sense. But anyways. Too many dicks on the dance floor. All right, I'm going to hit it and get something to eat. I suggest y'all do the same. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, how nice of you to spend some of your Friday morning with us. And thank you to Greg for such a wonderful podcast to listen to. Thank you to Gal and to Teresa and Oomph and everyone for all them beautiful links. Links. And then also have a wonderful Friday. I really do. I hope something good happens for you today. Congratulations to J Herb. Our wonderful, the chef, actually, beautiful meal that he made for his mama the other night. What a sweetheart. We have the best kids. The lounge also has the best children. Seriously, now that I think about it, everybody has the best kids. And others, not just all kids, but whatever. Anyway, you get the point. Love you guys too. Love you so much. Tonight is the movie. There's 2 movies tonight. Okay, we're doing double feature Fridays, bitch. Starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to start with Escape from New York, which was the original 1986, I think, or 87. So it was great. Yeah, that podcast was great. So 6 o'clock, we're starting with Escape from New York with Snake. And then right after that, it's about an hour and a half. Right after that, we'll start Escape from Los Angeles. So it's kind of a bloody Friday, okay? So it's a fuck it all Friday, okay? So I'm not gonna lie, those are rough movies. So if you have a tender tummy, don't blame me. But it's gonna be on Discord. I'll put up all the links tonight to remind everyone. But have a great day. Carry my love with you in your pocket, and I will see you later on tonight, babies. Yeah, I love you.